Hey everyone! Welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if Harry Potter and Venom uncovered time travel. Here is short summary. When Harry bonds with Venom, their curiosity leads them to uncover Hermione's time turner. With time itself now within their grasp, how will they reshape the wizarding world? But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. A loud crashing sound was heard in the countryside as the spaceship crashed into a mostly empty field. The few cows that were in the area scattered upon hearing and seeing the large crash that had caused a fairly big crater to appear in the field. Inside of the damaged and broken ship, the astronauts were scattered around. Unfortunately, only one of them had managed to survive. He groaned as he lifted his face off the ground. His eyes widened to almost comical levels when he saw the rest of his crew lying around him, bleeding and with broken bones. He had no doubt that they were dead, especially given the way that their necks weren't the same shape as they were before the crash. He grunted as he forced himself to his feet, or at least he tried to before realizing that he had broken his right leg. Damn, he looked at his leg. He was pretty sure that the bone sticking out of his leg was not normal. Now what the hell am I supposed to do? He wondered, shaking his head. He paused when he heard a noise behind himself. He turned and gasped when he saw a pile of black goo right next to him. What the? The goo cut him off by lunging at him. He screamed as he both felt and saw the goo disappear into his body. He took several panicked breaths before looking around. I'm all right, nothing happened. He grinned with relief. Unfortunately, his relief only lasted a few moments, as shortly after he felt himself control of his body. The astronaut gasped loudly. His body convulsed before he went limp. He fell face first to the floor. A second later, the black goo poured out of his body and slithered away, highly disappointed. The organism it had just left was an incredibly bad match, so bad that it hadn't stayed for more than a few seconds. It had stayed long enough to learn basic knowledge about this world. Apparently, it was on a planet named Earth, populated with hundreds of different creatures, but the strongest creatures on this planet were no doubt the humans. Not physically the fastest or strongest, but they possessed a special type of cruelty and ingenuity that not all beings possessed, or at least some of them did. It decided that the best thing to do would be to keep moving. If it stayed too long, then it was entirely possible for it to be captured by the humans that were no doubt going to come and investigate. It was possible that it could end with bonding, but more likely that the humans would lock it up and experiment on it. The black goo slithered out of the crashed ship and continued moving until it left the crater and reached soft grass. It stopped for the briefest of moments before it continued moving until eventually, it came across another living being. A fairly big spider. Deciding that even a small host was better than being out and exposed, the goo leapt towards the spider. The comparatively smaller creature tried its best to escape, but the spider just wasn't fast enough. The goo shrunk down and formed a second skin around the spider before taking control of the arachnid. It forced the spider to turn and then started using its control over it to make it run as fast as it could, which was a lot faster than normal thanks to the goo's help. The goo had been able to learn from the astronaut that while animals had varying degrees of intelligence, it was humans that would fit it best. Animals were far less complex, only concerned with survival and eating and other simple needs. Humans were different, more emotional. They had wants, desires, feelings, perfect feeding for a creature such as itself. They wouldn't be easy to control, but they would taste so good. It had to get to a human. If it was careful, then it would eventually find a good match. For the goo, the spider was the equivalent of having a bland biscuit to tie you over when you were hungry. Not great but good enough until you get some real food. It wasn't sure how long it took, but eventually, it came near some houses. Once close enough, it disappeared into the spider, reducing the chance of being caught but still controlling the spider. It wasn't long before it spotted a human, but this one didn't look like a particularly good fit. Plus her voice sounded quite annoying. "Oh, there," the overweight woman cooed as she bent down and roughly petted the dog in front of her. "I'm not a big fan of leaving the countryside either, but we haven't visited my brother in ages." She was apparently talking to the dog. It was hard to frown with pincers, but somehow the possessed spider had managed it. On the one hand, he wanted far away from the irritating woman with the habit of talking to animals as if they could understand her, but on the other hand, This woman said she was leaving the countryside. It was possible that she was going somewhere more populated, giving it an increased chance of finding a new host. A minute or so later a decision was made. The goo left the spider, allowing it to fall dead. The goo moved forwards, climbing up a nearby tree. It waited until the obese woman had turned away, then it leapt through the air and landed on the dog. The surprise the dog felt prevented it from being able to even attempt to stop it from taking over. The goo couldn't help but feel disappointed with the dog. It had the necessary tools to allow itself to be great, yet was content with being babied by the woman and had let itself become weak. "Ripper, are you all right?" the woman asked the dog when she noticed it hadn't followed her like normal. After a moment she saw and heard Ripper bark at her before he began following her. Dismissing what just happened, assuming that he had just gotten distracted by something, she went towards the house to collect her belongings so she could go and visit her brother and his family. It was a very long journey later that Ripper, the possessed dog, arrived in the Dursleys' house followed by the woman that owned him, though the goo inside the dog had not enjoyed the trip much. Honestly, how could one woman fuss so much over a creature that only needed food, water and some entertainment? One would have been forgiven for thinking that the dog was a newborn baby with the way that the woman was treating it. Once inside the house, the dog followed the overweight woman into the living room. "Hello Marge," a voice said, and the possessed Ripper took the opportunity to look around the room and see what it was working with. He paid attention as Marge, the insufferable woman he was unfortunately with, began conversing with the people in the room. Greeting the woman was an obese man, even fatter than the woman, with balding hair and a large mustache. Apparently, he was the woman's brother, a man called Vernon Dursley. Along with the man was a B***owned woman that would be noticeably skinny, even without standing with the two other overfed humans. The woman was called Petunia and was Vernon's wife. The third human was sat down, watching TV without a care in the world, not even responding to Marge hugging him and fussing over him. The fat, B***owned haired boy, was the unfortunate result of coitus between Vernon and Petunia and was called Dudders, or Dudley. The goo was pretty sure that one of those was a nickname. "You're still here, are you?" Ripper heard Marge say to someone else in a less than friendly tone. Ripper turned and saw a boy standing in the hallway outside of the room. He was dressed in clothes that seemed to be too big for him. He had rounded glasses that didn't look all that cared for. Unlike the rest, he had messy black hair and bright green eyes. "Yes," the boy said shortly. "Don't say yes in that grateful way," Marge glared at him. "You are lucky that my brother was nice enough to keep you." Ripper paid close attention to the boy as Marge continued to rant about how ungrateful the boy was. The creature possessing the dog had access to the dog's memories and could call up memories of chasing and attacking this boy when he was younger. The boy was called Harry Potter, but the Dursley family preferred to call him Freak. It could see the boy restraining himself as Marge continued speaking. It could see the way that the boy wanted to lash out and how he did his best to prevent himself from doing so. Interesting, it thought to itself. The boy shows plenty of promise. Who knows how many emotions he was holding back. "Take Marge's luggage upstairs," Vernon ordered the boy. "Yes, Uncle Vernon." Harry obediently nodded before picking up Marge's stuff with barely a sigh. He turned and began carrying them up the stairs. Does it have to be so bloody heavy? He thought to himself. Harry knew that he was never going to be the strongest kid on the block. His lack of food and living conditions at the Dursleys had seen to that, but he couldn't help but wish he was at least a little bit stronger while he carried Marge's suitcase up the stairs. "Either I'm weaker than I thought or this suitcase is ridiculously heavy. What weighs so much in here, anyway? Her underwear?" Soon enough Harry had gotten her suitcase into the room that the Dursleys had set up for her, or rather the room that they had forced Harry to set up for her. Harry was honestly quite tempted to just stay upstairs for the night and avoid Aunt Marge, the woman who had always hated him. Harry wasn't really sure if that was only because of what Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia had told the woman, or because of other reasons as well, but it didn't matter in the end since the hatred wasn't a one-way road because Harry was about as fond of her as he was of the rest of the Dursleys. Sadly, however, Harry knew that if he wanted to get the school permission slip to go to Hogsmeade Village signed then he needed to behave. He turned around, only to freeze when he saw Ripper standing in the doorway. The dog that usually chased him or ate everything in sight was dead still, staring at him with unblinking eyes. Harry couldn't help but frown as he took a step back before realizing he had He stared at Ripper, who stared back. "What do you want?" Harry asked before his frown deepened slightly. He didn't know why he had asked that question to Ripper. Perhaps his experience with Hedwig and Fox had changed the way he treated animals, but he had to remember that Ripper wasn't as smart or kind as them. Ripper's head tilted to the side, but he didn't say anything. "Boy." Their little staring contest was broken when Harry heard Uncle Vernon bellow. "The food isn't going to cook itself." Harry stared at Ripper for several more seconds before he cautiously moved forward and gingerly slipped past Ripper before heading down the stairs, with Ripper's eyes focused on his retreating back. Ripper had paid close attention to Harry Potter as dinner went on. He noticed that his constant staring had made the boy uncomfortable, so he shifted to discreet glances instead. He saw the way the boy's relatives made him work as if he was a private waiter and chef. He was pretty sure that it was not normal to treat someone Harry's age like that, at least not in this part of the world. The Dursley couple and their son seemed content with ignoring his presence, but Marge was an entirely different game and had insisted that he be in her sights at all times. He wasn't quite sure why Marge insisted on antagonizing the boy, but she did. If she didn't criticize the way that the boy worked, then it was the way that the boy behaved or the way that he looked or any other number of minor and major complaints that she could come up with. The creature inside Ripper was honestly staggered that the boy hadn't reacted by now and done something. It could tell that the boy's limited patience was waning, and all that would be needed was a big push. Something that Marge was more than happy to provide. "You see, it's nothing to do with the father. It's all to do with the mother," Marge said after several minutes of complaining about Harry's father being a drunk. She eyed Harry, who was carrying a plate away from the table, and smirked at his back before turning back to Vernon and Petunia after taking a long sip of wine from her glass. "You see it all the time with dogs, really. I've seen it plenty of times. I've had to put a few down because of it. It's just the way it is. If there is something wrong with the bitch, then there is something wrong with the pup." "Shut up." Everyone in the room turned to face Harry, who had apparently reached the end of his patience, having thrown a plate hard on the floor, causing it to shatter into pieces. Harry was glaring intensely at Marge, his fists shaking as if he wanted nothing more than to go over to her and punch her in the face, his breath heavy in hatred on his face. "Shut up." "Right." Marge grinned as she turned to face Harry. "Let me tell you something, boy. Your mother was just a simple—" Marge trailed off as she suddenly felt quite weird. She looked down and her eyes widened as she saw her hand had begun bloating along with the rest of the body. Ripper watched with fascination as Marge Dursley blew up until she looked like a balloon. The other Dursleys stared at her with horror as she began floating up into the air. Ripper looked towards Harry and watched the various emotions that cycled through his face, including anger, confusion and realization, but the first seemed to be the most consistent one. Harry rushed out of the room while the Dursleys tried and failed miserably to stop Marge from floating away into the sky. Meanwhile, the goo inside Ripper had made a choice. It wasn't sure how, but it knew that Potter was responsible for what had just happened. He had done something to Marge. Its limited knowledge of humans let it know that that was not possible, yet Potter had somehow done it. The goo was a member of an alien species known as the Clintar, or symbiotes, as they were more commonly called. A species that feed on a couple of different things, one of which was emotions. The more powerful the emotion, the better, and Potter looked like an all-you-could-eat buffet. The symbiote was leaning towards attempting to bond with Potter before, but seeing that display had made it even more sure that that was what it wanted. It made Ripper's body move and follow Potter up the stairs. It peeked into the open door of Potter's room and saw Potter packing after releasing a snowy white bird out from his window with instructions to find him later. It decided that now would be the perfect time to change hosts since Potter was distracted and the rest of the Dursleys were busy with Marge. Ripper moved into the bathroom and the symbiote left the dog's body, not caring that Ripper died a second later. The black goo made itself as short as it possibly could just as Potter had come out of his room whilst holding a trunk. The symbiote rushed out once Potter had walked past the bathroom and quickly jumped onto Potter's suitcase. They had started going down the stairs when Vernon and Petunia Dursley returned. The symbiote cursed them for their bad timing before it quickly went inside Potter's trunk through a small hole near the top. "You bring her back. Bring her back now," Vernon Dursley ordered Harry as soon as Harry had gotten down the bottom of the stairs. "No, she deserves what she got, and as far as I'm concerned she can float off into space," Harry snapped. "The only problem I could see would be if she ends up blocking the planet's view of the sun." Vernon let out a bellow and was about to charge at Harry but stopped when Harry pulled out his wand and aimed it right at Vernon's neck. "No, go on, I've got over years' worth of reasons to do it." Harry glared at him. You can't do magic outside the school," Vernon reminded him as he took a step back. "You've nowhere to go," Vernon added, looking somewhat confident despite the way that his face had paled. "I don't care. Wherever I go will probably be better than here." Harry turned and quickly rushed out of the house before his relatives could stop him. Harry shook his head, cursing the name, Dursley, as he stopped by the local playground. He hadn't really thought of where he was going to go, he just wanted to get out of the house. He stopped, deciding he needed a moment to calm his head. "What am I supposed to do now?" he wondered to himself. He supposed that the best option would be to stay at the Leaky Cauldron for the rest of the summer. He needed to buy his school supplies anyway, plus he didn't really mind staying in Diagon Alley. Now, there was just the question of how he was going to get there. He had some Muggle money with him but he wasn't sure if it was enough for a taxi. Woof. Harry's head snapped towards the bushes on the other side of the road. He saw something creeping out of the bushes and instinctively raised his wand. He watched as a big dog with midnight black fur stepped out and stared at him. Meanwhile, the symbiote snuck out of his trunk. Harry wasn't really that fond of dogs. The only good dog that he had ever met was Hagrid's dog, Fang. Hagrid's other dog, Fluffy the giant, three-headed dog, had tried to eat him while Ripper would nearly always attack him. The dog opposite him looked a bit skinny, but that didn't mean it didn't look intimidating, especially this late at night. The dog barked loudly just before a large bang sound was heard coming from Harry's right. Harry looked in the direction of the sound and saw a purple, massive triple-decker bus charging towards him. Harry took a step back to avoid getting run over. He felt the back of his feet connect with the curb and he tripped backwards, hissing in pain as he landed on his back and on top of a rock that dug into the spot in between his shoulder blades. Between the pain, the bus, the massive dog and the leftover emotions from his confrontation with the Dursleys, Harry didn't quite notice the symbiote sneak into his body. "I am not doing that again," Harry muttered to himself after stepping off the night bus. Today Harry had learned about a new method of magical transport. It was called the night bus and would apparently show up when needed to help a stranded witch or wizard. Sounds great in theory, except for the fact that the ride was the most uncomfortable thing he had ever ridden on, and keep in mind that he liked to fly high in the air as fast as possible. Harry wasn't sure what speeds the bus was driving at, but he was sure that it had shattered the speed limit from start to finish, and the most impressive thing about it beyond the shakiness of the bus was the fact that the ride hadn't ended in a massive explosion. Still, it got Harry where he needed to go, the Leaky Cauldron. Harry looked over his shoulder and watched as the bus took off before turning invisible. He shook his head before grabbing his trunk. He had only taken a couple of steps when the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, Tom, stepped out to greet him. "Mr. Potter," Tom smiled. "It's great to see you." "Hi Tom." Harry smiled back as he greeted him. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I was wondering." "I'm sorry to interrupt," Tom said, cutting Harry off. "But there's somebody here to meet you, someone important. I think you should probably go and talk to him before anything else." "Meet me?" Harry blinked. "Who is it?" "The Minister of Magic." It was an odd feeling, being sat in a room while the Minister of Magic stood a small distance away from you. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic himself, didn't really look all that impressive as he stood there in his green suit. His hair was balding, he was portly and short and looked quite tired. Yet despite his appearance, the man was one of the most powerful people in the magical government. Harry could still remember the man sending Hagrid to Azkaban just to be seen doing something about the chamber. So Harry was most definitely not comfortable in Fudge's presence, despite Fudge's attempts to smile his way through the meeting. Harry could admit to himself that he wasn't entirely sure how the magical government worked, but he was pretty sure that the head of the government shouldn't pop up to visit a 13-year-old boy unless the reason why was very serious. "Now, Harry, biscuits and tea?" he offered as he gestured to the tray on the table in front of Harry. "I'm fine." Harry trailed off midway through his refusal when he heard his stomach growl. "Okay, maybe one biscuit." Harry reached out and took one before taking a bite out of it, enjoying the taste leading to him taking another bite, causing the biscuit to disappear into his stomach. "Attaboy." Fudge smiled at him as if Harry was his all-time favorite nephew. "Now, Fudge's smile disappeared as he began speaking. You should know that we at the Ministry were very worried, Harry. Worried? Harry repeated questioningly. Fudge stared at him for a moment, looking confused that Harry hadn't instantly understood what he meant. I am referring to you running away from your family's home, Fudge spoke. Harry opened his mouth to protest that those wastes of perfectly good oxygen were not his family when Fudge continued speaking. Running away like that might have felt good at the time. But it was very, very irresponsible, Harry. You surely realize by now that you're quite a famous lad, an important member of magical Britain. Could you imagine how the wizarding public would react to learning that their young hero was out, gallivanting around without being cared for? Especially given the current situation. Fudge coughed those last two words out like they physically pained him. Harry, though quite irritated with Fudge, wasn't unable to miss what Fudge had said. The current situation? Harry asked. Nothing to worry about, Fudge waved his hand dismissively, though his voice had been a tad quick. You're safe, and that's all that matters. You'll be pleased to know that your aunt was found. Oh. Harry wasn't sure if he had been totally able to keep the disappointment out of his voice. Is it bad that I sound disappointed? He wondered. Fudge, if he noticed Harry's disappointment, didn't comment on it. The Accidental Magic Reversal Department had dispatched to your relative's house. It only took a short while before they were able to find your aunt. Her body was punctured and returned to normal, and her memory was modified. She's perfectly fine. Disappointing. A voice said. Harry's head snapped to the side upon hearing someone speak. He looked around the room, trying to see if there was anyone else here. Mr. Potter, are you all right? Fudge asked in a concerned voice. Harry quickly stopped and looked at Fudge, who was staring at him. Oh. Sorry. Harry awkwardly apologized. I thought I saw a fly shoot past. Harry lamely lied, though it seemed to work as Fudge gave him an understanding look before continuing. Anyway, there was no harm done. Your relatives have even agreed to take you back the next summer. Fudge smiled at him. I'd rather not if it's all the same to you. Harry hoped he hadn't sounded offensive when he said that. Now, Harry, I'm sure the situation isn't that bad, Fudge said in a worried tone. They're your family, after all, and I'm sure you all care for each other enough to get past this little incident. Harry opened his mouth to protest that this incident wasn't little and that there was no way he would willingly go back to those stealers of perfectly good air when Fudge continued. Now, we just need to decide where you're going to stay in the meantime. I suggest a room here. Tom serves a delightful full English breakfast and... I'm sorry to interrupt, Harry coughed, but, what about my punishment? Punishment? Fudge looked genuinely confused. Yeah, you know. My punishment? Harry trailed off. Fudge didn't appear to understand what he was saying, so he decided to continue. I don't know how things work in the magical world, but in the Muggle world, if someone breaks a law then they get punished. I broke the law, so what's my punishment? We won't punish you, Harry. Fudge looked like he was resisting the urge to roll his eyes. It was underage magic. At your age that's as natural as sneezing. It's all accidental. But before my second year, there was this house elf, Harry began. He was in my house and performed magic. I got a letter saying that if there was any more magic then I'd be expelled. A house. Never mind, look, you don't want to be expelled, right? Fudge asked impatiently. No, not really. Harry shook his head. Then perhaps you should just be appreciative and accept the situation. Fudge suggested. He was smiling but his voice was noticeably more firm. Harry simply nodded in response. He was indeed grateful about this, but his limited years on Earth had caused him to be wary when it comes to good news, especially from people like Fudge. Harry shifted slightly. There was a part of him that didn't like Fudge's tone and he felt an urge to get up and do something about it. Maybe throw him around a bit, push him, yell at him, rip his throat out and... Where did that come from? Harry wondered. Thank you, sir. Harry nodded to Fudge, who looked pleased. If you don't mind me asking, did you have any luck in capturing Sirius Black? Harry asked. You know about him? Fudge's face had paled. I heard about him on the bus, Harry answered. The conductor was reading a newspaper and Black's face was on it. He told me that Black was a murderer and a big supporter of Voldemort. Harry stopped when Fudge flinched as if he was shot. Don't say his name, Fudge hissed, causing Harry to stare at him for several seconds before he regained the ability to speak. Sorry, Harry apologized. But, he told me that he supported. You know who. And how he's the first ever person to escape Azkaban. Yes. Fudge looked very uncomfortable. It's a terrible situation, but I don't believe that it'll be a problem for much longer. Azkaban's guards are doing their best to find him. I've never seen them so angry. Fudge shivered. Now, I'll go and get a room ready for you. While you are here, I want you to stay in Diagon Alley. No wandering about in Muggle London, is that understood? Because of Black? Harry asked. He's one of the reasons, Fudge admitted. Stay here. Don't leave this building after dark and please behave. A short while later Harry entered the room that he would be staying in for the majority of the summer. He looked around. It wasn't horrible by any stretch of the imagination. It was clean, had a bed and other furniture. It also had a window, and that was pretty much all Harry really needed from a room. Though he would be lying if he said he didn't wish for a better color scheme. All of the grays were making the room look really dull. Hedwig. Harry cried out happily upon noticing that Hedwig was sitting on a perch that was positioned by the window. He rushed over to her and quickly began stroking her. Clever girl. Found me quickly, didn't you? Hedwig hooted in the affirmative before leaning into his touch. This place isn't exactly as good as Hogwarts, but it's better than the Dursleys. No cage for you here, Harry happily said, hating having to put Hedwig in a cage almost as much as Hedwig hated being in a cage. Hedwig let out several loud noises that Harry took to mean that she was also incredibly happy with the situation. She playfully nibbled on his fingers as he continued bombarding her with what he felt was some well-deserved praise and affection. It was 2 hours later when Harry decided to go to sleep. It took him half an hour to finally fall asleep. The events of the day had finally caught up with him. As he slept, the symbiote inside of him started thinking about its current situation. Since bonding with this new host, it had learned about magic, or at least everything this particular human knew about magic. So far, the symbiote was quite pleased with the host. This was the best match it had ever had. The human had plenty of emotions that it could feed off, and the memories that the symbiote could access let it see how much potential the host had. The host, Harry, had already fought and survived things that most humans his age would not. He had survived things that even adult wizards wouldn't. The symbiote could detect intelligence and power within the boy and planned to make full use of it. However, Harry wasn't without his downsides. One example would be his body. Years of running from his cousin and Quidditch had made sure that Harry wasn't as bad as he could have been. The Dursleys had starved and overworked him for years, making it so that he wasn't as physically strong or fit as he could have been. Thankfully, that wouldn't be a problem for much longer as the symbiote could easily deal with that. Harry's personality could do with some work as well, given how messed up it had been thanks to the Dursleys and the chaotic mess that was Hogwarts and its population of students and teachers. The symbiote could detect the intelligence that the boy did his best to hide, partly due to a desire to fit in, partly because he didn't want to upset his friends and also because of the damned Dursleys. The Dursleys have been causing a lot of problems for my host, the symbiote thought to himself. Maybe I can convince him to kill them. I'd be doing him and the world a favor by stopping them from being able to reproduce and spread. The next day Harry woke up with a deep yawn escaping his mouth. It took him several minutes before he was able to force himself to leave the comforting warmth of his bed, but eventually, he had been able to. After completing his daily ablutions he had headed downstairs to the bar where he found Tom waiting behind the bar, with a couple of people sitting at the tables nearby. Morning, Tom. Harry politely greeted as he sat down at the bar and picked up a menu. Morning to yourself, Mr. Potter. Tom nodded to him while cleaning the bar. Good sleep? He asked. It was good, Harry confirmed. How about you? Did you sleep okay? Not as long as I'd like, Tom said with a small chuckle. But well enough. Now, I suppose that you're hungry. What can I get you?
Well, Minister Fudge told me that you make a delightful English breakfast, so I suppose I'll try that, Harry answered. By the way, I'm sorry, but can you make it quick? I'm just really hungry today. Harry wasn't entirely sure why, but at this current point in time, he felt like he could beat Ron or maybe even Dudley in an eating contest.
I suppose that's just natural for your age, Tom shrugged. Give me a few, Mr. Potter. I'll be right back with your breakfast. And I'll see what drinks we have available at the moment. Drinks? Harry blinked. Ones suitable for underage children, yes, Tom grinned before walking off. I'll be back soon, he called before heading out. Meanwhile, Harry impatiently waited for Tom to come back, impatiently tapping his finger on the bar the whole time. Harry wasn't sure how long it was before Tom returned, but it felt like an eternity. As soon as Tom returned and placed Harry's breakfast down, the boy who lived wasted no time before digging into the delicious-looking food in front of him like it was his last meal on Earth. Wow, you really are hungry. Tom couldn't help but stare at the boy in front of him who was doing his best impersonation of a black hole. The boy did remember his manners and tried to eat his food as politely as possible, but he was still shoving it down his mouth at a surprising rate. That was good, Harry commented once he had finished. Well, I'm glad you liked it, Tom smiled at him. I'll be sure to let the chef know and… Is there any chance I can have it again? Harry asked hopefully. You want another full English breakfast? Tom blinked. Yes, please. Harry nodded. Oh, okay, Tom said after a few seconds' pause. I'll be right back. After eating the second load of breakfast, Harry retreated upstairs to his room, though he was really disconcerted by the fact that his stomach had started growling on the way up the stairs. Hadn't he had enough? He never ate this much, before it would be a big struggle for him to just eat one English breakfast. Once Harry entered his room, the wave of hunger intensified and he started struggling with resisting the idea to go back down and demand more food. He was pretty sure that by the end of the day the whole of Diagon Alley would be telling each other that Harry Potter was a massive eating machine. Harry slowly walked forwards and spotted Hedwig sitting on her perch and eyeing him with concern. I'm fine, Hedwig, my stomach is just messed up. Harry stopped in front of her, suddenly aware of how much he was sweating. He could feel his hair pressed against his forehead, his eyes tried to close against his will and he found it much harder to stay upright. Hedwig gave him a disbelieving hoot. Yeah, fair enough, I'm starting to think this is probably worse than I originally. Harry trailed off, his eyes narrowing at Hedwig, his breathing growing shallower. Hoot? Hedwig looked at him questioningly. I. Harry trailed off upon hearing the sound of wings flapping. A second later a pigeon had landed on the open windowsill. Harry's vision glazed over and his mind temporarily blanked. The next thing he felt was something scratching down the inside of his neck. What the? Harry blinked his eyes repeatedly until his vision was clear enough for him to see what had happened. In his hands was the pigeon that had been on the window, except it was horrifyingly missing its head. Blood squirted down from the stump where its head had originally been and slid down until it landed on his hand. He and Hedwig stared with horror at the decapitated bird, neither of them moving. What the? Harry paused as he realized just what had slid down his throat a few moments ago. Dropping the bird's body like it was bad news, he rushed to the bathroom, slamming open the door and sliding down to his knees in front of the toilet. He opened the seat and was barely able to get his mouth over it in time. He gasped just before the contents of his breakfast shot out of his stomach and into the toilet. After what felt like an eternity, Harry pulled his head back, but quickly stopped when he felt the need to vomit again. He once more positioned his mouth over the toilet, but once he did so he saw the pigeon's head floating in the mix of toilet water and vomit. Seeing it staring back at him was the catalyst needed to speed up Harry's stomach evacuation. What is happening to me? Harry gasped out once he was done, moving away from the toilet and sitting against the nearest wall. Blood and vomit on his mouth plus blood on his hands caused him to close his eyes in an attempt to ignore what was happening long enough for him to think. I can't believe I just did that. Oh crap, Hedwig saw that. Harry groaned, realizing that his relationship with his owl had more than likely just gotten a lot more awkward. It took Harry several minutes before he was able to muster up the strength to stand up. Once he had gotten to both feet he staggered towards the mirror and quickly leaned on the sink underneath it so he could stay standing. He coughed violently before reaching for his toothbrush and toothpaste while mentally planning what he would do next. Firstly, he would do whatever it took to get this horrible smell and taste out of his mouth. He was going to flush that toilet as many times as necessary to get rid of that head. Then he would apologize to Hedwig and find a way to get rid of the pigeon body. Then he was going to brush his teeth again before trying to forget this whole experience. After pouring a larger than normal helping of toothpaste on his brush, he placed the brush in his mouth and began cleaning vigorously. Harry. A deep voice spoke, Harry looked up and saw his reflection in the mirror. What the F? Harry jumped back, toothbrush dropping out of his mouth and into the sink just before he ended up tripping and hitting the back of his head on the wall behind him. Ow! Harry groaned after sliding down to the floor, one hand reaching up to massage his head while the other wiped the toothpaste off his mouth. I didn't actually see that, did I? Harry wondered out loud, wondering if what he had seen in the mirror was real. Because if it was, then he was going to have to find a great way to explain why he ended up having two large teardrop-shaped eyes and massive razor-sharp teeth. Harry slowly got to a crouching position before rising up and staring at the mirror in front of him. He breathed out a sigh of relief upon seeing that his teeth were normal and that his eyes were the usual emerald green eyes he had had for all of his life. What is happening to me? Harry wondered, not for the first time today. 10 minutes later, after continuing to brush his teeth while constantly staring at the mirror, Harry exited the bathroom and immediately felt Hedwig's gaze on him. Harry gulped as he looked between Hedwig, who was still sitting on her perch, and the headless body of the pigeon on the floor. Harry ended up having to quickly look away from the bird or else he would risk vomiting again, which meant he was now staring at Hedwig, who was still staring back at him. Sorry girl. Harry apologized awkwardly. I don't really have an explanation for what just happened. I just sort of blanked out and the next thing I knew was that I had just eaten that bird's head. I'm really sorry, I wouldn't do that to you, I promise. You know I wouldn't, right Hedwig? Harry asked, pleading for her forgiveness. Hedwig stared at him for several painfully long seconds, looking like she was staring into his very soul and deciding if he was worthy. A moment later, Harry got his answer. Hoot. Hedwig leapt off her perch and flapped her wings to push herself high enough to glide onto Harry's shoulder. After landing, she faced him and affectionately nibbled on his ear until he reached up and petted her. Hedwig showed no hesitation or even worry in letting him do so. Thank you, Hedwig. Harry smiled brightly at her, pleased by the trust that she had shown in him. He had just eaten another bird, yet she trusted him enough to not harm her. You're the best. Hedwig chirped in a way that Harry understood to mean, I know that, silly. Now, what to do about that? Harry wondered out loud as he stared at the bird's body. Hoot. You're right. Harry absently agreed with a nod of his head. I wish I had someone to clean it. Yous need cleanings? A voice spoke. Harry jumped in shock and turned around to find a small house elf dressed in similar clothes to Tom. What? Who are you? Harry blinked. I's be Tank, the elf answered. Tank works here. Would sir need Tank to clean something? Yeah, if it's not a bother. Harry stepped to the side and gestured to the bird body. Oh my. Tank trailed off and stared at the bird with wide eyes. What happened to Birdie? Not sure, Harry fibbed. Hedwig just found the bird there, didn't you girl? Hedwig quickly nodded her head. Oh my, maybe a cat. Tank thought out loud before shaking his head and redirecting his focus to Harry. Tank will clean it. Does sir need anything else? No, thank you. Harry began but was interrupted when his stomach rumbled. Does sir want to eat something? No, Harry said quickly before realizing that he had maybe answered just a bit too quickly. No, sorry, I ate already. He finished with a weak smile. Oh. Okay. Tank stared at the weird human before he vanished the pigeon with a click of his fingers. He nodded to Harry before popping away. OF ******ing hell. Harry groaned before he walked over to the bed. Hedwig flew back to her perch before Harry hopped onto the bed and lied down on his back. Hedwig, Harry spoke up several minutes later. Do you think I should see a healer or something? Hedwig nodded and hooted to say, yes, I do think you should see a healer. You ate a damn pigeon, fair enough. Harry sat up and covered his mouth when he yawned. No. A deep voice echoed in Harry's head, causing him to stop moving. No healers. Harry looked around the room but didn't see anybody but Hedwig. Who are you? Harry spoke up, ignoring the way Hedwig was looking at him. I can hear you, but I can't see you. Who are you? Where are you? I am inside your head, the voice replied. My head? Harry blinked, one hand instinctively going to his scar. No, not in your head's scar. Though that scar is fairly interesting by itself, the voice replied. Who are you? Harry demanded, looking around with the hope that eventually he'd see or spot something. I am Venom, the voice answered, and I am bonded to you." "What?" Harry blurted out. "This relationship is quite beneficial to both of us," Venom hummed. "Trust me." "I don't even know you," Harry hissed. "How is this beneficial? I don't even know what or where you are." "I am inside of you. What I am is a Clintar." "A what?" "Clintar," Venom repeated slowly as if talking to a small child. "We're commonly known as a symbiote, an advanced alien species." "Aliens?" Harry blinked. "Are you telling me that you're an alien?" Harry blurted out, struggling to believe it. Magic was one thing, but aliens was a whole other ballgame. Though, to be fair, he would have laughed at the idea of magic existing if asked about it a few years ago. "Yes, now listen to me," Venom ordered. "Despite what you may believe, this relationship benefits both of us. I need a host to survive." "What? You'd die without one." "Yes," Venom reluctantly admitted, knowing that Harry was against needlessly causing harm to others, even those that weren't human. "Having a host keeps me alive. And I, in return, bring plenty of benefits to the table. As long as I am by your side, you'll be stronger, faster, and far more dangerous. Perhaps I might even have a positive effect on your magic. I've never bonded to a wizard before." "See, can't you just bond to someone else?" Harry asked hopefully. "I could try," Venom answered. "However, doing so would risk their lives. If the host is not compatible, then it's possible that they would die if I stay too long." "Oh." Harry paused, not sure how to respond. "Wait, you've killed people?" "One person, though that was accidental," Venom replied. He quickly continued speaking when he saw that Harry looked more than ready to begin a lengthy rant. He was dying anyway. He was an astronaut and their ship had been in a massive crash. He barely survived and his leg was broken. If I didn't attempt to bond with him, then there was every chance that he would have just died in the field by himself. But you. If I had successfully bonded to him, then I would have been able to heal him," Venom explained. "If the bond was successful, then he would have survived." I'm sorry, but no." Harry shook his head before standing up. If you need a host, then I'll find you someone or something. I don't know. I just want you gone." Harry quickly walked to the door, intent on going down and asking Tom to contact someone that could help him with the fact that he apparently had an alien in his body. Harry reached for the door handle, but that was about as far as he got as his entire body froze just before his fingers could wrap around the handle. What's going on?" "You are not going to contact anyone, not yet," Venom whispered from inside Harry's head. Harry was about to respond when suddenly his body turned around against his will and he found himself walking back to the bed despite his best efforts to do otherwise. "Stop that! Let go of me!" Harry yelled before he threw himself on the bed, landing on his back before his body snapped into a straight position with his hands falling to his side and his legs sticking together as if he had been hit with a bodybind spell. "Get off me, you stupid parasite!" "Parasite?" Venom's boomed in Harry's head, causing the young wizard to wince. Harry's right arm suddenly stretched out. A second later, Harry ended up slapping himself on the face, hard. "Ow!" Harry hissed. "Don't call me that again," Venom growled, forcing Harry's arm back to his side. "Now listen to me, Harry. If anyone finds out about me, then I could be killed if I'm lucky, or thrown into a lab and tested on until I wish for death. And I will not allow that to happen." "What do you want?" Harry growled out through gritted teeth. "You, just you," Venom answered, not hesitating for a moment. "That is what I want. But enough about me, because you need me a lot more than I need you." "What?" Harry wasn't sure if Venom could see the look of disbelief on his face, but if he couldn't, then the disbelief in his voice should get the job done. "I don't need you." "Don't you?" Venom asked in a slightly amused voice. "Think about it, Harry. If I leave you, then I go and find another host. I might end up accidentally killing a few potential hosts until I find the right one. Perhaps I could find a truly powerful one like Albus Dumbledore, but then you would be alone. Think about it, Harry, you need help." "I don't need anything from you," Harry hissed, still trying in vain to move his body. "Then you've not been paying attention, Harry," Venom responded. "Think about it, you spent 10 years suffering at the hands of the Dursleys. All because you weren't strong enough to stop them." "I couldn't do anything because I was a child," Harry argued. "You still are by human standards," Venom calmly replied. But if I was there then they wouldn't have dared raise a hand against you. Then you arrived at Hogwarts and nearly died a few times, only surviving because of stubbornness and luck. If it wasn't for your mother's sacrifice then you would be a small body in a grave and Quirrell would have gotten the stone. How do you know all this? Harry asked, his face pale. I am inside your head, Venom reminded him. Remember? All of your memories, all available to me. Get out! Harry roared, alarmed by the thought of anyone, especially an alien, accessing his mind. Not until you've listened to me, Venom said with a hint of impatience, not appreciating Harry's constant interruptions. After your first year, you went back to the Dursleys, only to get locked up. You let poor Hedwig get forced into a cage. Venom's voice sounded so disappointed that Harry couldn't help but wince. His gaze flitted across the room to spot Hedwig, who was staring at him with concern. Poor Hedwig. Poor, loyal and sweet Hedwig. Locked up in a cage barely big enough for her to stretch her wings because you couldn't stand up to the Dursleys. She just saw you eat a bird and is still loyal enough to stick by you, but you weren't loyal enough to help her. I'd die for her, Harry snarled, desperately wishing he could move. Really? Yet you wouldn't help her out of the cage? I couldn't do anything, You're a wizard, Venom cut him off. One that at the time had only had a year's training and couldn't use a wand, but if you had tried hard enough then you could have got her out. But you didn't. You were scared, you wouldn't have been if I was there. You had to be rescued from them by the Weasleys, then you went to school where you were nearly killed by a basilisk. After killing a 50-foot-long snake, what did you do? Let yourself get sent here again. If I hadn't found you then you'd probably go to school this year and end up back at the Dursleys again. Wait. What do you mean? That last part, about the Dursleys? Harry asked, his voice noticeably softer than before. You think I'm going to let you go back there? Disbelief covered Venom's voice. No, unless you're up for some revenge, we are not going there, Venom said in a firm voice. No longer will you be forced to be there South * Avenue. No longer will they lock up Hedwig or you. It doesn't matter what Fudge or Dumbledore wants, you're not going back there. Do you want to know what I think? What? Harry couldn't help but ask. Venom didn't immediately reply, but Harry felt Venom release his hold on Harry's body because a second later he was able to sit up. The way I see it, we can do whatever we want, Venom spoke up. I don't care what you want to do. All I need is a host and to eat, that's enough for me. What do you want? I don't know. Harry breathed out, slightly surprised by the question. Nobody ever asks you what you want, Venom said knowingly. Your friends want things, the Dursleys want things, the teachers want things, even the ministry. But what do you want? I don't know, Harry repeated with a bit of frustration. We have plenty of time to find out. Venom's voice sounded somewhat soothing to Harry. I don't care for others, Harry, you are my host. You're all I will ever need. Harry stayed silent for several minutes, staring at the wall opposite him as he gathered his thoughts. How did you find me? Harry asked suddenly. You should thank your aunt, it's probably the first useful thing the stupid bint has ever done for you, Venom answered. Aunt Petunia. No, the fat one, Marge, Venom corrected. I ended up in a spider's body until I managed to find her dog, Ripper. You were in Ripper? Harry gaped. Were you why he wasn't growling and trying to rip my legs off? You're welcome, Venom replied, sounding as if he just brought the whole of England under Harry's control and was expecting Harry to drop to his knees to thank him. When I observed you through the dog's eyes, I realized that you would be a perfect host. Ripper had many memories of attacking you, and I could see the delicious emotions pouring off you. The fact that you're magical is just a great bonus. Emotions? Harry asked. You feed on emotions? Yes, Venom answered. Harry got the impression that if he had a physical form then Venom would be nodding right now. That's one of the things I feed on. I feed on intense emotional energy like anger, passion, or excitement. Yeah, well I can't make myself experience them all the time because you're hungry, Harry pointed out. I also feed on brains, Venom mentioned. Brains? Harry yelped. You can't eat people's brains. Oh, I'm strong enough to do so, Venom chuckled. I'm not letting you eat people's brains. Are you sure I can't convince you to? No. Harry cut him off in a firm voice. Spoil sport, Venom replied. Harry couldn't help but imagine a mouth full of sharp teeth making a pouting expression. Fine, then you'll need to find me something else to eat. I'm sure that eventually, we'll find something that can satisfy me. Despite his words, Venom didn't think that his host would stick to his no-eating brains policy for long. His life was far too messed up for him to not be tempted to just deal with a few problems permanently. So, what's it going to be, Harry? Let me stay, let me help you and Hedwig, or make me leave, and risk me finding a host that is not as nice as you. What's it going to be? Well, that's just not fair. Harry couldn't help but think to himself. Perhaps not, but that's your choice. Venom's voice cut into Harry's thoughts. Fine, Harry eventually nodded. He couldn't help but feel like he was making a deal with the devil in some ways. But overall, he couldn't help but agree with what Venom was offering. He could tell that if the alien truly wanted to hurt him right now, then he could just force Harry to jump out of a window or something. He wished that he could ignore some of the other stuff that Venom had said, but he couldn't. Every school year so far he had nearly died multiple times, and then at the end of the year, he ends up being sent to the Dursleys. If anyone could use extra help, it'd be him. Besides, there wasn't a great alternative. Keep Venom with him and possibly get some valuable help, or risk letting him loose and into the hands of somebody like Malfoy, or worse, Voldemort. I'm willing to have a trial period. Harry briefly wondered if he could get away with telling people about Venom, but quickly dismissed that thought upon remembering that Venom would probably stop him before he could even get a word out. Under a few conditions, Harry added. I'm listening. Venom's calm voice successfully hid the excitement he felt. Having a willing host was so much better than those unwilling ones. He could tell that the boy wasn't fully committed to the idea, but Venom believed that with enough time he could bring the boy on board. Firstly, no taking control of my body, ever again, Harry began. But Harry, what if you're unconscious and somebody is about to kill you? Venom asked. I could take control of your body and get you to safety. Harry paused, and considered what Venom had said. Fine, no taking my body unless there's an emergency or if I give permission, Harry amended. Fair enough. What's the next condition? No harming anyone I care about, Harry said with a surprising amount of firmness. That's not negotiable. Your friends and family are my friends and family, Venom spoke in a soft voice. They have nothing to fear from me. Venom told him in an honest voice. He was fine with not harming friends and family, though if Harry suddenly decided they weren't his friends or family anymore, then that just meant more food for him. Good. Harry didn't fully believe Venom, but that was better than nothing, and no eating brains. Find me something I can feed on and then I won't. Venom's voice held a hint of annoyance. Anything else? Yeah, Harry nodded. I don't know you, and right now, I don't trust you. But I'm willing to give you a chance, but if you make me regret it, then I will. What? Venom asked curiously. What will you do? I'll find a way to stop you, no matter how long it takes, Harry said with plenty of conviction in his voice. You think that you can stop me? Venom laughed. You think you stand a chance against me? No, Harry answered honestly. But then again, I didn't think I stood a chance when fighting Quirrell with Voldemort on his head, or when I fought the basilisk. Yet Quirrell became nothing but ashes and the basilisk is the one that's currently lying dead in the chamber. There's that inner fire, Venom laughed again, though it wasn't the same laugh as before. That laugh had been filled with humor and mocking. This one held approval, the kind of laugh Harry would imagine his father would have given him the first time he saw him ride a broom, though obviously a bit deeper. You'll make a great host. Now, we need to find something to eat. Now? Harry frowned. I just ate a pigeon, Harry reminded him. Not good enough, Venom replied. I need something better, and quickly. I haven't eaten anything tasty in a while. Oh. 'Kay, I'll find something then. Harry huffed. Apparently he was now an intergalactic babysitter. Sorry, Hedwig. Harry looked at his faithful companion who was still staring at him. Well, there's apparently an alien inside of me, Harry explained, opting to go with blunt honesty. Hedwig stared at him as if he had just burst into dance. Yeah, hard to believe. It's somewhere on the level of finding out that there's an entire race of wizards and witches hiding in front of her eyes. Still, this alien para. Call me a parasite again and you'll regret it, Venom warned. This alien is apparently here to stay, Harry coughed. So. Yeah. I'm going to go to the shops and try to find him something to eat. I'll get something for you as well, promise. Harry said before he stood up and reached into his trunk and began pulling out clothes. Wait a sec, you can see me right? So you'd see me if I started changing my clothes? Harry frowned. Why would I care? Venom asked dismissively. I have access to every single memory you have and you are an entirely different species. For you, it would be like watching Hedwig take off a jumper. Oh. Fair enough. Harry sighed. Living with an alien in his head was going to take some getting used to. I like to think that I'm taking this surprisingly well, he commented. Do you want a medal? Venom asked sarcastically. How about a little less attitude? Harry asked, glaring at an opposite wall since he didn't really have a face that he could glare at. In that case, get me something to eat, Venom said impatiently. Do so, and I'll start proving to you how useful I am. What do you mean? Harry frowned. An underfed body and weak vision, I can fix that for you. What? Really? Yep, better hurry with the food. Why do you wear those clothes? Venom complained once Harry had finished getting change. If you really have access to my memories then you know why, Harry grumbled, not really that fond of his clothes either. His beige-colored trousers needed an extremely strong belt to be held up. His blue shirt was a checkered one that Dudley had worn once before never wearing again, the bottom of his shirt reaching just above his knees. Because of the Dursleys, I know, Venom growled. But they're not here now. Are you really going to let them decide what you wear? You're rich. Buy some new clothes. I can't, if I go back and they find out that I have new clothes then. You won't go back, Venom cut in with a firm voice. And even if some disaster forces you to temporarily go back there then they won't take away your clothes. I won't let them. Now, when we go out, you need to buy new clothes. Fine, Harry said after a few moments, realizing that Venom had a point. He was rich enough, why couldn't he buy some clothes for himself? If things got really bad then he could find a way to just hide them in his school trunk, something that should be possible given that he had access to magic. Though I have yet to see anything impressive about you so I hope you understand if I have my doubts. How about this? Venom asked. How about? What the? Harry trailed off as he felt his trousers and shirt get ripped into pieces and fall of his body. He had barely had a second to register what had happened when suddenly his body was covered in new clothes. His beige trousers had been replaced with black jeans, his checkered shirt was replaced with a black t-shirt and a black hooded jacket. Whoa! Harry couldn't help the grin that appeared on his face. That's cool. I know, Venom replied, sounding quite proud. Does it have to be all black? Harry asked, looking down at his new clothes. I don't know, do you have to be all fussy? Venom retorted. Harry flushed slightly, realizing that he might have sounded ungrateful. He opened his mouth to apologize when suddenly his shirt changed into a white color. Better? Venom asked. Much. Harry nodded appreciatively. Sorry if I sounded ungrateful, he added apologetically. Make it up to me with food, Venom replied. Fine, the only problem I see right now is that I don't think it's wise to order more food from Tom. With how much I'm eating he might get worried and call a healer. I also can't go out, I'm not technically supposed to leave this place. Harry remembered. Yes, you can. The minister just said that you should stay in Diagon Alley and not leave this place at night. Not that we have to listen to him. Don't you remember what I said? We can do whatever we want, if we want to go out then we'll do so. Venom told him just before Harry's hood went up over his head. Watch. Harry looked down and couldn't help but gape when he saw himself turn invisible. You can turn me invisible? Harry blurted out. An invisibility cloak was one thing, but being able to turn invisible by yourself, even if it was through an alien being that had latched onto you, was an entirely different situation. Impressed yet? Venom asked in a smug voice. Yeah, Harry chuckled. I'm impressed, he admitted. So, now what? We just sneak out the door. No, the window. The window? Harry blinked. Can you fly? I can make wings to glide, but we won't need to fly. Open the window then jump out. I'm sorry, but did you just say, jump out? Harry asked with a hint of disbelief. Yes, jump, now. Do you know how big a drop that is? I'll end up snapping my ankles. You won't snap your ankles while I'm here, trust me. Now move. Venom impatiently ordered. This is madness, Harry whispered to himself before he moved to the window. He opened it and gulped as he looked down at the 3-story drop. Jump, trust me. Venom's voice echoed in Harry's head. If I end up in the hospital, then I'm never going to let you live this down. Harry gulped as he climbed onto the window ledge, and closed his eyes while taking a moment to curse his Gryffindor nature before allowing himself to drop and fall towards the ground. For a few seconds, he felt the wind being pushed aside by his body as gravity pulled him straight to the ground. Harry grunted as he felt his feet impact against the stone floor beneath him. Bloody hell! Harry's eyes snapped open and widened as he stared between his unharmed self, the ground and the window he had just jumped off of. Wow, you really did make me stronger. Yep. Now do I have to tell you to go again, or should I just take control of your body and get the food myself? Venom growled.
I would have thought that an alien as smart and strong as you could handle being patient, Harry commented before deciding to start walking down the alley he was in, since he didn't want to make Venom hungry and angry enough to follow through with his threat. Can you hear me if I talk to you like this? Harry thought. Yes, why? Venom asked. So I don't have to keep speaking out loud, Harry explained. I'll get weird looks if I speak out loud, besides it kind of negates the whole invisibility thing. Why do you ask? Don't you know my every thought or something like that? I asked because I wasn't actively looking through your mind, Venom explained. When I am, then I can know your every thought. Oh, fair enough, Harry said just before stopping once they neared the end of the alley. You need to turn me visible again. I can't buy anything if I'm invisible. Fine. A second later Harry found himself visible once again. Thanks, Harry whispered before walking out into Diagon Alley. He did his best to keep his head down and made sure to leave his hood up, hoping to not have anyone recognize him. A minute or so later he had neared a cafe. He was ready to go in and try sampling foods. Hopefully, he would be able to find something that Venom approved of in there. Excuse me, young man, a female voice said. Harry stopped and turned around and saw a brown-haired woman in muggle clothes staring at him. Sorry to bother you, but can you please show me where the wizard's bank is? She asked. My daughter rushed off to the bank and I don't think she noticed that I was busy and hadn't followed her. Oh, sure. Harry nodded. Barely a second later he winced as he heard Venom yell, "No!" from inside his head. Are you all right? The woman asked, noticing his expression. Yeah, sorry, just a headache. Follow me. Harry turned and began walking. What the hell, Venom? He mentally asked. Don't help her. Oh, for Merlin's sake, Harry mentally groaned. I'll find some damn food for you, okay? It'll take me about a minute to get her to the bank, then we can try out some new food and... That's not what I meant. Venom cut him off. Her emotions feel all wrong. What? Her emotions? I can detect emotions and her emotions are telling me that the best thing to do is let me eat her head before she hurt us. You're not eating her or anyone else, was the first thought that came into Harry's head. It was only a second later before he registered the rest. Wait, what do you mean that she'll hurt us? A second later Harry got his answer when he suddenly felt something poke him in his back, causing him to stop. He felt a body move behind him, stopping at only the barest distance needed to prevent it from touching him. Stay very still, he heard the woman he was helping whisper. Her voice was suddenly a lot more menacing and far less friendly. There's an alley to our right. Slowly walk into it, don't draw attention. If you try anything then I'll turn your spine into dust and escape before anyone can even call for help. Now, move, she ordered, pushing the tip of her wand deeper into his back, causing him to wince slightly. Well, if I die here then at least Voldemort won't get the satisfaction. Harry thought as he obeyed the witch, reluctantly walking into the alley with her following behind him. You are not going to die, Venom told him. We must simply wait until we're far enough away. Far enough away from what? Witnesses. Venom's voice purred in his head, causing Harry's eyes to widen slightly at the obvious anticipation he could hear. Venom, you're not going to kill them. Why not? Venom asked, sounding genuinely curious. It isn't right, Harry protested. Neither is letting this woman stay healthy enough to attack other people. It would be just the same as you stopping Quirrell and the basilisk. That was different, Harry argued. What happened to Quirrell was an accident and I had no choice with the basilisk. Perhaps, but think about it this way, would you rather know for sure that this woman wouldn't hurt anyone ever again or risk her escaping justice as Lucius Malfoy did? Because calling him innocent is the same as calling Voldemort kind. Harry wasn't able to respond as a moment later his attention was brought back to the present when he found himself at the end of an alleyway, surrounded by the witch and a trio of wizards that had their wands pointed at him. "The kid's a bit small, isn't he?" one of the men asked. "Hardly matters," another man replied. "He's sellable." "Sellable," Harry dumbly repeated before glancing around. Behind him was a wall, there was a building on his left and right side. In front of him, just after the 4 kidnappers, was a long stretch of an alley. There was no sign of anyone else nearby and he doubted that he would even be able to scream before they silenced and gagged him. "Yep," the third man grinned. "There's quite a market for it." He raised his wand, the tip of it glowing. Harry instinctively took a step back but stopped when he felt something moving up his arm. His right arm raised itself without Harry even wanting it to. Harry watched as a black goo covered his hand and wrist, a goo that he could feel all the way up to his elbow. A black tendril shot out from his hand and tackled the man, slamming into him and sending him crashing into the wall behind him. The tendril released him and allowed him to slide bonelessly to the ground. The tendril then changed targets and grabbed the first of the men by the neck before smashing him into the other man, hard, taking them out of the fight. "What the F***?" The witch cursed before firing a cutting curse right at Harry's neck. Harry's eyes widened in fear. Thankfully he was saved when the tendril retracted and the goo disappeared from his right arm and appeared on his left, covering it from elbow to fingertips. The goo extended out of his hand and formed a human-sized shield which took the curse for him. "What is that?" Harry blurted out from behind the shield. "Not what, who," Venom corrected as the witch continued to fire spell after spell at them. "This black stuff is you?" Harry asked, forgetting to speak in his head. "Part of me, here's the rest." Venom had barely let Harry hear those words before Harry transformed. Harry ended up being covered from head to toe in black goo. Once he was fully covered his body grew. He grew taller, his muscles got bigger, going well past regular bodybuilder sizes. By the time he had stopped growing, he stood over 7 feet tall with massive muscles beyond anything that Harry felt would be possible to achieve. His fingertips and toe sharpened, his mouth stretched from ear to ear, giving him a permanent grin. His teeth were long, pointy and snowy white and matched perfectly with the long tongue that was sticking out of his mouth. The only other bits of him that weren't black were the 2 white and teardrop-shaped eyes. What are you?" the witch gasped fearfully. "We are Venom," the creature said with a disturbing grin before it opened its jaw so wide that a snake would be impressed, revealing a set of horrifying teeth. The witch let out a terrified scream before firing another curse at Venom. With a speed that didn't match his size, Venom dodged it and leapt forwards, one hand grabbing the witch's wand hand. A crunching sound was barely heard before the woman's screams of pain filled up the alley. Venom purred as he shook the woman's broken hand, allowing her wand to drop harmlessly to the floor. His long tongue reached forwards and the tip touched the woman's forehead while she protested in pain, disgust and no small amount of fear. Venom pulled his tongue away and stared at her. Eyes, lungs, pancreas, so many snacks but so little time. Venom cooed. He was sure that even in this alley the woman's screams would have attracted attention. "Leave me alone," the woman cried before pulling out a knife and jamming it in Venom's shoulder. Unfortunately for her, it might as well have been a toothpick given how effective it was. "That tickles." Venom chuckled as the woman let go of the knife, her eyes widening in horror as the knife sunk into Venom's body, disappearing from view. "That was the sort of thing a brainless idiot would do, and if you're not using your brain, I'll have it." No eating heads," Harry's voice echoed in Venom's head. "Fine." Venom growled before his mouth snapped open and bit down on the hand that the woman had used to stab him. The woman shrieked in pain as Venom dropped her, leaving her alive but with one less hand. Venom turned and leapt upwards. After traveling a fairly long distance away from the scene, Venom landed on top of a decently tall building. He was pretty sure that there was nobody else around, so was fine with transforming back into Harry. "What the F*** was that?" Harry gasped, his hands moving up to feel his body. He breathed a small sigh of relief upon realizing that he was back to normal. Harry spotted a few pieces of broken glass nearby. He quickly rushed forwards and picked up the biggest piece he could find. He stared at his reflection, glad to see his regular old face with his black hair and green eyes, even his glasses. His free hand rubbed at his eyes in an attempt to stave away the headache he was feeling, though it wasn't doing as good of a job as he would like. Harry removed his hand and damn near jumped out of his skin when he saw that his reflection in the glass had changed. Bloody hell. Venom, is that you? Harry asked, staring at the white-eyed and large-toothed being that had replaced his reflection. Correct, Venom said, nodding even though Harry hadn't. Impressive, right? That's one word for it. Harry agreed even though the first word that jumped into his head was terrifying. He didn't really blame that witch for being so scared. He was sure that seeing Venom in person would be an even more overwhelming experience. You bit that woman's hand off. Harry remembered as he continued to goggle at Venom. Harry's right shoulder twitched. He glanced at it and saw a black tendril shoot out from it and move until it was in front of his face. The tip of the tendril changed and suddenly Venom's face was staring at him. You wouldn't let me eat her head, Venom said in a voice that was a cross between amusement and annoyance. Harry gulped, barely noticing that he had dropped the glass that he had been holding. This is what you look like? Harry asked softly, still staring at Venom. Once he got past how scary the alien was, he could admit that Venom looked fairly impressive. His eyes, teeth, and even his tongue just screamed out, Apex Predator. Is that a problem? Venom asked, sounding offended. No, Harry quickly replied. It's just, well, a bit overwhelming. Honestly, you're very impressive, Venom guessed, purring out the word. Intimidating, handsome. Yeah, all of the above. Harry nodded. He couldn't help but think that the Venom was having a bit of an ego. But, back to that woman. Yes, I don't know why you're complaining, Venom responded. I didn't even enjoy the taste of her. You ate her hand. She stabbed me, Venom interrupted. It didn't even hurt you. Harry pointed out with a frown. Doesn't mean that I have to like it, Venom growled. Besides, what I did was a public service. A public service? Harry repeated with disbelief, goggling at Venom. How was that a public service? Think about it, Harry. Venom's tongue licked his lips. That woman was a very bad person. Well, yeah, Harry conceded. She was. But she has probably done horrible things to many others, the same horrible things she tried to do to you. Venom spoke, his voice sounding softer than before. If I stopped her permanently, then there would have been far fewer victims in the future. But the Aurors can catch her, right? Harry asked. Perhaps, Venom nodded. But we made it much easier for them. Besides, it's not entirely guaranteed that they would punish them properly. We made it so that those criminals will think twice before doing anything like that again. We, Harry echoed. Why do you say, we? You did that, not me. Wrong, Venom spoke up, his mouth widening into a full-sized grin. I couldn't have done that without you, Harry. It is, we, Harry. Now, if you don't want me to go back and finish the job, then you need to find me some more food. I'm willing to listen to you, but not if it means dying of hunger. Harry's emerald green eyes locked with Venom's milky white ones. The two simply stared at each other for several long moments before Harry let out a small huff. Fine, there should be a few food shops nearby. We'll experiment and see what you like. Excellent, Venom said in a happy voice before pulling back and disappearing back into Harry's body. Let's get going. Venom's voice echoed in Harry's head. My life was a lot more normal before I met you. Harry groaned, but stood up anyway and decided to get moving. As far as he was concerned, it was better to just hurry up and get the alien his food. Oh crap, Harry hissed before he landed on the cobbled street below, the stones he landed on cracking viciously. Harry looked back up at the 3-story building he had jumped off of. Wow, Harry breathed out before walking out of the alley. Thankfully his hood was still up and decreased the chances of him getting caught. I swear, one day you're going to get me killed. Why would I do that? Venom asked. You were far too good of a match to throw away. Yeah, well, if I die then you just go and find a new host or something, right? Harry asked. Yes, Venom admitted. But that does not mean I would enjoy doing so. There are no guarantees that I will ever find a host that I can bond with like you, only probability. Perhaps, but you still forget that normal humans don't casually jump off buildings. Harry pointed out. You were right, Venom agreed. Normal humans do not. You are far from normal, even before meeting me. Sad part is, I can't argue against that. Harry's sigh wasn't simply limited to being in his mind. Normal is overrated. You sound like you're in a bad movie. Harry told him just before stopping and looking around. What about that shop on your right? Venom asked. Be specific, Harry told him as he looked right. Which shop? Wait, are you talking about that one? Harry asked, staring right at Elop's Owl Emporium. Yes, I'm up for some experimentation. Not in my body, you're not. Harry quickly sent back. We'll try something else, Harry thought before looking around and spotting a stall with a man selling various sweets and chocolate. Harry couldn't help the grin that appeared on his face as he was unintentionally reminded of buying a ton of stuff on his first ride to Hogwarts. How about some sweets and chocolate? Harry asked. Sweets, chocolates. Venom hummed in Harry's head. Buy a few, buy some animals as well, just in case. I will buy some meat from the butcher's shop and... No, Venom hissed. It needs to be live. For Merlin's sake, Harry groaned under his breath. Let's just try the sweets first, yeah. Fine. Chocolate. I like chocolate. Venom declared a few minutes after the two had finished their tasting spree. So, brains and chocolate then, Harry snorted. So very similar. I like what I like, Venom growled. Fair enough, Harry replied, not wanting to get into an argument with the alien inside his head. So, what do you want to do now? Eat more. We have already eaten enough, Harry replied. I suppose I can just hurry up and get my homework over with. That would stop Hermione from harping at me. If boredom is an issue then you could get a job, Venom suggested. A job? It is my understanding that human children around your age will sometimes get jobs and begin earning money early, Venom replied. I suppose it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Harry took a moment to think about it. He would like a lazy summer, but he didn't really mind staying busy. Hermione could keep herself busy for days by just reading books. Ron could do the same as long as they were Quidditch books but would likely just waste time sleeping and eating. Harry didn't think that he could do that. His mind was constantly active and he needed to be doing something until he was tired enough to go to sleep. I think Flourish and Blots has an opening. Harry bit back a chuckle as an image of a wide-eyed Hermione finding out he would be surrounded by books entered his mind. Good, Venom said in an approving voice. An excellent choice, a beneficial one. You have a chance to improve greatly. Improve? Harry asked. What are you on about? Harry, you have the opportunity to learn more about your powers, the powers that let you manipulate reality itself. And yet you prefer to goof off with Ron. Excuse me, but have you forgotten that I'm a 13-year-old kid? Harry protested defensively. A 13-year-old kid who has nearly died multiple times since coming to the wizarding world, one that now has a mass murderer chasing after you. Venom argued. Wouldn't it be easier for everyone involved, including those that you are trying to help, if you were the best wizard you could be? Venom asked. Harry almost stumbled but managed to avoid it, barely, but as he continued working he felt his thoughts being rained down on by Venom's words. He wasn't entirely sure if the symbiote was messing with his mind or if his thought process was natural. Either way, he had no choice but to think about it. On the one hand, he wanted to protest that Venom was wrong, that Harry had done as good as someone in his position could, given that he had been Muggle-raised and that he was still quite young. But had he? Harry had no doubt that if Hermione felt like she was the center of everything then she'd hit the books with a vengeance. She'd likely pass out in the library but still, it was the thought that counted. Some may believe it to be arrogant of him to believe that he was crucial to whatever was happening, but he did truly believe it. In his first year, it had been him that had been targeted by Quirrell and it had been him who had fought Quirrell. In his second year, it had been him who had killed the basilisk and he destroyed Voldemort's diary. Of course, Ron and Hermione helped, but it felt like they were more along for the ride while everything seemed to be centered around him. Heck, even this year he had an insane mass murderer chasing after him after having broken out of an unbreakable prison, meaning the man was clearly quite skilled and/or intelligent. Did Harry really want to rely on luck? Did he not want to reduce the chances of him and his friends dying if Sirius Black attacked? Though it's not like he could actually practice during the summer, maybe he could find a way around that, and if he couldn't, then he could still learn the theoretical and practice the practical at school. That was a good idea, but he also didn't want to become like Hermione or Ron. He couldn't afford to take Ron's lazy approach to books, and he couldn't bring himself to continually do Hermione's extreme approach to books. Harry honestly wouldn't be surprised if one day that girl marries a book. Maybe he didn't have to do either, he could find a nice middle ground. Besides, he didn't have to put the same level of effort into all of his subjects. He could put most of his effort into the classes that could help him survive while putting a reasonable amount of effort into his other classes. Harry frowned as he continued walking. Every argument his mind could conjure against the idea was being shot down almost immediately. Once more he wondered if that was Venom's doing or if he was naturally coming to this himself. "Hey, stop!" a voice shouted. Harry stopped and turned around in time to see the crowd departing and a man running through, throwing spells behind him in a wild manner. Looking past the man, Harry could see two people dressed in aura robes chasing after him, though not firing spells beyond defensive ones, likely because they didn't want to risk harming the nearby crowd, unlike the man who was throwing out spells like they were going out of fashion. Harry's instincts took over and in a rather Gryffindorish move, brave and stupid, tackled the man as soon as he got near. Something that was made easy given that the man had only occasionally glanced forwards to make sure he didn't run into anything while putting the majority of his attention towards shooting spells at the auras. "Son of a bitch," the man cursed, shoving Harry off before trying to get to his feet. He had barely got to a kneeling position before being hit with a disarming spell followed by a stunner. Harry blinked before popping up to his own feet just as the two auras arrived. Harry took a look at the two as they tied up the man. The first was a tall man with dark skin. He looked experienced and quite intimidating. The second was a much younger woman with bright red hair that descended down to her shoulders, a soft face that was currently glaring at the man they had just captured and bright violet eyes. "That wasn't a very smart move, kid." The man, the oldest of the two, frowned at Harry as he spoke in a deep voice. "You shouldn't have done that, you could have gotten hurt." "Sorry," Harry apologized, ducking his head down. He looked up again upon hearing a second voice speak. "Ease up on him, Shaq, he did us a favor," the female aura said, her hair color shifting from a red to light pink. Whoa, the word had escaped Harry's mouth before he could stop himself. "What spell is that? I didn't see you use a color-changing charm. Was that time delayed or something?" "No spell, hero. It's all natural talent." The woman grinned at him. Harry couldn't help but feel his cheeks redden slightly as he stared at her. "Quite an attractive female, isn't she?" Venom's voice echoed in his head, causing Harry's red cheeks to become much brighter. He coughed and saw the woman staring at him with a knowing look in her eye. "You're either having some very disturbing or very flattering thoughts. I thank you if it's the latter." She winked at him. Trainee Tonks, the older man, apparently called Shaq, sighed. "He did us a favor, but it is still our job to catch criminals, and it is dangerous for untrained civilians to tackle criminals, especially when the civilian in question isn't of age. Now, I will take the suspect away. You deal with this and report back, understood?" "Aye aye boss." The woman, apparently called Tonks, gave him a mock salute. Shaq let out a deep sigh before he grabbed the unconscious man and disappeared with a pop. "All right, the show's over, folks," Tonks said loudly to the gathering crowd. "On your way, nothing to see here." She barked and stared until the crowd eventually began moving. "All right, come and sit with me." Tonks gently grabbed Harry's arm and guided him to a nearby bench. Once they both sat down, she waved her wand around them a couple of times. "What are you doing?" Harry asked curiously. "Basic privacy charms," she explained before pulling out a notebook. "You didn't seem that happy with all the attention." "You noticed that?" Harry asked in an embarrassed voice. "Don't worry, I've got a couple of friends like that," Tonks replied. "And yeah, I'm great at reading body language, comes with the natural shape-shifting I suppose. Also, don't worry about Or Shacklebolt, he's big and strong but he's honestly a big softy. So, what's your name? She asked. Harry hesitated before raising a hand to his hood and gently lifting it in his hair enough for her to see his scar. Merlin, she blurted out as she recognized his famous scar. No, I'm not really that strong yet, Harry joked before lowering his hood. Sorry, Tonks apologized, having recovered quickly. Just got surprised. Now, I'm just going to tap my wand on this notebook and it'll start recording everything we say, got it? Is this necessary? Harry asked. Yep, Tonks said shortly. Ready? She asked, and when Harry nodded she tapped the tip of her wand to the book. What followed was a quick interview where Harry explained how he had been walking and simply tackled the suspect. Once it was done she tapped her wand to the book again. Okay, that's over. Thanks a lot, Harry. She smiled at him. You might be contacted sooner or later, but other than that you're free to enjoy your summer. I might see you around. I patrol around here with a few different oars and we all know that you're staying here. Okay. Harry smiled at her before an idea came into his head. Tonks, could I ask you a hypothetical question? He asked. Oh, go on. Tonks stared at him. Well, let's just say that hypothetically there was an underage student that wanted to practice magic over the summer. Is there any way he could do that without getting in trouble? He asked. And why would this hypothetical student need to do that? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Maybe because he had a mass murderer who was coming after him after escaping an escape-proof prison, who could say? Harry shrugged in a casual voice. Oh, Tonks winced. Right, well, between you and me, as long as you practice out of sight in Diagon Alley, you should be fine. The sensors can't pick you up here. Wait, really? Yeah. Too much magic makes it almost impossible to single out anyone. She explained. Though, you didn't hear that from me, got it? I'm sorry, who are you again? Harry asked in a mock confused voice. You know, Tonks grinned at him. I feel like this could be the start of a great friendship. Or a romance, Venom whispered. A small smile appeared on Harry's face as he said goodbye to his latest customer. The young green-eyed wizard currently found himself behind the till of the bookstore, Flourish and Blots. Yesterday, after he finished his meeting with Tonks, he had headed over and was able to gain a summer job here. He hadn't expected to be put on the till the first day, but he liked to think that he had adapted fairly well. The manager had shadowed him at first, but after a couple of hours, he had decided that Harry was capable of doing the job without supervision. Nearly everyone had recognized him. He wouldn't be surprised if tons of people rushed over to the shop to get served by Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Perhaps that was why the manager has let him sign on so quickly. He wouldn't be surprised. Excuse me, a voice said. Harry looked up and found a rather attractive woman staring at him. She was tall, slim, and very pale with blue eyes, long blonde hair. Yes, ma'am, Harry asked in a polite voice. I wish to buy this book, the woman said as she placed a green book on the counter. I would also like to have the Hogwarts third yearbook set. Of course, do you want some of the elective books as well? Harry asked. Yes, I do, the woman nodded. I'll have the third year books for Ancient Runes, Care of Magical Creatures and... The woman paused, a look of distaste and disapproval appeared on her face. Divination. You don't like divination? Harry asked curiously before walking over to grab the books. I've heard plenty of rumors and facts about the current divination teacher at Hogwarts and I find her lacking in more than one way. The woman rolled her eyes. I am well aware that many students simply take the class for an easy grade, though I had hoped that my son would have done better than that. Besides, even under a competent teacher, it's an imprecise brand of magic that very few can actually master. She seemed to be enjoying having someone to complain to. To Harry it seemed like she had really wanted someone to listen to her. Really? Harry asked, putting the elective books on the till counter. Oh yes, the woman sighed. I told my son the very same thing. What electives have you chosen, Mr. Potter? Ah, I was kind of hoping you had missed that. Harry gestured to his scar before answering. Well, I had chosen Care of Magical Creatures and Divination, though the last one was mostly because my friend was doing it. Is it really that bad? Harry frowned. Oh, it's ghastly, the woman said quickly. If I was you, I'd do my best to transfer out. I'll give the other two a look then, Harry said thoughtfully. He was in a bookstore. He was pretty sure that he couldn't have picked a better place to learn about the two. Really? The woman sounded mildly surprised. You would listen to a random stranger. I don't really see the point in not listening to what sounds like good advice, Harry shrugged. Besides, I haven't made any choices yet. I'm just going to take a look at them, and if I like them then I'll send a letter to Professor McGonagall. The woman gave him an appraising look. She opened her mouth to speak when another voice interrupted. What's taking so, Potter? A surprised voice blurted out. Harry sighed as he saw the surprised face of the school bully, Draco Malfoy. You're working in here? Malfoy blurted out after having recovered from his shock, his lips curling up into a wide smile. Yeah, what about it? Harry asked. Let's eat him, Venom suggested in a soft voice, causing Harry to nearly jump. He had almost forgotten about the symbiote due to how quiet he had been. No, you're not eating anyone, he probably tastes horrible anyway. Harry sent back. The great Harry Potter, Draco said in a mocking voice. Fallen down to a store assistant. Draco laughed loudly. I've gotten a summer job, Malfoy. Harry rolled his eyes. It's this thing that people do. Oh, this is hilarious, Draco interrupted with another loud laugh. What's the matter, Potter? Run out of money. Did Weasley steal it? No, Malfoy. Harry at this point was honestly quite tempted to just let Venom out and have him put Malfoy in his place. He had no doubt that seeing Venom's bright white teeth would cause Malfoy to go even paler. Heck, he might even cause Malfoy to wet himself. Harry would pay top galleon to see that. I'm using this job to keep busy and the money is just a good bonus. Hey Potter, if I give you a galleon, will you dance for me? Draco laughed. Malfoy, I don't know how much you usually pay boys to do things for you, but I assure you that you don't have enough money to afford me, Harry replied in a dry voice. Draco opened his mouth to respond but paused as he realized what Harry was implying. How dare you? Draco's face turned bright red as he glared at Harry. If you don't want me to say things you don't like then stop saying things I don't like, Harry glared back. You want to make fun of me? Of me, because I have a summer job? Or is it because, unlike you, I don't plan to spend the rest of my life having, Daddy dearest, pay for everything? You filthy little, Draco, the woman snapped, having watched the whole exchange with eyes that had grown wider and wider the whole time. Though, they have now narrowed and aimed at Draco. What do you think you're doing? She asked with a sort of forced calm. What? Draco blinked. I didn't do anything. Judging by the look on her face, that wasn't the answer she was looking for. Oh, because I have a list compiled in my head. I have an alien in mine. Harry thought to himself. Firstly, you interrupted my conversation with Mr. Potter, the woman began. Secondly, you started mocking him for having a job. Thirdly, you behaved quite rudely, and fourthly, you made a scene. Thank Merlin that there isn't anybody else here at the moment, or by the end of the week the alley would be filled with rumors of the Malfoy heir thinking himself better than lowly shopkeepers. But mother, Draco began but was quickly interrupted. I'm not finished, Draco. The woman, that was apparently Mrs. Malfoy, cut him off. Mr. Potter has made a valid point. Look at him, only 13 years old, yet he is responsible enough to start trying to earn some money instead of wasting his family's money. That comment caused Malfoy to glare at Harry. In response, Harry gave him a small wave and a cheeky smile. We will be going home now and we will be discussing your behavior with your father. What? Draco looked horrified. But no excuses. She handed Harry the money before waving her wand over the books, shrinking them and sending them into her bag. Thank you for your service, Mr. Potter. She nodded to him before walking away. Draco shot Harry another glare before he walked away. Come back anytime, Harry couldn't help but shout. Malfoy stopped. For a second it looked like he was going to do or say something, but instead he continued walking after his mother. Single quote. Venom's voice interrupted Harry's thoughts. A small laugh escaped Harry's mouth at Venom's comment about Draco. Thankfully he was able to get himself under control by the time the next few customers had arrived. Harry arrived back at the leaky cauldron. A small yawn escaped his lips. While his job may not have been very physical, it had been pretty tiring for a 13-year-old. After leaving the bookstore, Harry had gone to buy some chocolates that he promptly ate as soon as he could, something that Venom appreciated. I don't see why I had to lock Scabbers away in my room when your hairball is the menace that's causing all the problems around here. A familiar voice complained, causing Harry to stop just as another voice responded to the first. Honestly, Ronald, it's not Crookshanks's fault. He's just a cat. A more feminine voice argued. Harry's lips curled into a smile as he looked across the room and saw his two best friends, the red-headed Ronald Weasley and the bushy-haired Hermione Granger. Though, Hermione was noticeably different from before, because instead of carrying a pile of books, she was carrying an orange cat that looked somewhat like a small tiger. It wasn't a particularly handsome cat, given that its flat face gave off the impression that it had run headfirst into a wall. Looks more like a pig with hair if you ask me. Ron snorted. He is not a pig, he's a cat. Hermione glared at Ron before she began whispering to her cat, apparently called Crookshanks. Ignore the mean boy. Harry couldn't help but smile as he watched the two of them bicker. That was rather normal for him given how often the two of them would argue about the biggest and smallest of things, and right now he could do with some normalcy. I'm glad to have my friends with me, Harry thought to himself. I'm your friend. Venom's voice interrupted. Are we friends? Harry wondered. Why wouldn't we be? Venom asked, sounding curious. You entered my body without permission for one. Harry rolled his eyes before he walked over to Ron and Hermione. Besides, your rat is old and disgusting, Hermione was saying to Ron. He's not disgusting. Besides, he at least doesn't go running around and chasing over people's pets. Ron argued. He's better than that hairy mess you like. I'm gone for a short while and as soon as I come back I find you two at each other's throats. Harry chuckled amusedly, causing both of them to snap their attention towards him. Harry, they both said cheerfully. Ron reached out and pulled him into a hug while Hermione shifted Crookshanks to one side so she could reach for a one-armed hug just as soon as Ron had let Harry go. However, she was interrupted when Crookshanks tried to swipe at Harry, who just about managed to move back in time. Crookshanks, Hermione said disapprovingly when the cat began hissing loudly and aggressively at Harry. What has gotten into you? I told you that the bloody thing's a menace, Ron said, shaking his head. Crookshanks is not a menace, Hermione glared at the redhead before looking down at her cat. There's probably something here that's upsetting him. I'll take him back to my room, give me a minute. Without waiting for a response, she turned and headed upstairs. Bloody mental, Ron said in a mix of fondness and irritation, not noticing Harry's thoughtful face as he watched Crookshanks be carried away. So, Ron turned to Harry, who blinked before giving Ron his full attention. What have you been up to? Me, nothing really, Harry shrugged. Right, so I suppose there wasn't anything involving you blowing up your aunt, Ron smirked. What, how do you know about that? Harry frowned. Dad knew, Ron answered. How did he know? Harry asked. Ron opened his mouth to answer but paused, a thoughtful look on his face. I don't know, Ron eventually admitted. Either way, what was it all about? The stupid woman wouldn't shut up, Harry said irritatedly. She kept insulting my parents and wouldn't stop. Eventually I just lost it and she ended up floating away. Ha! Ron let out a small laugh, shaking his head with amusement. You know that Hermione is going to lecture you about this. Ron, I won't ever last a day without expecting a lecture from her. Harry joked. Fair enough, Ron barked out a laugh. Merlin knows that I do the same. Oh yeah, did you know that we had all gone to Egypt? Harry ended up shaking his head with disbelief as he arrived back in his room later that evening. Ron had told him all about what the Weasley family had gotten up to in Egypt. It sounded like great fun and Harry was happy for them. But that did lead Harry to wonder how much money was spent, obviously quite a lot. Apparently, the Weasley family had won a lot of money earlier in a prize draw and had decided to spend it all on their holidays. Harry had exchanged looks with Hermione upon hearing that. He and the Muggle-born witch both non-verbally came to an agreement as they understood what the other was trying to say. They both thought it was pretty stupid to waste all that money on a holiday when the family was so poor, but they both knew it was probably best to not express that particular opinion. Still, it had been nice meeting the Weasleys again, Harry thought to himself as he plopped down onto his bed after greeting Hedwig. I suppose, Venom replied. They're quite loud though. Harry barely suppressed a laugh at that. Venom wasn't exactly wrong. Harry honestly couldn't imagine the Weasleys without them being loud. We all have our faults, Harry pointed out. We do not have any faults, Venom disagreed. Though, with that being said, you should probably keep eating more if you want me to fix your body. What? Harry sent back. It'll look out of the ordinary if you are suddenly fully healed, Venom told him. Eat more, and if anyone asks then tell them that you've had some potions, that way we'll have an excuse for why you'd look different. But I don't know what potions do that. You work in a bookstore, Harry, I'm sure you can find out, Venom said in a patient voice. And while you're at it, look up acromantulas. What? Why? You escaped their nest last year, they're still there and they are threats to us. We need to get rid of them or at least find a way to fight them off. But they're in the forest, I don't. So you'd kill a massive snake under the school but won't do anything about the massive man-eating spiders next to the school. Venom cut him off. They're dangerous, Harry, to us and everyone else. They tried to eat you. But if you want then we can leave them there. Hope you don't feel bad about any people they might end up killing. Harry could have sworn that the symbiote was grinning. I hate you and myself. Harry sighed. Thank you for your help, Mr. Potter. A woman waved as she left the shop. Anytime, Harry called before depositing the money she left into the till. What's up, Hermione? Harry asked when he saw Hermione walk over with a pile of books and Ron behind her. I still can't believe you get to work here. Hermione's voice was part jealous but also amazed. It's only for this summer, Harry shrugged. I might come back next summer, but that's not been decided yet. Still, Hermione dumped the books on the till. I bet it's amazing working here. Are you allowed to read the books here? Yep. Harry nodded as he began looking through all the books that Hermione had dropped. Or at least the ones that aren't age-restricted. Though I was told that if I damage any of them then I have to buy them, which is fair enough, I suppose. I've also got a small discount on any purchases now or in the future. That's brilliant, Hermione gasped. You couldn't have got a job at the Quidditch store. Ron joked. What is it with you and Quidditch? Hermione rolled her eyes. I don't know. Why are you so obsessed with books? Ron rolled his eyes. Books are educational, Ronald. Yeah, well, brooms are fun. So are books, only if you live in a library. Guys, Harry interrupted. As entertaining as this is, I'd like it if you buy your books before more customers arrive. He added, causing them to both blush slightly. Oh, we don't get them for free. Ron frowned. Not if I want to keep my job, mate. Harry chuckled. I had asked about a friend and family discount but apparently that's a no. In the past some people had abused that and taken out far too many books. Harry and Ron both couldn't hello but stare at Hermione. What? She asked defensively, though the small smile on her face rather ruined it. Good thing, I guess. Ron grinned at Harry. Yeah, I can imagine the owner's face after Hermione buys every book that she can get away with. Harry grinned back. I have a book budget, thank you very much, Hermione sniffed, crossing her arms. Let me guess, your parents set it up, Harry smirked as he began placing Hermione's books in a bag. How did you know? Hermione blinked. Because I imagined that they would know how likely it would be for you to spend all the money you have on books. Harry chuckled. Very funny. Hermione gave them a false laugh, but she didn't really correct Harry either. Watch her. A voice caught the attention of the three. Hey Tonks. Harry smiled at the approaching Auror. Hi, Harry. Tonks grinned as she stopped at the till. Oh Tonks, meet Ron and Hermione, my friends at school. Harry gestured to the two. Guys, this is Tonks, she's one of the Aurors around the alley, I met her a short while ago. How did you two meet? Hermione asked curiously. I was chasing a guy with my partner when Mr. Gryffindor over here decided to tackle him for us, Tonks answered before reaching a hand over to ruffle Harry's hair. Grr off. Harry amusedly swatted her hand away. Harry, You tackled a criminal. Hermione turned on him. What were you thinking? Honestly, it's one of the tamer things he's done over the year, Ron commented. Hush, Ronald. Hermione glared at him before turning to Harry. That was very dangerous, Harry. I can't believe that. Who does she think she is? Venom asked Harry while Hermione continued to lecture him. You weren't allowed to use magic. What did she expect you to do? Stand by and do nothing. Does she even know who you are? She means well, Harry defended. Maybe she does, but what right does she have to lecture you? If it wasn't for you, then she'd be studying books by herself when Voldemort got a body and she'd be a lifeless statue. Hermione. Harry raised his voice slightly to cut the girl off. In case you haven't remembered, me doing stuff like that is why you're still alive. Second of all, I already got lectured by the Aurors, so you can probably understand why I'm not in the mood for a second lecture by a girl who was in the same year as me. By the time Harry had finished, Hermione was staring at him with a surprised look, so was Ron. He is right, Tonks spoke up. We did lecture him about that already. She frowned at Hermione. I'm sorry, Hermione blushed. I didn't mean to. It's fine, Harry sighed, cutting her off. Really? Hermione nodded awkwardly before dropping some money on the till and picking up her books. Do you two mind if I talk with Harry for a bit? Tonks asked Ron and Hermione. Oh no, of course not, come on, Ronald. Hermione grabbed Ron by the wrist and dragged him off before he could respond. Really bossy, that one is. Tonks shook her head before turning to Harry. How are you? Still alive, Harry shrugged. How about you? Surviving. Tonks gave him a brief smile before she pulled out her wand and waved it around the two of them. Privacy charms, Harry asked. Yep, Tonks nodded. There's something important I think you should know, but I don't think I'm really supposed to tell you. Don't tell anyone I let you know, okay? I won't, I promise. Harry stared into her violet eyes. What is it? It's about Sirius Black, Tonks sighed. I think he's after you. Me, Harry blinked. Let me guess, it's because I beat his old master, right? Probably part of it, Tonks confirmed. But that's not just it. Do you know why Sirius Black was locked up in the first place? Harry rubbed his face as he lay down in his bed, struggling to process what he had learned. He was glad that Tonks had told him, but it was still hard to think about. Sirius Black had betrayed his parents and told Voldemort where they were hiding, and if that wasn't bad enough, then you could also add in the fact that he had murdered a bunch of Muggles and one of his parents' closest friends. And now he apparently wanted to finish the job. Harry had tons of thoughts going through his head right now. Why didn't anyone tell me? And why was it that the only person who did would risk her job to do so? Did they think that I'd run away and try to find him or something? Was not knowing somehow supposed to make him safer from the mass murderer that was chasing after him? Would anybody else have ever told him this? Probably not. Venom spoke up, reminding Harry of the alien's existence. But it doesn't really change things. What? Harry asked with disbelief. How doesn't this change things? We knew that Black would likely be coming after you. Now we just have extra motivation for why he is coming after you. And now we have extra motivation to get stronger. You will get stronger and I will still be your secret weapon against Black and any other wizard that tries to harm you. When Black finds us, I can eat him. Venom offered. Harry paused. Usually he would quickly reply with a, no, Venom, you can't eat him. But right now, he could not help but think about it. The idea was certainly tempting, since if anyone deserved to get their head eaten off by an alien, then it would be Sirius Black, literally the man that guided Voldemort to killing Harry's parents. But, if Harry let Venom eat Sirius Black, then what would that say about him? Would he stop Venom from doing so again? Who else would he let Venom eat after? Think about it, Venom told Harry. But if you don't want me to eat him, then you should probably work on getting stronger. Practice your magic, make it harder for him. Yeah, Harry spoke out loud. Yeah, you're right. Harry agreed before getting up and grabbing a book on the nightstand next to his bed and began looking through it. I'll practice the freezing spell. I should probably work on my fire spells as well. Must you? Venom asked. I don't like fire. I won't be using it on you, you big baby. The next morning Harry let out a mighty yawn as he woke up from a rather nice sleep. He tiredly rubbed at his eyes before letting his fingers run through his hair. One brief headshake later he stood up and tossed his discarded shirt over his shoulder before he headed towards his bathroom with another yawn popping out of his mouth. He stopped in front of the sink and opened the tap. Once the water was suitably cold enough he splashed some on his face repeatedly. Harry rubbed the water over his face and eyes before he looked up into the mirror. A gasp escaped Harry's lips a second later. He stared at the mirror with disbelief. "Venom, did you do this?" Harry blurted out as he stared at himself. "Yep." Venom sounded quite proud of himself. "You like it?" "Like it? I love it." Harry couldn't help but be amazed as he stared at himself. Harry's abs looked like something out of a fitness magazine. Sure, they were noticeable before, but now they were even better. The small amount of fat he had on his body had been reduced, leaving him with a much leaner and much more defined body. Harry also couldn't help but notice that the majority of his scars had faded. He couldn't see any more belt marks or bruises or anything else that he had been left with thanks to the Dursleys. The only scars left were the scar where the basilisk had bitten him and the signature lightning bolt scar on his forehead. If that wasn't good enough, then there was also the fact that Harry had added a couple of inches to the size of his muscles. "This is amazing," Harry whispered. "Thanks. I haven't managed to heal everything yet." Harry couldn't help but notice the thoughtful tone in Venom's voice. "But soon." "Well, thanks still," Harry sent before he realized something. His vision was perfect yet wasn't wearing his glasses. "Venom, you fixed my eyes as well." "You're welcome." Venom sent back, and Harry couldn't help but imagine a grinning mouth with tons of spiky white teeth. Perhaps we should get you a haircut as well." "A haircut?" Harry frowned, looking at his wild mess of hair. "I haven't had a haircut in years." "You could have another one if you wanted." I'll think about it," Harry eventually decided. "Fair enough. Do you want to get a tattoo as well?" Venom asked. "A tattoo?" Harry blinked. "Not likely, mate. It'd look cool," Venom told him. "I will think about it. The girls would love it." "I will think about it," Harry repeated before remembering that Hermione and the Weasleys would likely be downstairs. He imagined that it was going to be a fun conversation explaining this. "Harry, dear, what happened to you?" Mrs. Weasley asked as she, Ron, and Hermione were staring at him along with the rest of the present Weasley family, all with varying degrees of shock. Harry couldn't really blame them. He did look really different. He was taller than before, not as tall as Ron, but definitely taller than before, almost reaching Ron's height. He was also a bit more muscular, but that wasn't really that noticeable given the clothes he was wearing. He supported a pair of black and white trainers, blue jeans, a white t-shirt under a black jacket, and was no longer wearing his glasses. All in all, Harry felt pretty cool. "I wonder how they would react if I told them that an alien created these clothes." Harry thought to himself. "You could find out," Venom suggested in an amused tone. "It's just some new clothes, Mrs. Weasley." Harry shrugged. Just some new clothes," she repeated with disbelief. "This is more than just some new clothes. Blimey, Harry, you shot up a bit, haven't you?" Fred, or was it George, stated, staring at Harry. "He has, hasn't he?" George, or was it Fred, agreed. "I had some medical potions," Harry told them, remembering the script that he and Venom had agreed upon. "That's why I've been eating a lot before. The nutrient potions made me very hungry and I needed all the food." The group stared at each other for several moments, remembering that Harry had indeed been eating enough to rival Ronald, which had been surprising given how little the boy used to eat before. "What about your eyes?" Hermione asked. "Where are your glasses?" "I don't need them anymore," Harry smirked. "I can see fine now. I think it might be due to the potion. I heard some eyesight problems can be fixed over time. I'm going to go and ask Madame Pomfrey when we get back to Hogwarts." "Are you sure?" Mr. Weasley asked. "We can take you to St. Mungo's Hospital right now," he offered. "No, thank you, Mr. Weasley." Harry politely refused. "I feel fine, honestly. I'll just check with Madame Pomfrey when we get to school. If things get worse then I'll tell you, promise." "If you're sure." Mr. Weasley didn't look particularly happy but didn't push it, thankfully. "Blimey, Guess you're no longer the runt of the group. Ron laughed. Ron, don't be insensitive, Hermione told him off, something that started another round of arguing from the pair. Eventually, the group all started conversing with each other. Harry suspected it was mostly a way to tune out Ron and Hermione's argument, which now seemed to have moved on to their obsessions with Quidditch and books. Percy, Harry sat down next to the eldest of the Weasley brothers here. Can I ask you a few questions about the school's electives? Harry asked. Oh, Percy puffed his chest out slightly and stared at Harry. His eyes seemed to have grown slightly brighter. What do you want to know? He asked with a small smile. Is it possible for me to switch my electives? Harry asked. And do you think it's a good idea to take arithmancy and ancient runes? He added. As much as people might have made fun of Percy, Harry knew that he was the best person to ask when it came to school rules. Harry wouldn't be surprised if Percy read the school rulebook from start to end every day before going to sleep. Oh yes, you can, Percy nodded. Just contact Professor McGonagall. You can switch if you ask now, and you might be able to switch if you ask early in your 4th year. As for those 2 subjects, I highly recommend taking them. They're incredibly useful, and if you do well in both, then you'll have a ton of job opportunities available to you, including quite a few at the ministry. Harry nodded as Percy continued to go on about the benefits of each subject. I am thankful for his help, but he is getting a bit too into this. Harry thought as Percy continued talking. Sweet Merlin in an underused kitchen, how long does it take for them to get ready? Harry wondered out loud, waiting for the Weasleys to hurry up. So far, they were 2 for 2 in being late in leaving for the Hogwarts train. Harry couldn't help but wonder why they couldn't do this one thing on time, especially when the Weasley parents had made everyone pack and go sleep early the day before. It is getting a bit ridiculous, Hermione agreed whilst holding Crookshanks in her arms, keeping him away from Harry. She didn't really understand why Crookshanks didn't like Harry. As far as she was aware, Crookshanks had never acted so negatively towards anyone else, not even Ronald, who hated him. I do hope they speed up. We'll end up missing the train if they continue at this rate. We'll possibly miss the whole school year if they slow down. At least Hedwig should be there by the time we arrive. She doesn't like the train, does she? Hermione asked. She's all right with it. I think it's more just being in a cage. Harry sighed, thinking back to his conversation yesterday with Mr. Weasley. The man had taken him away from the rest of the Weasley family and had given him a soft warning about Sirius Black, though Harry couldn't help but notice that Mr. Weasley had left out a lot of details, like the fact that Sirius Black was a bastard who had betrayed Harry's parents and was after him. Did he not know, or was that one of those keep it from him to protect him deals? Harry wondered. Most likely the second one, Venom answered helpfully just as the Weasleys finally rushed down from upstairs. Right, Mr. Weasley said upon spotting Harry and Hermione waiting for them. You're both ready? He asked. We were ready before most of you woke up, Harry answered honestly. Why are all the compartments full? Ron complained as Harry and Hermione walked through the school train, searching for a place to sit. Well, Ronald, maybe if you had woken up and gotten ready when you were supposed to, then maybe we would have been on time and could have found a great spot to sit in. Hermione gave Ron a light glare. It's not my fault, Ron argued, his face turning slightly red. Scabbers went missing. I was lucky to find him. Lucky? Hermione scoffed, clearly of the belief that Scabbers would have been better left behind. Can you two not even wait until Hogwarts before you start fighting? Harry asked in an exasperated tone. Lately, Harry noticed that he got irritated a lot quicker. He couldn't help but wonder why. Venom, is that something to do with you? Harry accused. I do feed on emotions, you know, Venom replied while Hermione and Ron blushed slightly. No influencing my emotions. Harry was well aware that in his mind he sounded like a parent telling their child that they couldn't have more sweets for the 7th time in a row. Spoilsport. Let's just sit in here. Hermione opened a compartment door and stepped in with Harry and Ron following behind her. Who is he? Ron wondered, staring at the man that was already occupying the compartment. He was sitting in the corner by the window, a blanket over his head as he leaned against the wall, clearly asleep. That is Professor Lupin, Hermione informed Ron as they put their stuff overhead. How do you know that? Ron blinked. Honestly, Hermione sighed as they sat down. It's on his suitcase, Ronald. She pointed to the suitcase placed above Professor Lupin's head. What do you think he teaches? Ron asked, glancing at the man who honestly didn't look that impressive while sleeping in clothes that were clearly not new. Maybe defense against the dark arts, Hermione guessed. We seem to get a new teacher for that subject every year. Maybe, Harry nodded. Hopefully he's a lot better than the last two. Yeah, though the bar isn't really all that high. Ron snorted. Hopefully Hermione doesn't fancy this one as well. Shut up, Ron, Hermione gave him a mild glare. I didn't fancy Professor Lockhart. Could have fooled me. Ron snorted once more and Harry couldn't help but chuckle at the look that Hermione was sending Ron. Just then the door opened to reveal Malfoy along with his two friends, bodyguards, henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle. Hello, Potter, Malfoy drawled with an irritating smirk on his face. I suppose that. Nope, Venom quickly blurted out before taking control of Harry's arm and using it to close the compartment door right in front of Malfoy. The symbiote was well aware of who Malfoy was thanks to Harry's memories and wanted nothing to do with him until Harry finally agreed to let him eat the boy. The bothersome bee-owned boy blinked in shock before his face turned red and he opened the door again. What the hell do you think you're doing, Potter? He growled. Did you really just? Malfoy found himself cut off as Venom made Harry close the door again. Can you stop doing that? Harry mentally hissed as Draco opened the door again. Why? Venom made Harry close it before Draco could get out a single word. Because I want to do it, it looks fun. Oh, fair enough. Venom sounded apologetic. The door opened once more and this time Harry was fully in control of himself as he shut the door. Draco put his foot forwards in an attempt to stop the door, though that unfortunately just led to the door hitting him in the foot. Ow, Draco hissed, pulling his foot back and pushing the door open. What the hell is wrong with you, Potter? Are you thick? This guy is starting to piss me off. Venom let Harry know. Join the club, Harry sent back, having already had more than enough experiences with Malfoy to last a lifetime. Did you get this stupidity from these pathetic creatures you call friends, or was it the other way around? Malfoy continued. Merlin, I hope Black just finishes you off and stops you from spreading your idiocy across the rest of the wizarding world. Hey, watch it, pal. Venom warned despite the fact that Malfoy could not hear him. You must have gotten it from that stupid mudblood mother of yours. Malfoy glared at Harry. A good thing she's dead, or I think that. You son of a bitch. Venom took control of Harry's body once more. A second later Harry's fist connected in between Malfoy's legs, causing the boy's eyes to widen as he fell to the floor, curling up into a fetal position while everyone stared at Harry with shocked expressions on their face. Harry blinked at the sight of Malfoy on the floor before he gently reached for the door and closed it once more. He turned to his friends and saw Ron staring at him with wide eyes before he noticed a similar look on Hermione's face just before she shifted into an expression that quickly let Harry know that he was going to be on the receiving end of a very long lecture. It's still hard to wrap my head around, Ron said near the end of the train ride. Sirius Black is after you. I mean, he's one of the scariest guys ever. Second only to Voldemort, who has also tried to off me a few times. Harry shrugged. My life is basically near-death experiences at this point. Harry, Venom's voice poked through into his thoughts as the three continued talking. Harry lazily kept himself in the conversation, responding with short answers whenever he had a question directed at him, while he kept most of his attention focused on Venom. The man, Lupin, he's not sleeping. Harry glanced at the man and noted that the man had shifted slightly before he looked away. Are you sure? Harry asked. Positive, Venom replied. And that's not all, the rat is concerning. The rat? What? You mean Scabbers? Harry stared at the less than impressive-looking rat that was lying down comfortably while resting in Ron's lap but keeping his gaze on the man in the corner. Its emotions, they're all wrong. Wrong? What do you mean wrong? Its emotions are similar to a human's emotions, Venom answered. At first, I thought that I was mistaken, but the whole train ride I have consistently detected emotions that are far too similar to human emotions to be a coincidence. His emotions spike up whenever Sirius Black is mentioned. He's scared. Why would a rat be afraid of Sirius Black? Harry looked away from Scabbers in case anybody caught him staring. I don't know, I think that. Venom's voice cut off so abruptly that Harry couldn't help but wonder if the symbiote had suddenly left him. Venom, Venom, you there? Harry asked. Trouble, Venom's voice replied. There is trouble coming. What are you? Harry's thought was suddenly cut off as a wave of coldness crashed into him. He blinked and looked around the compartment and quickly realized that he wasn't just imagining it. The windows were slowly being covered in ice as a foggy mist filled the compartment. Ron and Hermione were shivering just like him. What is that? Harry asked just before hearing a loud noise come from outside of the train. Something's moving out there. Harry echoed what Venom had told him in his head. What's going on? Hermione asked, shaking as she did so. Not a clue, Harry answered honestly. But whatever it is, I don't think it's good. A second later another loud noise was heard. It's on the train, Ron whimpered, holding Scabbers tightly in his hands, though the rat was too scared to even make a squeak. What's happening to me? Harry asked as he felt a sudden change in his emotions, suddenly feeling like there would never ever be even a side of happiness in his life again. Whatever is coming is messing with your emotions. Venom hissed, sounding very angry. Not on my watch. Harry suddenly shivered as he felt his emotions return to normal, or at least normal for his standards. Thanks. Harry mentally blurted out, you're welcome. Harry heard Venom reply just before he felt a heavy presence making its way towards them. Suddenly the door to the compartment opened and the first thing that Harry saw was a massive hand with long fingers. Its shape made it look like a big skeleton's hand except it was covered in black and decaying flesh. The hand was attached to a skinny arm made of the same flesh and led up to a cloaked being that had its head covered by the very cloak that covered the rest of its body. It most likely didn't have legs given that nobody in the compartment could see any and that it was floating off the ground. Whatever it wasn't human, even the sounds of its breathing sounded otherworldly. The creature locked its gaze onto Harry and moved its head closer to him. As it neared, as Harry glimpsed under the hood and saw a decaying black skull that had no eyes, ears or anything else beyond a hole for a mouth, a voice pierced through his thoughts. Except that this time, it didn't belong to Venom. Harry, he heard a woman's voice scream, a scream so loud that it blocked out the rest of the world. At least, it did until Harry suddenly found himself snapped back to reality and back to the creepy creature in front of him. Blast it! Venom roared in his head, having used his control to make Harry grab and aim his wand. Harry quickly realized that it had been Venom who had snapped him out of whatever had just happened. He just as quickly realized that now was not the time to question him about it and that he would be better off doing what Venom suggested. With that thought, Harry fired off the first spell that he could think of. Incendio! Harry bellowed, sending a fire blast at the Dementor. A part of Harry hoped that fire would be helpful given the creature's apparent love of the cold. Harry could feel Venom's unease with the use of fire but ignored that in favor of noting the creature's unease as it let out a small shriek as it glided back slightly. The creature hissed and lunged forwards, only to be slammed away by a bright white light that knocked it out of the compartment. Sirius Black is not here, a soft but firm voice spoke. Leave this train, now. The light brightened and the rest of the compartment watched as the Dementor flew away. The light slowly died down once the Dementor had left, revealing Professor Lupin standing in the middle of the compartment as he lowered his wand. Are you all okay? He asked the trio of students before reaching into his suit pockets. What the bloody hell was that? Ron shivered. A Dementor, a guard of Azkaban. They were on the train looking for Sirius Black, Lupin answered as he pulled out a chocolate bar and broke it into pieces before handing them out. Eat this. It's chocolate, it'll help with the effects. He added before looking at Harry. That was quite impressive, Mr. Potter. I've never seen your age stand up to a Dementor like that. He praised, looking very surprised. I'm unique. Harry breathed out before he took a bite of the chocolate. His stomach and Venom let him know how much they appreciated it. Thanks, Harry added appreciatively. That's some damn nice chocolate. I'm glad you like it. Now are you sure that you're okay? Professor Lupin asked in a concerned voice. Just peachy. Harry bit into his chocolate again before he quickly ate down the rest of it. I'm fine, honestly, though if you don't mind, I'd like to go to the toilet." Without waiting for an answer, Harry got up and walked out of the compartment. Wow, I didn't even make it to school before getting attacked this time. He realized. Honestly, Dementors, I don't know what they're thinking. Madame Pomfrey's rant had stuck with Harry even until he was finally able to lie down on his bed in Gryffindor Tower. The start of this year was almost as bad as last year. It was pretty much only Venom's help that stopped it from being worse. After being exposed to a Dementor, Harry had been sent to Madame Pomfrey while Hermione had gone somewhere with Professor McGonagall for some reason. After being checked over by the fussing and ranting nurse, Harry had been sent to the Great Hall to join everyone else in the sorting, welcoming feast where he learnt that Professor Lupin was the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher for this year. He had honestly just been glad that Madame Pomfrey hadn't detected Venom. Perhaps she could have if she kept searching, meaning Harry had to do better than normal to avoid a trip to the hospital wing. Harry couldn't help but notice that Draco had kept his distance from him and was glaring at him. Harry couldn't help but smile at that, something that caused Draco's glare to grow worse. Harry was under no illusion about the fact that Draco at some point in the near future would go running to Snape, who would jump at the chance to get him into trouble, but recognized that there wasn't anything he could do about that now, so pushed the thought out of his mind. Throughout the feast, Harry had heard people whispering about his confrontation with the Dementor. It was even easier to do so with Venom boosting his hearing. He could hear that some people had a fairly accurate idea about what had happened, while others most certainly did not, because Harry was fairly sure that he had not at any point headbutted a Dementor. Dumbledore had given his unusual speech before giving everyone a warning about the Dementor. Throughout the feast, Harry noted that Dumbledore hadn't paid any more attention to him than normal, which was something Harry greatly appreciated. The last thing he wanted right now was a telling off about leaving the Dursleys. Once Harry was in bed, he waited for the maximum 10 minutes needed for all of his roommates to fall asleep. Once he was fairly sure they wouldn't wake up and disturb him, he started talking with Venom. "Venom, are you there?" Harry asked. "Yes, it's almost like I'm a part of you." Venom's dry response earned an eye roll from Harry. "What happened with the Dementor?" Harry asked. "You stopped my emotions from going haywire, which I appreciate, but then I heard a scream." A woman's scream. It wasn't Hermione though, I'm sure it wasn't. It felt familiar. "Yes, it was your mother." "My mother," Harry repeated. "That voice was my mum. It was her when she died." Venom's voice was softer than Harry had ever remembered it being. "She was screaming your name while being attacked." "How do you know?" Harry blinked, feeling his eyes growing slightly wetter. "I have full access to your brain," Venom answered. "I have access to all your memories, even those you don't remember. I can give you access to every memory you have ever had since you were capable of storing memories. You can show me memories of my parents." It took a great deal of effort for Harry to keep quiet and not jump up and down with excitement. He barely noticed the tears slipping down his face. "Yes, but not right now." "What?" Harry hissed angrily before pausing. He opened his bed curtains and quickly looked around and made sure that his roommates were still asleep. Harry breathed out a sigh of relief before closing the curtains again. "What?" Harry mentally hissed. "We have other things to do first," Venom reminded him. "Remember that we agreed to deal with the Acromantula problem tonight." Harry frowned, remembering that Venom had insisted several times on dealing with the Acromantulas on the first night back at school. "Yeah, but you can't just tell me something like that and not show me," Harry protested. "The sooner we get the spider problem dealt with, the sooner you can view these memories," Venom said. "Relax, the memories are not going anywhere." "Fine." Harry ground his teeth together in anger, sneaking out of his bed and walking into the bathroom. "Good, use that anger," Venom approved. "We'll jump out the window, I'll transform and..." "About that," Harry cut Venom off as he gently closed the door. "Are you sure that that is a good idea? You transforming, I mean." "What?" Venom asked in a confused voice. "Venom," Harry began patiently. "Even in the dead of night a 7-foot black mass of muscle and teeth will attract some form of attention either from Dumbledore, or any of the teachers and students that would tell Dumbledore, or the creatures in the forest that would tell Hagrid who would tell Dumbledore. The last thing we need is Dumbledore on our tail." "Fine," Venom growled. "We'll try a different look." "What are you?" Harry found himself cut off as his body became covered in the usual black goo that he recognized from Venom, except this time he didn't feel his height increase, nor was he given a body bigger than Arnold Schwarzenegger. The goo covered him like it was a second skin. He turned and saw his reflection staring back at him. He was black as usual, but there were no massively sharp teeth either, just a pair of white eyes. "Whoa, that's cool," Harry whispered out loud as he stared at himself. He could admit that he really liked this new look. "I know." Venom sounded so undeniably smug. "We should go now." "Right," Harry agreed. Venom slowly opened the bathroom door and saw the other boys were still asleep. He gently shut the door before releasing a small tendril from his arm that opened the window. Venom jumped across the room and through the open window, his tendril closing it as he passed. Venom's body fell towards the ground, shoving wind out of his way as he allowed gravity to take over. A few seconds later a tentacle shot out from his wrist and latched onto the side of the castle. Venom used it and swung himself upwards, gaining impressive height before letting go and attaching a new tentacle to another part of the castle and repeating the process. Venom swung around the castle, doing his best to stay away from windows or any other bright lights until he had to get away from the castle and landed in the field that he knew would lead to Hagrid's hut. After taking a moment to prepare himself, Venom turned invisible and stealthily made his way towards the Forbidden Forest, making sure that Hagrid was asleep as he walked past his hut. Once he entered the forest he shot out another tentacle that latched onto a nearby tree branch and used it to swing himself up into the air before he began swinging through the forest, heading towards the Acromantula nest. Me, that's a lot of spiders. Harry couldn't help but point out as Venom landed on a tree branch near the cluster of spiders. "Yes," Venom agreed. "But we'll be fine as long as we stick to the plan." "I remember it," Harry replied, thinking back to their research on acromantulas. "I just hope that the information we learned was accurate, if not we're ed. If not then we'll improvise," Venom told him. "Now, are you ready?" "Nope," Harry answered honestly. "But I sense there's no getting out of this." "I knew you were smart." Venom grinned before leaping off the branch. He shot out a tentacle that wrapped around a tree branch and allowed him to swing forward. The tentacle retracted mid-swing and allowed him to drop down in the middle of the Acromantula territory. "Aragog," Venom bellowed, attracting the attention of each and every Acromantula there. The spiders all clicked their pincers together and hissed at the intruder, but none of them moved forwards to attack. "Who are you?" a voice boomed, the owner of this voice being none other than Aragog. If one was scared of spiders then they would be terrified of Acromantulas, but they would be petrified with fear upon seeing Aragog. He was a spider that was bigger than an elephant. He was black but there was a bit of gray mixed in. Each of the eyes on his ugly, pincered head was milky white, letting Venom know that he was blind. "We are Venom," Venom chuckled. "Venom," Aragog repeated, sounding like he was testing out the word. "Why are you here? Very rarely does prey walk so willingly into my web." "Prey," Venom laughed. "We are not prey, we are hunters." One Acromantula moved closer to Aragog and quietly whispered something to him. "You say we, yet you are alone." Aragog's voice sounded confused. "We are never alone," Venom laughed once more. "My spiders have told me that you are the only one here, do not lie to me." Aragog hissed. "Oh Aragog," Venom said in a mocking voice. "So old, so strong, so slow. We aren't here to mock you, no matter how much you deserve it. We are here to challenge you." "Challenge me?" Aragog demanded. "You dare." "We do," Venom nodded. "We challenge you, Aragog, King of Spiders. We challenge you for your title. When we win, we will rule the spiders." "Only a spider may rule," Aragog yelled. "That's fine, we count as one." Venom rolled his shoulders, feeling the Acromantulas around him getting riled up. "You lie. Kill him," Aragog ordered the other spiders. "We don't lie," Venom shouted before aiming his hand at an approaching spider. Webs shot out from the back of his hand and wrapped around the spider's leg, causing it to fall onto the floor. The other spiders stopped moving and stared. "See? We make webs, and that's not all we can do," Venom added just as the spider managed to get free. It leapt towards Venom who jumped backwards and landed on the middle of a tree, sticking to it. "We can crawl as well," Venom pointed out before he jumped off the tree, grabbing the attacking spider by one of his legs and throwing him hard at a tree before landing. The spider crashed hard into the tree before falling down to the ground with its skull caved in. "We challenge you, old man," Venom said, pointing to Aragog. "You're weak, you're blind and you're old. Your time is done, you'd be better as a meal for all of these spiders." "Kill him," Aragog ordered once more. "You nearly unleashed the basilisk." Venom roared, causing all the spiders to flinch and hiss at him for even mentioning the name of the feared serpent. "Liar," Aragog shouted at him. "I don't lie," Venom growled. "Last year 2 boys came here, seeking answers, hoping to stop the basilisk. Friends of Hagrid, friends of your friend. You weren't loyal enough to spare them for the sake of your friendship with Hagrid, and you nearly cost everything. One of those boys went on to slay the monster, but nearly didn't because you ordered his death. If he hadn't, then the basilisk would be loose and would kill every spider here. All because of you." Venom pointed an accusing finger at Aragog. The rest of the spiders hissed at the mention of the basilisk before turning their attention to Aragog. "Kill him," Aragog commanded. None of the spiders moved, all of them staring between him and Venom. "We're not the ones that will die tonight." Venom leapt into the air at heights impossible for a human to jump. He arched through the air and headed towards Aragog. Venom slammed both of his fists down onto Aragog's head, causing the giant spider to fall onto the ground. Aragog tried to grab Venom with his pincers, but Venom dodged in time and moved to the first of the legs on Aragog's left side and grabbed hold of it. And this little piggy went. Venom pulled hard and eventually the leg was pulled out of Aragog's body with a pop. The elderly spider roared in pain. Venom didn't waste time and slapped Aragog right across the face with the leg before throwing it away and hitting Aragog with a punch to his face that broke one of his pincers and sent him to near unconsciousness. Venom placed a hand on Aragog and suddenly he transformed. The black goo left Harry's body and crawled onto Aragog. In front of all the spiders of the forest, it spread all around Aragog's body, covering him from his head to the bottom of all of his legs. An 8-leg and a second pincer, made entirely of the same goo as Venom, shot out of Aragog's body, and a second later Aragog's body rose up to a standing position. "Listen up," Harry said loudly, causing all spiders to look at him. "Last year you all tried to kill me, and because of that you nearly unleashed your most feared enemy and mine. I don't want to hurt you all, but we will if we have to. From now on, we're the kings." Harry gestured between himself and Venom. "Aragog, you speak when we say, you move when we tell you to, and you don't even blink without our permission. You will not tell anyone about us. If anyone has a problem then we can sort it out, you can try and expose us. But to do so, you'd have to go through us, or to be more accurate." Harry trailed off and placed his hand on Venom. Aragog. The black goo left Aragog and transferred to Harry, leaving Aragog once more with 1 pincer and 7 legs as he fell to the ground. A second later Harry was back in his 7-foot and muscular Venom form, complete with long tongue and sharp teeth. "We go through you," Venom bellowed before turning to Aragog. Venom's jaw and teeth extended before he lunged towards the downed spider. The acromantulas hissed and flinched as Venom tore through Aragog's head and began eating his brain in front of them. Once Venom was done, he turned to face the other spiders, licking his lips and long teeth. "Bow down, bitches," Venom ordered. The spiders hesitated, but mere seconds later they were all bowing their heads to Venom, signaling to him that he was indeed the new king. In the world of acromantulas, the strongest was the one in charge. Aragog had been the strongest for so long that nobody had challenged him, partly because of his strength and partly because he had fathered the entire lot of them. But it hadn't escaped their notice that he was old and couldn't see. Despite that none of them wanted to challenge him. It would only take a single strike from him to cause serious damage to them. Yet this newcomer, one who claimed to be a spider, dealt with him easily. If that wasn't enough, then it appeared to them that this new spider could also store a human inside of himself. Clearly, this wasn't a being that they should take lightly, especially with the way that he had eaten Aragog's brain. Venom grinned just before making a nice change to his body. On the front of his chest a white patch formed. The patch grew and changed shape until there was a large white spider on the front that ranged from his chest to his stomach. The legs of the spider wrapped around the side of his body and attached itself to matching legs from a matching spider on his back. Venom reared his head back and roared triumphantly into the air, causing all the other spiders to flinch. Harry, 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 Venom yelled in Harry's head as he walked to the Gryffindor table for breakfast with his friends. Hey, don't ignore me. I am not talking to you. Harry mentally snapped at him. Why, we never agreed on eating Aragog. Harry yelled. I only ate his brain. Venom argued. But you used my body to do so and I didn't agree to it. Harry yelled. Quit your whining, Venom said in an irritated voice. Do you know how hard it is to survive on a diet of just chocolate? You won't let me eat human brains, so I make do with what I have and I'm the one that's eating them, not you. It was actually a lot better than I expected. I wasn't expecting it to taste so good. I don't need to know. Harry let out a groan as he sat down on the Gryffindor table. Are you okay? Hermione frowned as she and Ron sat opposite him. Fine, Harry sighed. Just thinking about Snape. Harry fibbed, though to be fair it was fairly believable. Snape was a cause of suffering for many students. Oh yeah, Ron's nose wrinkled. He'll be gunning for you, especially since you hit his silver boy. One voice began, right in his little boy. Another voice finished just before Fred and George sat on either side of Harry. Oh sweet Merlin, does everybody know about that? Harry asked. Nah, the twin on the left said. Harry was going to assume that he was Fred. Not everyone. Just everyone at school. George, the other twin, finished. The news hasn't really reached the Muggle world yet, but at the speed it's spreading. Give it a week. Fred grinned. Wonderful. Harry rolled his eyes. Indeed. George agreed wholeheartedly, ignoring Harry's tone. Absolutely splendid. Fred smiled. Now, call us next time you're going to do something like that. We want to take pictures. George grinned before the two got up and walked over to where the Gryffindor chasers were sitting. Those two are barmy, Ron said, shaking his head before turning to Harry. Still, it was pretty wonderful. Ron's eyes seemed to glaze over as the memory of Malfoy getting hit shot in between his legs. It was still horrible behavior, Hermione cut in disapprovingly. Honestly, Harry, physical violence. What on earth got into you? Don't have a. Harry's reply was cut off by what Harry considered to be a most unwelcome interruption. Potter. Snape's voice barked. Harry groaned before he turned his head and saw his most hated teacher stop next to his seat. I heard that you assaulted another student during the train ride, couldn't even wait until reaching the school before causing trouble. Snape glared at Harry with hatred in his eyes. You shouldn't listen to rumors, sir. Harry gave him an innocent smile. If you did, then you'd probably end up believing I was the heir of Slytherin or some other nonsense. Fortunately, I don't listen to rumors, Snape drawled, looking very unimpressed with Harry. However, I do listen to a student coming up to me and making a complaint. That sounds like a remarkably sound method of teaching, Harry said after a short pause, not fully able to keep the surprise out of his voice. Indeed, now that will be 25 points from Gryffindor and a week's detention with me, starting tonight. The smallest of smiles briefly appeared on Snape's face. See me straight after classes, don't be late, Potter. Without waiting for a response, Snape turned and walked away with his cape billowing behind him. Dickhead, Venom commented. True, Harry agreed. Detention on the first day, Ron whistled. The twins will be proud. I think they are, Harry replied, glancing down the table and seeing Fred and George giving him a thumbs up. Detention on the first day, Hermione huffed. That's hardly anything to be proud of. Never said that I was. Harry rolled his eyes. She really needs to back off. Venom whispered from inside Harry's head. Harry didn't respond as a moment later Professor McGonagall was walking down the table and handing out timetables. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall said as she handed him his timetable. I have been informed that there was an incident on the train. Yeah, a Dementor attacked us. Harry frowned, wondering why she was asking him about that when she was already told everything when she visited him in the hospital wing. A second later realization hit him. Oh, you mean the whole Malfoy thing? I do, Professor McGonagall confirmed with a nod. Would you believe me if I said I was perfectly innocent? Harry asked. Were you perfectly innocent? She asked, raising an eyebrow. And before you answer, I should let you know that Professor Snape has already told me Mr. Malfoy's version of events. Bugger. That's what I thought. Mr. Potter, that behavior is not acceptable at Hogwarts and I do not hope to hear of it again, is that understood? She asked, giving him a stern look. Yes, Professor, Harry said in a quiet voice. It won't. Harry lowered his head. Professor McGonagall gave him a short nod before walking away. Why are we being told to behave when that twat bothers us nearly every day and they don't do anything? Venom growled. He never did anything to you. Harry pointed out. I have your memories and I am a part of you, Venom responded. What is done to you has happened to me. Therefore, we should make the little shit pay. No, I'm not getting in more trouble. Harry was perfectly content with ignoring Malfoy for the rest of the year. Unfortunately, he knew that the likelihood of that happening was short, and he realized that it was very likely that Venom would soon get his wish. Harry heard a chuckle in his head, no doubt that Venom had heard his thoughts. So, did you two like ancient runes? Ron asked as the trio reunited and walked to the Care of Magical Creatures class. It was actually quite fascinating, Hermione began with a smile on her face. It was very interesting and I think I did well. Harry didn't do too bad himself. Professor Babbling really knows her stuff. She started by explaining how different languages have different sorts of runes and what we could use runes for in. It was good, Harry summed up, seeing that Ron's eyes had started glazing over as Hermione talked. Good, Ron nodded. Probably better than divination. Professor Trelawney is mad, with the way she keeps moaning. You'd have thought that she had had an anvil dropped on her foot. She made us look at tea leaves, which wasn't that bad in all honesty, but it got weird afterwards. Apparently, Neville is going to die. I beg your pardon. Harry stared at Ron, wondering if he had heard that right. She predicted that he would die. Ron shrugged. Everyone dies at some point. Hermione scoffed. Yeah, but she predicted that he would die this year, Ron explained. Neville seems to believe her. Is that why I don't see him anywhere? Harry frowned as they arrived outside Hagrid's hut. He looked around and saw that Neville was not among the students that had already arrived. Yeah, Ron nodded. Apparently he's been taken to Madame Pomfrey and given a calming potion. Honestly, Hermione shook her head with disbelief. Divination is probably the most inaccurate form of magic ever. Besides, it's not like Professor Trelawney has really shown anything to be impressed about. Hold on, Ron frowned. I remember seeing you in divination, but then you wouldn't have been able to be in divination, they're both at the same time. You'd have to be in two places at once. Don't be silly, Ronald, Hermione rolled her eyes. How could anyone be in two places at once? She didn't refute his statement. Venom noted. What? Do you think that Hermione is somehow able to be in two places at once? Harry asked. With the number of strange things that happen in your life, we can't really afford to ignore the possibility, Venom replied. Just think about it. Harry, despite not wanting to, couldn't help but agree with Venom. His life was just a cluster of things that shouldn't be possible, including but not limited to wands, flying brooms, giant snakes, soul-beeping demons and now aliens. Was it possible that Hermione could be in two places at once? If that was true, then why didn't she tell him? Surely she would have, but he didn't tell her everything, like the fact that he had an alien living in his head, so she probably didn't tell him everything. Perhaps Venom was right, maybe she really did have a way to be in two places at once. Hello everyone. Hagrid's voice brought Harry out of his thoughts. Come with me, I've got a great surprise for you. Hagrid grinned. This was not what I had expected. Harry blinked as he and the class had stopped and stared at the new creature that Hagrid had brought in. It had the front legs, wings, and head of a giant eagle and the body, hind legs and tail of a horse. It was a stormy gray color with impressive-looking amber eyes. Isn't he beautiful? Hagrid smiled like a kid on Christmas Eve. Say hello to Buckbeak. He gestured to the creature that was cleaning its wing feathers before perking up at the mention of its name. Hagrid, what the bloody hell is that? Ron gulped as he stared at Buckbeak. Is that a griffin? Cherry Boot of Ravenclaw asked. No, but good guess, Hagrid replied, tossing Buckbeak a dead ferret. If he was a griffin, then he would be a mix of an eagle and a lion. This is a hippogriff, a very strong and magnificent beast. Hundreds of years ago they were seen as a symbol, only great wizards would be able to tame them, you know. Now, the first thing you have to remember about them is that they are very easily offended. You do not want to ever insult a hippogriff. It may possibly be the last thing you ever do. Now, who would like to say hello? Hagrid looked back at the students. Oh, well done, Harry. Huh, Harry asked intelligently. Harry, look behind you. Venom instructed. Harry did as Venom said and saw that the rest of the students had all taken a step back. Traitorous bitches, Harry mentally seethed before turning back and staring at Buckbeak. Right, what do I have to do? He asked, after taking a breath to calm himself down. Right, the first thing you would have to do is say, hello. Now, give him a nice bow, nice and low, then you wait and see if he bows back. If he does, then you can go and touch him. If not, then, we'll get to that later. Go on then, Hagrid encouraged. Harry sighed before giving Buckbeak a nice and deep bow. It's a shame about the robes, Harry's got a cute butt. He heard a girl whisper to another student. Yeah, he's looking a lot better this year. Another girl replied. Harry's cheeks blushed slightly as he realized that enhanced hearing has its disadvantages as well. He chose to ignore them in favor of keeping his attention on the hippogriff a short distance away. Buckbeak let out a few sharp barks before he slowly lowered his head in his own version of a bow. Oh, well done, Harry, Hagrid said proudly as Harry and Buckbeak straightened up. Now, you walk to him and try to get him to touch you. Do it nice and slowly, stop a small distance away and then let him come to you. Off you go. Harry gulped but did what Hagrid said, which was how he ended up a few feet away from Buckbeak. Buckbeak stared at him for several seconds before eventually moving forwards and pressing his head against Harry's hand. Oh, that's cute, Venom thought to himself as Harry petted Buckbeak. I think he may let you ride him now. Hagrid smiled as he stepped next to Harry. What? Harry had barely gotten the word out of his mouth before he was lifted and dropped onto Buckbeak. Wait, Hagrid. Don't pull on his feathers, he doesn't like that. Hagrid let Harry know before he gently slapped Buckbeak on the back. Buckbeak reared back onto his two legs before charging forwards. His wings began flapping as the wind popped up. Buckbeak pushed off the ground and took off into the air while Harry remained on his back and hung on for dear life. This is actually quite beautiful, Venom commented as they soared over the Hogwarts grounds. Harry, once he was fairly sure that he wouldn't fall straight off of Buckbeak, nodded in agreement. This was far from the same feeling as when he flew on a broom, but it did feel pretty good, and the view was indeed beautiful. Yeah, this is amazing. Harry grinned widely as he took in the view of Hogwarts from the air, taking in everything from the ancient castle to the calming presence of the lake and even the beauty of the forest. Maybe your world isn't as ugly as I originally thought, Harry heard Venom admit just as Buckbeak finally landed back with the rest of the class. Oh, well done, Harry. Hagrid smiled as he picked Harry off of Buckbeak. How did you like it? He asked as he gently placed Harry on the ground. That was great, Harry laughed. I want to do it again. I figured you would, Hagrid chuckled. Little thrill seeker. You're not dangerous at all, are you? A voice said. The two turned to see Draco Malfoy strutting forwards towards Buckbeak, ignoring the fact that he was doing all the stuff that Hagrid had told him not to do. You big ugly brute, he snorted in amusement as he stopped in front of Buckbeak. Though that amusement was quickly slapped off his face as Buckbeak let out an angry shriek as he moved back and stood on his two back legs, his eagle claws rising into the air. To Harry, it was like the world had suddenly shifted into slow motion. One moment was being his usual self, the next Buckbeak's claw was falling down through the air and had hit Draco on his arm just before Hagrid jumped into the situation and backed Buckbeak away. Harry shook his head as he forced himself out of his shock and he saw Draco lying on the floor, holding his arm. It killed me, Draco cried out dramatically. That barely scratched him, Venom complained. Harry stared at Draco's arm and he couldn't help but agree. Draco's robes may have been scratched but his arm looked perfectly fine. Buckbeak apparently hadn't made full contact during his attack. Even if Draco's arm was broken, then it would still be fixed rather quickly by Madame Pomfrey. Harry watched as Hagrid picked up Draco and dismissed the class before he took the crying and whining boy away to the hospital wing. "We should really hurt him," Venom suggested. "Give him a real reason to cry." I don't know." Harry thought about it, and the idea was really appealing to him, but could he really do that? Just attack someone. Think about it, Harry, who deserves it more than Draco? Venom purred. "Look at the bloody idiot," Harry hissed under his breath as he, Hermione and Ron stared at Malfoy, who was currently at the Slytherin table with one of his arms in a thin cast and sling. He was dramatically telling everyone how he had barely survived a vicious attack from Buckbeak. Pansy Parkinson was hanging onto his other hand with an odd look on her face as if she truly believed every word he said, even though she had been in the class with him. "He's really laying it on thick. I saw his arm, he had barely gotten scratched. It's just typical, innit?" Ron shook his head. "Anything happens to Malfoy and he goes crying to Daddy, or Snape. Or both." Harry snorted. "Hagrid's going to be in really big trouble." Hermione fretted. "It's not even Hagrid's fault, though," Harry protested. "I know that, but do you think everyone will care when Draco starts crying about being attacked?" Hermione asked, tutting her teeth. "I think that'll just be the beginning of." Hermione trailed off as she looked at a newspaper that somebody had left on the table. Harry, you should see this." She gulped before handing him the newspaper. Harry frowned but did as she said and saw that the newspaper was reporting on a sighting of Sirius Black. He had apparently been seen in a village that was not that far from here. Which likely meant that he was heading to Hogwarts, coming for him. "It doesn't matter," Venom's soothing voice whispered in Harry's head. "If he finds us, then we'll stop him. Remember, Harry, you have me by your side. You have me." Harry only half listened to Ron and Hermione talking, occasionally responding when they asked him a question. His mind was more focused on how relaxed he had become after hearing Venom's words. It wasn't like he wasn't worried at all. No, Sirius Black was still a very skilled and dangerous wizard. But with that being said, he undoubtedly felt a lot safer knowing that he had Venom watching his back. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen," Professor Dumbledore said the next morning at breakfast. "I'm sorry to disturb you all as you are enjoying breakfast, but I have a quick announcement to make. As you are all aware, the Ministry has chosen to place Dementors around the school grounds in the hopes of catching Sirius Black. However, it has also been decided to add extra protection to Hogwarts, so for the remainder of the year, or at least until Sirius Black is caught, Hogwarts will be patrolled by Aurors." Dumbledore gestured to the side of the hall where there were several Aurors standing. Harry, along with the rest of the students present in the hall, stared at the Aurors present. Though Harry's attention was drawn to a certain Auror, one with shoulder-length pink hair. "Tonks." Harry grinned just as Tonks spotted him. Tonks sent him a smirk and a wink before she went back to trying to look professional. "These kind Aurors will be patrolling Hogwarts day and night," Dumbledore continued. "If anyone sees anything important, please do not hesitate to contact them or any of the teachers." "Thank you." Dumbledore nodded to the students before he sat down at his table. "I'm glad that Tonks is here, it's nice to have someone on our side," said Harry to his friends before a thoughtful look came on his face. "What's up with you?" Ron asked. "An idea." Harry grinned as he stared at the Slytherin table where Malfoy had his arm in a sling and was dramatically telling tales of how he nearly died at the hands of that massive beast. "Hey Tonks." Harry smiled as he and his friends spotted the pink-haired Auror when they exited the Great Hall. "Great to see you." "Nice to see you too, Harry," Tonks smiled. "Hey Ron, Hermione." She added to the other two. "Hello, Miss Tonks." Hermione greeted politely as Ron gave her a small wave. Please, call me Tonks." Tonks frowned. "When I hear Miss Tonks, I feel like I'm in trouble." Harry chuckled at that before speaking again. "How come you're here though?" "No offense, it's just that I thought that you were just a trainee." "I am until I get at least 2 months more experience," Tonks sighed. "Still, they don't really expect Black to get past the Dementors. We're just here as an added precaution." "Nice." Harry nodded before taking a look around. "I was wondering if you could help us with a problem." "What sort of problem?" Tonks asked, narrowing her eyes. "Not a crime or anything," At least. Well, actually it might be. Look, we basically need your help with dealing with Malfoy. Malfoy. Tonks blinked. Yes, well, you know how you're like this Master Auror with excellent shapeshifting abilities. Harry smiled brightly at her. Yeah, what about it, Flatterer? Tonks gave him an amused smile. Well, yesterday we had our first ever Care of Magical Creatures class with Hagrid, Harry began explaining. Oh, I'm glad that Hagrid's teaching, he was always nice to me. Tonks smiled. Though, fair warning, don't ever try to eat his rock cakes. Your warning is far too late, but appreciated. Ron rubbed his jaw. Anyway, we were learning about hippogriffs. Harry continued. Yes, the lesson was going really well until Malfoy decided to be his usual self, Hermione commented. He ignored what Hagrid said and just walked up to the hippogriff and insulted it to its face. Is he mad? Tonks blurted out. That's like the first thing you're not supposed to do. We know, Harry nodded. Hagrid had told us, but Malfoy ignored what he said and did it anyway, then the hippogriff hit him. He's walking around with a sling on his arm, but I was right there and I saw that the hippogriff had barely hit him. There's no way he's got any damage that Madame Pomfrey couldn't have fixed in a couple of minutes. With the way he's going on and on about his injuries, it's obvious that he's trying to get Hagrid into trouble. We were hoping that you could help us prove that Malfoy's faking. It'd go a long way in helping out Hagrid. He gave her a hopeful look. Tonks stared between Harry, Hermione and Ron for several long moments before she let out a deep sigh. How come you guys aren't going to the teachers with this? Tonks asked. They wouldn't believe us, Harry said simply. We have no proof and if we tried it then Snape would just say we're trying to cause trouble. Look, guys, it's not that I don't want to help, I do. It's just that I am here on official business, I really shouldn't. Oh, looky here, a voice drawled. The group turned to see Draco walking past them with Crabbe and Goyle. What's the matter, Potter? Hoping to get a new job. Though given the current standards of Aurors, Draco paused and gave Tonks an unimpressed look before and after leering at her. You just might have a chance. He laughed and walked off with the other two boys dutifully following behind. So, that was Malfoy. Harry helpfully let her know. The group watched as indecision appeared on Tonks's face for a few moments. Right, fine, let's deal with that git. Yes, I knew I liked her. Venom cheered. I bet you think you're so clever, don't you, Malfoy? Harry said as he approached Malfoy and his two goons. All three of them were lazily leaning against a wall in an empty hallway. Harry stopped with Hermione and Ron stopping behind him. Ooh, Venom softly hissed. That line was such a Malfoy thing to say. Well, I am trying to act stupid here. Harry reminded him. What do you mean, Scarhead? Malfoy asked with a wide grin. Faking that arm injury, Harry glared at him. I bet it's not even hurt. Of course, it isn't, Ron nodded, looking at Malfoy like he was a huge pile of dung. The hippogriff barely touched him. You shouldn't make such accusations, Malfoy said with a mock-hurt look on his face. I'm in such pain. He barely managed to get the line out before he was overcome with laughter. Crabbe and Goyle predictably started laughing along with him. Harry honestly wasn't sure if the two found the joke to be funny or if they were just laughing along with Malfoy because that's what they felt like they were supposed to do. I don't even know why you're pretending. Everybody here knows you're faking, Harry growled. Yeah, well maybe I am. Draco smirked before he gave Harry the finger with the hand that was attached to the arm that was apparently injured. What are you going to do about it? I can go and tell Professor McGonagall, Harry hummed thoughtfully before he quickly reached out and snatched off Malfoy's sling. Or maybe I could just break your arm so you're actually injured. Harry threatened, feeling Venom grow excited at that possibility. You threatening me, Potter? I would be careful, there's nobody else here to save you. Malfoy glared, pulling his wand out with the supposedly injured arm. Harry glared back, but internally he was smirking. I told you, just get the Ponce to get angry. Harry mentally told Venom. And I told you we should have just eaten him. Venom retorted. Is that your solution for everything? Yes. What are you going to do, Malfoy? Harry snorted, and gave Malfoy an unimpressed look while Crabbe and Goyle pulled their wands out. Going to drop your wand and run to Snape telling him that the big, bad Harry Potter broke your wrist. No, wait, let's see if you can get Daddy over here as well. Maybe if you're lucky he can bring the minister with him. After all, that's your style, isn't it? You run your mouth and annoy everyone else and then hide behind everyone else. I'll show you, Malfoy hissed as he aimed his wand at Harry along with Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy began an incantation for his spell when he felt his wand get ripped out of his hand. Malfoy blinked as his wand along with Crabbe and Goyle's flew out of the air and into the open hand of Granger, who was pointing her wand at the trio. What do you think you're doing? Give me my wand back, you disgusting little mudblood. Mr. Malfoy. A voice boomed as Professor McGonagall walked down the hallway towards them, though Malfoy couldn't help but notice that walking alongside the deputy headmistress was Hermione Granger. His gaze snapped towards the Granger standing next to Potter. Polyjuice. He gaped at her. Not really. Granger smiled before she suddenly changed back into Tonks. Malfoy's face quickly shifted into a look that could be described as horrified. Tonks sent Harry a wink and a smile. That will be 25 points from Slytherin and a detention for that horrid word, Professor McGonagall barked as she stopped in front of them along with Hermione. Now, what is going on here? She demanded, turning to face Tonks. Harry couldn't help but grin as Tonks began explaining everything to Professor McGonagall. I feel like we should do something nice for Tonks. Harry thought to Venom. Perhaps we should buy her some chocolate. Venom suggested. By the end of the day, Harry was in bed, a smile on his face as he thought about what had happened. Tonks hadn't held back when explaining everything to Professor McGonagall. She told the old professor everything from Malfoy not listening to Hagrid and him faking his injury and drawing his wand on all of them. It really helped that this was an Auror that was explaining everything to Professor McGonagall. Harry knew she was far less likely to believe it coming from himself. Professor McGonagall had gone to Hagrid and Madame Pomfrey to confirm that Draco had indeed disobeyed orders and that his arm was perfectly fine. Needless to say, Professor McGonagall was less than pleased. Malfoy's life would probably get a lot harder given the high amount of points that he had lost, not to mention the full month of detentions that he had to attend. There were the 25 points he lost for swearing. He and his goons lost 15 each for drawing their wands on other students with the intent to harm. He had lost 50 points for disobeying instruction on how to approach a dangerous magical creature, 40 points for faking an injury, and Professor McGonagall was now petitioning for Malfoy to be removed from the Slytherin Quidditch team since his action had caused the other three houses problems since Snape had arranged for the order of matches to be changed around due to Malfoy being unable to compete because of his injury. All in all, it was a pretty great day if you weren't Malfoy. Harry believed that it was only Draco's father and Snape that had stopped the older Slytherins from giving Draco a well-deserved beating. Either way, Slytherin House was not happy about already being in the negatives despite it still being the first week of school. Are we going to do something about the rat? Venom's voice interrupted Harry's thoughts. What? Harry blinked. The rat, the one with the stupid name, are we going to do anything about it? Venom asked. Harry frowned before realizing what Venom was talking about. Oh, you mean Scabbers? Harry asked, glancing towards Ron's bed. The redhead was asleep while his rat slept in the cage that Ron kept him in. Yes, what are we going to do about it? Venom asked. I don't know, I'm not exactly sure what there is to do about it, Harry admitted as he closed his eyes. All you've told me about it is that it gives you a weird feeling and it has emotions that seem human. What are the chances that it's simply just a smart rat? Like how Hedwig's a smart owl. No, it's different, Venom insisted. Either way, it's not like we can actually do anything until we know, Harry replied. Because I'm not going to mess around with my mate's rat unless I definitely know something is wrong. Fine, Venom said after a short pause. Hey Tonks, Harry called as he walked up to the pink-haired Auror when he spotted her lazily leaning against a wall inside a school corridor. How are you doing? All right, Harry, Tonks nodded to him before letting out a small sigh. Fine, I suppose. So far I'm just really bored, no sign of black or any other illegal activities, which is good. But still, I'm kind of hoping that something happens. I'm not, Harry admitted honestly. I've seen far more action than I'd like. Anyway, I'm glad I found you, I got something for you. Harry smiled before he reached into his school bag and pulled out a small box of chocolates and handed them to her. Oh, thanks, what's this for? Tonks smiled as she took the box from him. It's just my way of saying thank you, you know, for helping out with Malfoy, Harry explained. It's been really irritating the last few years seeing him get away with nearly everything because he has his dad and Snape backing him up. I think you probably made a bigger impact against him than anybody else has. It was very much my pleasure. Tonks grinned as she opened the box and took one of the chocolates before popping it in her mouth. She let out an appreciative moan. That's good, try one. She took one and tossed it to Harry, who easily caught it and dropped it in his mouth. That is good, Harry agreed. Definitely, Venom spoke up. Ask her for another. No, Harry refused. But I'm hungry, Venom whined. I have more chocolates back up in my room, these ones are for Tonks. I'm glad you like them, Harry said. Now, I've got to go or McGonagall will skin me for being late. Yeah, the old girl's not one to mess with. Tonks pretended to shiver before transforming her face into Professor McGonagall's face and imitating the professor's voice. Miss Tonks, if you do not wish to spend the next year in detention with me, then you had better return Professor Snape's wand. Wait, Harry blinked as he stared at Tonks with wide eyes. You stole Snape's wand. Harry gasped and stared at her with the same reverence most wizards would reserve for Dumbledore. That's not the worst thing I ever did to Snape, Tonks chortled. Remind me to tell you about the pink dress incident and that time I transfigured his hair. He still blames me for both of them. He doesn't have any proof though, and he's never managed to prove it. She looked quite proud about that fact. Harry goggled at her for several long seconds before he dropped to one knee and grabbed her hand. Tonks, will you marry me? Harry asked as seriously as he could manage. Easy there, boy wonder, Tonks laughed before she pulled him to his feet. You're not that lucky. Now, off to class, while I go and enjoy these delicious chocolates that I've rightfully earned. She grinned before walking off with a bright smile, though the walkway was somewhat ruined when she tripped and nearly fell over, almost dropping the chocolate. Damn it, she hissed before turning the corner. Eventually, Harry managed to shake himself back to reality before he walked off with a smile on his face. Ah, does Harry have a crush? Venom asked. No, I don't, and are you teasing me? A bit, Venom admitted. You think you're so smart, Potter. Don't you? Malfoy spat angrily as he along with Crabbe and Goyle stormed over to the Gryffindor table at breakfast the next day. Malfoy, it's far too early in the morning for you. Harry sighed before dumping a large amount of food onto his plate. You think it was fun getting me into trouble? Malfoy demanded. Yes, Harry nodded simply before he began eating. You better watch yourself, Scarhead. Malfoy warned. Malfoy, Harry interrupted. I really don't care, he said in a tired voice. We get it. You'll make me pay, you'll do this and that, you'll probably go and cry to Professor Snape and or your dad, we get it. Frankly, your whole thing is so old it's gone stale. True, Ron snorted in amusement. I'm surprised he hasn't told us that his father will hear about this. I think he was probably getting to that later. Hermione guessed in a mock thoughtful way. Shut it, Malfoy growled. Is there a problem here? A voice asked. Malfoy looked to his right and saw Professor McGonagall standing next to him. No, Professor. Malfoy lied through gritted teeth. Well, in that case, I'm sure that you have no issue with returning to your seat, yes? She asked, raising an eyebrow at him. Malfoy, for a second, looked like he was ready to argue with her, but evidently thought better of it and gave her a stiff nod before he walked off back to the Slytherin table. Professor McGonagall gave the Gryffindors a nod before she walked off to the staff table. Looks like Professor McGonagall has still got it. Ron grinned. Yeah, Harry nodded in agreement before remembering Tonks's words. The old girl's not one to mess with. Hermione hummed and nodded in agreement. You two should hurry up and eat. We've got Defense Against the Dark Arts today, and I want to see how good Professor Lupin is. Hopefully he's better than the last two. Harry sighed. To be fair, mate, the bar's not that high, Ron replied. True, Harry hummed. so we just got to hope that he's not completely useless or has Voldemort sticking out the back of his head. Or both. Ron grinned. Or both, Harry grinned back. Professor Lupin had already proved himself to be far more likable than the others by starting off with a practical lesson, having brought the class to a room where he had a boggart waiting in a cupboard for them. Unfortunately, Snape was there when they arrived, though thankfully for Harry the man had left quickly, though not before insulting poor Neville. "Now, can anybody tell me what a boggart looks like?" Professor Lupin asked. "Nobody knows," Hermione's voice spoke up, startling Ron. "A boggart is a shapeshifter." "Where did she come from?" Ron hissed into Harry's ear. Harry didn't answer and instead stared at Hermione with narrowed eyes as she continued to explain that a boggart would shapeshift into a person's worst fears. "Venom, she wasn't here before, was she?" Harry asked, knowing how observant his alien friend was. "No, she just showed up a few minutes ago." "Curious." "Indeed, Miss Granger is correct," Professor Lupin said with a small smile. "Boggarts are indeed terrifying, but they are not invincible. To some skilled wizards, they can be nothing more than highly frightening pests. Now let's begin on how to combat these creatures. The boggart wants your fear, you need to do your best to not give him it. What a boggart really hates, what really finishes him off, is laughter. You will have to change the boggart into a form that you find funny. It can be anything, but it must be funny to you. Now, let's start with the incantation we need to repel a boggart. The incantation is, Ridiculous. Repeat it for me, class." He waited patiently for the class to repeat the incantation. "This class is ridiculous," Harry heard Malfoy whisper to Crabbe and Goyle. The two gave him a small laugh in return. Harry frowned. This class had only gone on for about a little while and it was already the best class they had so far. Harry was positive that Malfoy just hated Lupin because of how the man dressed. "Now, Neville, how about you come up here?" Professor Lupin said kindly to Neville, who looked like he'd rather not move at all. Still, the Gryffindor boy did do as he was told. "Now, what frightens you the most?" he asked. Neville didn't immediately answer, and instead mumbled something whilst staring down at his feet. "I'm sorry. Page. Professor Snape." Neville managed to look up as he answered. Many students laughed at that. Harry found it amusing as well, but another part of him couldn't help but be upset by it. Neville, while clumsy and frightened of everything, was a fairly decent guy, all things considered. He didn't deserve to be terrorized. He shouldn't have to be afraid of his teacher either. What does it say about Snape that he's literally a student's worst fear? Not for the first time, Harry couldn't help but wonder why Dumbledore had hired the man. "Yes, Professor Snape, frightens all." Professor Lupin joked. "Why don't we make him a little less frightening?" he suggested before moving forwards and whispering something in Neville's ear. Neville stared at Professor Lupin with disbelief but eventually nodded and pulled out his wand. Professor Lupin smiled before flicking his wand in the direction of the cupboard. A second later the boggart stepped out in the form of Snape. "Wow, it got the big nose down perfectly." Venom's comment almost caused Harry to laugh, but thankfully he was able to restrain himself. Ridiculous," Neville yelled, jabbing his wand in fake Snape's direction. A few seconds later the Gryffindors in the class erupted with laughter when they saw Professor Snape dressed in a green dress with a red handbag and a hat with a stuffed vulture on it. Harry barely remembered that that was the same way Neville's grandmother dressed. As it was, he was too busy holding up Ron, who looked like he was about to fall over with laughter. The majority of the Slytherins, especially Malfoy, were less than happy about the disrespect to the head of their house and main backer. "Nicely done." Professor Lupin smiled at Neville, who beamed back at him. "Now go to the back of the class, the rest of you form a line and we'll take turns dealing with the boggart." Quickly the students formed a line and each took their turn with the boggart. It was interesting to watch. The boggart turned into a variety of things such as a large snake, a zombie and even a clown. Ron ended up dealing with a spider, but he was able to make it fall over by attacking roller skates to each of its legs. Eventually, though, it was Harry's turn. "Your worst fear will be a Dementor," Venom told Harry as he stepped up. "Are you sure?" Harry asked. He'd been through a lot of stuff and fought a lot of creatures. But now, as he thought about it, he realized that Venom was right. The Dementors made him relive his worst memories, and for someone like him, that was pure torture. Actually, yeah, I can see that. As soon as it transforms, quickly cast your spell. Venom advised him. Don't wait, do it as soon as possible. Got it. What do you think I should transform it into? I have one idea. Harry felt like he could see Venom's grin. A second later Venom let Harry know what he was thinking. Harry took a deep breath as he finally stopped in position. The boggart saw him and quickly transformed into a Dementor. The Dementor barely had the time to move forwards when it was hit by Harry's spell and quickly transformed. Mr. Potter, Professor Lupin said as the whole class stared at the boggart. You do remember the point of the lesson, right? You said to turn it into something funny, Harry pointed out before gesturing to the boggart, which was now in the form of Draco Malfoy. So I turned it into the biggest joke I could think of. Harry finished, earning another round of laughter from the Gryffindors while a red-faced Malfoy tried to glare a hole into the back of Harry's head. Mr. Potter, 10 points from Gryffindor for disrespecting a classmate. Despite Professor Lupin's words, Harry could see the small smirk on the corner of the man's lips and was able to detect the amusement in his voice. Harry gave him an apologetic look before he walked to the back of the class, ignoring the death glare from Malfoy. What class do we have next? Ron asked as they walked out of their Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Charms, Hermione answered before turning her attention. I still don't understand why you did that in class, she said disapprovingly. Excuse me, I seem to remember you laughing as well, Harry reminded her. I'm not saying it wasn't funny, Hermione defended, but I am saying that it was. Oh, lay off it, Hermione, Ron interrupted. It was bloody brilliant. Thanks, Harry grinned. Still, I don't know what got into you, Harry. Hermione persisted. I don't know, what's got into you? Harry asked defensively. What is that supposed to mean? Hermione frowned. It means, why don't you tell us how you're able to take so many classes at once? Harry raised an eyebrow. Apparently you're taking divination, which is at the same time as ancient runes. How the hell does that work? And I can't help but notice that you've been coming late to classes since we got back, very unlike you. Huh. I don't know what you're talking about, Hermione said quickly, avoiding Harry's eyes before she rushed off. What the bloody hell was that about? Ron blurted out. I'm wondering the exact same thing. The next day after classes had finished, Harry decided to head straight to his room, not really in the mood to do anything. Hermione had been avoiding him all day, likely due to their conversation yesterday, something that annoyed Harry a lot. Harry could admit that it was very irritating when Hermione always went off on him for keeping something secret from her when she was fine doing it against him. She would even huff and complain if he ever told her to wait. Harry recalled how last year Hermione had guessed that the basilisk was attacking students from the Hogwarts pipes but didn't tell Harry and Ron. Instead she decided to rush off to the library to confirm her theory first. As far as Harry was concerned, it would have been a lot better if she had told them her theory first and then went off to the library. That way they could have gone with her to help her check and maybe they could have helped her avoid getting caught by the basilisk. Or maybe you all would have gotten caught by the basilisk, Venom thought. Shut up, Harry thought back in a tired voice as he walked to the common room on his own, Ron not being with him thanks to getting detention with the lovable Bat of Slytherin, Snape. Harry walked at a calm pace, alone in his own thoughts as the corridor was empty at the moment, though he stopped a second later when his enhanced hearing allowed him to hear someone say something rather interesting. It's a shame about Tonks. One voice said. I know, do you think she'll be okay? Another voice asked. Harry walked ahead and peeked around the corner and saw a couple of Aurors talking with each other. One of the Aurors was female while the other was male. I hope so, the male Auror replied. I hope the high-ups don't give her a hard time about it as well. They might, the female frowned. Do you think this will mess up her chance of graduating to a proper Auror? Well, it won't help matters, the male Auror sighed. I mean, getting kidnapped doesn't look good for an Auror. What? Harry hissed before he ran around the corner and rushed towards the two Aurors. Excuse me, he called as he quickly stopped in front of the Aurors. Did you guys say Tonks has been kidnapped? What's it to you? The male Auror frowned before the female spoke up. Holy Quidditch, it's Harry Potter. she blurted out, recognizing his scar. A moment later the male Auror also stared at him with wide eyes. Look, Tonks is my friend, and I want to know what happened to her. Harry said impatiently. He was definitely not in the mood for adults overreacting to his scar and treating him like a celebrity. The two Aurors exchanged looks before they turned to Harry. She was kidnapped, the female Auror said in a soft voice. During a walk around Diagon Alley, last we heard she had been taken into Nocturne Alley. Tonks is in danger, Venom yelled, sounding quite distressed. But I wouldn't worry, the male Auror said in a reassuring voice. The Aurors will get her out. Yeah, exactly, the female smiled. Now, you should run along, don't worry about Tonks. She'll be perfectly safe. I doubt it, Venom snorted while Harry dumbly nodded and walked off. Do you think that Tonks will be safe? Harry mentally asked Venom. No, Venom answered bluntly. We should go and help her. Help her? You mean dress up in black and go there? Yeah, I can get a good meal or two while we're there. Fine, Harry said after a few moments of thinking. But you're not eating anybody's head. Please, Venom begged. No, but if you be good then I'll let you eat a limb or two, as long as you keep that person alive. Harry sighed. Deal, Venom agreed. He knew that this would be the best compromise he would get from Harry, at least for now. Good, now how the hell do we get out of the castle without getting caught? Harry wondered. The Chamber of Secrets, Venom replied. Go in there and then use the pipes to sneak towards the Forbidden Forest. Once we get out of the pipes then we'll teleport. You can teleport? Harry asked with amazement. No, but you can. Venom quickly sent Harry a memory of Harry running from Dudley's gang and suddenly appearing on top of a school roof. That was accidental magic, Harry pointed out. I can't do that again. I can make you do it again, Venom said confidently. Once we get into Diagon we can sneak into Nocturne then I'll be able to track her down. Now, get on with it. He said once Harry stepped into an alcove and looked around, spotting no students or teachers or even ghosts. There were a couple of paintings but thankfully they were currently sleeping at the moment. Harry nodded and a second later Venom turned him invisible. Let's do it. Harry took in a deep breath before he started heading towards the Chamber of Secrets. How long do you plan to keep me here, you gormless knobs? Tonks said quite loudly. Quiet, a voice snapped, causing Tonks to roll her eyes. Tonks looked around the large room she was in, once more assessing her situation. She was currently tied to a wooden chair with her feet tied to the chair's front legs and her arms tied to the armrests of the chair. Inside the room were 9 hostiles dressed in black, one of which was a nervous-looking female that appeared to be missing a hand. A few meters behind her was a small table with a few cups of tea on it. Behind that was a large window that allowed her a view of the outside but was clearly charmed so that nobody could see the inside unless these people were bigger idiots than she thought. The floor, wall and ceilings were wooden and easily breakable unless they were charmed, so she had another way out if she could get to her wand, which was currently in the female's pocket. I don't like this, the female shivered. We should finish this quickly in case, it comes here. Oh, yeah, right, scary that. One of the men laughed. You weren't there, the woman hissed angrily. That bloody thing cost me my hand. She snarled, holding up her stumped wrist. Are you sure it wasn't just a wizard with an illusion charm? Another asked, sighing as he did so. It was no illusion, she shrieked. I saw the thing with my own 2 eyes. Rose up like it was too horrible for hell and stared at me with its white eyes and sharp teeth. Calm yourself, he replied. We'll just hold up here until the Aurors finish their search. When they find nothing we'll sneak the metamorph out. The metamorph has a name, Tonks spoke up. And the correct term is metamorphagus, asshole. Whatever. The man before he walked past Tonks to where the table was before he picked up a cup of tea and then turned around to face the others. We need to leave as soon as possible, the woman insisted, shaking her head. Look, another man said. Whatever he was about to say was cut off by the sound of the window smashing. Everyone turned to face the window and saw that it had indeed been smashed as there was a massive hole in the middle of it. The man that was about to drink his tea was now lying face down on the floor. His head had made a noticeable dent in the wooden floor. But that wasn't the biggest point of interest for everybody in the room. It was instead the person that had his hand on top of the man's head, the person who had actually landed on top of the man and had one knee on his back. This new arrival had a thin body, covered from head to toe in black except for the white spider logo that was on his front and back, not to mention the white teardrop-shaped eyes on his head. The new arrival looked around the room as his upper body swayed in a circle motion. The swaying continued for another 10 seconds before his gaze stopped upon the woman. "We remember you," he grinned, his mouth shifting to reveal a set of razor-sharp teeth, causing the woman to let out a frightened scream as she took a step back before tripping and falling on her butt. He laughed as his teeth disappeared once more, his deep voice not helping the situation as it sent shivers straight down everybody's spines. "Who the hell are you?" one of the men demanded, aiming a wand at him. "Who we are?" the figure asked. "That's easy, we are Venom." He laughed before he pushed himself off the man and performed a backflip that caused him to land behind the table. He kicked the table and it flew across the room before crashing into the man who had aimed a wand at him. The table sent him flying back and crashing into the man behind him, taking them both out. The others, with the exception of the woman who was still paralyzed with fear, fired at Venom, who quickly jumped up in the air. He shot out a tentacle from each arm that grabbed two of the men and pulled them into the air with him. Venom spun around and tossed the two into two others, taking out all four of them. Venom eyed the last two. They both fired a spell at him. Venom leapt over the spells and grabbed the nearest one before tossing him straight at the ceiling. Venom turned to face the last one and got hit with a spell just as the other one had fallen down from the ceiling and landed on the floor with a loud crash. "Ow." Venom's dry voice was accompanied by a bit of black on his shoulder, shifting briefly before returning to normal. "Oh my." The wizard who had shot him trailed off in horror. The man was cut off as Venom grabbed him by the neck and raised him in the air before viciously executing the wrestling move known as a choke slam, leaving the wizard knocked unconscious and likely to be in tremendous amounts of pain when he woke up, providing that his injury didn't cause death. And there was one left. Venom chuckled as he turned to the woman who was now recovered enough to begin reaching into her robes for a wand with her remaining hand. Unfortunately, for her, she was cut off when a tentacle from Venom grabbed her and yanked her to Venom, who caught her by the neck. "Naughty, naughty, very naughty girl." Venom laughed as he effortlessly held her up with one hand. "We took away a hand and you didn't learn. Maybe we should take away your head instead." "No, Venom," Harry's voice interrupted. "No eating heads. Spoilsport." Venom thought back. "One more chance," Venom told her. "The next time, we eat your head." "Oh yes," the woman said quickly. "Please, thank you, thank you. I'll change my ways. Turn a new leaf. I promise." Good, Venom purred. "But, maybe we should give you proper motivation, just in case." "What?" "No." The woman barely managed to get the word out before Venom bit off her other hand. He dropped her to the floor as she rolled around, screaming in pure agony. "Baby." Venom snorted at her behavior before picking up a nearby wand and flicking it at her, causing the wound to become covered in bandages. "You'll live long enough to see a healer," he told her as he tossed the wand away and walked to Tonks. "Apparently, I can do magic when I'm in control, good to know." Venom thought just before he stopped in front of a wide-eyed and completely shocked Tonks. "Who the hell are you?" Tonks barely managed to get the words out of her mouth without stuttering. "What are you?" "We are Venom," Venom told her proudly, giving her a small bow as he did so. But there's only one of you," Tonks couldn't help but point out. "If there was only one of us, then we wouldn't have said, we, would we?" Venom asked Tonks in a patient and logical manner. "Is there somebody else here?" she asked in a confused voice as she looked around the room. "No," Venom sighed before he pointed to himself. "We are Venom," he emphasized by jabbing himself in the chest with his finger. "I am really stupid right now, and very confused," Tonks admitted, still staring at him with wide eyes. Venom let out a deep huff. He was about to say something before he paused and patted Tonks on the shoulder. "Not your fault, you're in shock," he told her comfortingly. "When you get better, then you'll remember how awesome we were and you'll understand." "Probably." Tonks nodded as she agreed, not knowing what else to do. "Good girl," Venom fingertips on his right hand sharpened before he swung his arm in her direction. Tonks flinched and closed her eyes, though a moment later she opened them when she realized that he had actually been cut the ropes that kept her tied to the chair. Thanks. You're welcome, he told her as he grabbed her by the arm and gently helped her up. Wow. Tonks let out a deep breath as she stepped past him and looked at the destruction that he had left behind. Are you sure that? She trailed off when she looked back and saw that he had disappeared. A moment later she expertly expressed her thoughts through a series of well-spoken words. What the F***? Now, Orr trainee Tonks, Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, also known as the DMLE, for short, said as she sat opposite Tonks with a notepad and a quill that hovered above the notepad and wrote down every word that was being said. I have your statement, but I will be asking you to repeat some parts of your story and I will be asking a few other questions. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am, Tonks confirmed with a polite and professional voice as she sat with her hair in a neutral brown color. Have you met your kidnappers before the abduction? She asked, the quill continuing to write down everything that was being said. No, Miss Bones. Tonks shook her head. So you have no idea who they are? Actually, I can guess who they are, Tonks admitted. I know that the Orrs have been looking for some human traffickers in Nocturne Alley. I think they were excited about the idea of having a metamorphagus and selling her. Tonks finished, sounding more irritated than anything else. Amelia hummed but didn't say anything more as she could see where Tonks was getting at. Many people wanted to have a shapeshifter like Tonks. The idea of a woman that could transform into any person that they desire would make Tonks a far more valuable product to sell than any other regular woman. Let's continue, she told her. Tell me about your savior. Describe him to me. Okay. Tonks nodded and resisted the urge to point out that she had already done that at least twice to different people. In height he was just a bit taller than my usual height since his chin was eye level with me. He was covered from head to toe in what looked like black goo. He had a logo on his front and back in the shape of a spider and he had two big white eyes on his head and that was it unless he opened his mouth, in which case the goo on his face shifted away to reveal a set of properly sharp teeth. Thank you. Amelia nodded appreciatively as she looked down at what was written before she looked back up to Tonks. Is this person human? I'm not entirely sure, Tonks answered honestly. He performed physical feats that were far beyond any regular human and I saw him eat that woman's hand. Apparently she had met him before. He said that he remembered her. Yes, we have reports of her being arrested quite recently but getting off on a technicality. Madame Bones frowned. During that time she reported a large black beast bit off her hand. Well, this guy wasn't that large, Tonks pointed out. True. But she also said that the beast could transform and had previously been disguised as a teenage boy. Madame Bones continued. It's possible that this being is a shapeshifter. Maybe. Tonks hummed thoughtfully. One more thing, madam, she said suddenly as she remembered something. I'm not sure if I had told you yet but the person insisted on being referred to as we. I beg your pardon, she asked, raising an eyebrow at Tonks. When I asked him about his identity, he answered that his name was Venom, but he didn't say, I'm Venom. He said, we are Venom. We are Venom, she repeated. Every time, it's always, we, instead of, I. And what do you think this means? She asked curiously. Well, I'm not completely sure, but I do have some guesses. I have enough time to listen to them, she said in a dry voice before gesturing for her to continue. Well, my first guess is that he's actually working with someone who could be hiding behind the scenes somewhere, maybe under a few spells or something, but I don't think that's right, Tonks began. Because if he didn't want us to know about a potential second then he would say, I, instead of, we. So we can rule that out unless we think that that is some weird master plan where he expected us to work it out. Let's put that in the, maybe, column. Madame Bones' voice made it clear that she didn't think the last part of Tonks's sentence was right. Please, continue. Another theory is that maybe this guy has some problem in his mouth or brain and maybe his education and thinks that we, is the correct word to use, Tonks continued. At the moment my other theories are split personalities and maybe he actually believes that there are two of him. One final question, what is your opinion of this man, if it even is human? She asked. Well, on the one hand, he is pretty tough and very dangerous, Tonks answered honestly. But on the other hand, he did come and help me out of a dangerous situation, so I am grateful for his help. Very well, you've already provided us with a copy of your memory of the event, correct? Yes, Madam Bones, Tonks confirmed with a small nod. I gave it to Deputy Head Scrimgore, he should have already finished examining it now. Good, Madam Bones hummed as she stared at the written down notes she had. Thank you, that will be all, or trainee Tonks. Yes, ma'am, Tonks saluted as she stood up before she turned and walked out of the room. Harry yawned as he walked into his bedroom and dropped face first down onto his bed. He was rather tired from having a day of school after saving Tonks yesterday, which included sneaking in and out of school to go and rescue Tonks. The only real good thing about today was that he and Hermione seemed to be talking again, though both had decided to not bring up Hermione's timetable again through an unspoken agreement. I'm glad that you didn't whine when I ate that woman's hand. Venom spoke up. I don't whine, Harry objected. I complain, and that's only when you eat things that I don't want to eat, like humans. Besides, the way I see it, all of it goes into your stomach, not mine, so as long as you don't kill someone I'll stay quiet. Good to know, Venom said in an amused voice. The alien was very tempted to point out that they had more than likely killed quite a few people unless those people had been able to get medical help quickly. Venom knew that Harry didn't understand how delicate humans were. When he was younger, Harry had been able to sneak in some peeks at cartoons and TV shows where people would get beat up. They had colored his perception of reality. In those shows people could get hit and be fine. In reality, every hit could risk permanent damage happening to a person's body. Venom, having spent some time in a human's body, knew exactly how they worked. Venom could tell Harry exactly how everything from his liver to his throat worked. Venom had not been that gentle with those men, so they had likely died from internal injuries unless help arrived in time. That woman had likely died from blood loss, but if she hadn't, then she'd be useless for the rest of her life unless magic was somehow able to give her both hands back. Tonks should be coming back soon, Venom reminded him before experiencing Harry's emotions at the mention of Tonks. You like her? Yeah, of course, I like her. Tonks is fun and nice. Harry answered without thinking. She's a good friend. No, you like her as more than a friend, Venom said confidently. What? Harry asked intelligently as he lifted his head off the pillow. You like Tonks, you should tell her that. I don't like her like that, and we are not having this conversation. Harry decided before slamming his face right back down on the pillow. Poor thing, he's in denial. Venom told himself, though Harry of course had to hear it, as evidenced by the way he groaned into his pillow. Hey, Tonks. Harry smiled when he spotted Tonks the next day as he made his way to the Great Hall for breakfast along with Ron and Hermione. Watch her, Harry. She smiled back as he stopped in front of her and pulled her into a hug, surprising not just her but also his two friends as evidenced by the shocked looks on their faces. Oh, what's up with this? She asked when Harry let her go. I was worried about you, Harry admitted. I overheard some Aurors talking about you. I then asked them and they said that you had been kidnapped. What? Hermione blurted out. Why didn't you tell us this? She demanded. Oh right, we didn't tell them. Venom remembered. Because I was too busy freaking out about it and because you weren't talking to me then, Harry replied to Hermione before turning back to Tonks. Anyway, I'm glad you're all right. Thanks, Boy Wonder. Tonks grinned before giving Harry a brief one-armed hug, enjoying the feeling of pressing her chin into his head. She rather liked that she was taller than him, at least she was for now. But I'm fine, really. If you're sure, you want to come and eat with us? Harry offered. I'd love to, but unfortunately I am at work, Tonks reminded him. Maybe later if I get a break when you're eating. Great, Harry smiled. Oh, does Harry have a crush? Ron asked teasingly. Shut up, Venom yelled. You're ruining the moment. Don't tease him, Tonks told off Ron while Harry's face turned a bit red. Harry and I are just good friends. Oof, Venom exclaimed. Friend zoned. Yeah, friends, Harry lamely agreed, not entirely sure why he suddenly felt a lot worse than before. Anyway, We should get going. See you later, Tonks. Harry gave her a small smile before he walked off with Ron and Hermione following behind him. Tonks looked at the group with a sad smile on her face. She guessed that Harry had a crush on her, but unfortunately for him, she didn't really think that anything could happen between the two of them. Sure, Harry was a nice boy and pretty good looking for his age, but at the moment he was still too young for her and she would catch hell if her superiors learnt that she was dating the boy who lived, not to mention what the rest of the public would think. A voice that sounded remarkably like Molly Weasley started speaking in her head, saying, "No, Harry deserved better than her and should settle down with a nice witch around his age." "I still can't believe that you didn't even tell us that Tonks was in danger," Hermione complained as they walked into the Great Hall and took their seats. "Yeah, well, maybe if you had been talking to me then I would have." Harry snarked back just as plates full of food appeared. "But apparently you expect me to somehow communicate everything to you even when you're avoiding me." "I wasn't avoiding you," Hermione protested, her face turning a small shade of red. "Besides, even if I was." "Which you were." Harry nodded as if he was simply reciting a basic fact. "Which I was not, thank you very much," Hermione continued, glaring at him as he started eating. "Then that's still not a good excuse to not tell us that someone had been kidnapped." She finished in a severe tone, looking at him expectantly, clearly waiting for an apology from him. "What would you have done?" Harry asked in an exasperated manner as he put his fork and knife down to stare at her. "I didn't know that you were an Auror who could leave the castle any time she wanted so you could go and do a job that all the other actual Aurors couldn't do." "Harry, that's not the point," Hermione said in an exasperated manner of her own. "You still could have told us, you should have told us." "Why?" Harry asked, running a hand through his hair, feeling quite irritated with Hermione at the moment. "What do you mean, why? We're friends," she barked at him. "You're supposed to tell us important things." "Ha, pot, kettle, black." Harry snorted while Ron sat to the side of the two of them, looking uncomfortable but ultimately doing his best to try and ignore the tension by eating a hearty breakfast. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" She raised an eyebrow, tilting her head up in what Harry thought was her attempt to copy Professor McGonagall. Unfortunately for Hermione, she was not Professor McGonagall. "You're right," Venom agreed. "She has nothing on the original." "Yep," Harry agreed before he continued speaking to Hermione. "I said this is a clear case of the pot calling the kettle black, even though the pot herself is black. Which is weird on so many levels and would be even weirder if we didn't live in a world where we could probably charm pots and kettles to speak." "Are you calling me a hypocrite?" Hermione demanded. Harry stared at her for a moment and his expression softened at seeing the hurt look on her face. "No, I'm sorry, Hermione, I didn't mean to offend." He apologized. No, Venom spoke up. "Don't apologize, stand your ground. You did nothing wrong. But I don't want to hurt her and if she's hurt because you're honest then that's her problem." Venom hissed. "You did nothing wrong and she's trying to bite your head off. I'm the only one that does the biting here. Besides, we did nothing wrong. We were trying to save Tonks. If we were late then she could have died. You wanted Tonks to die so you could talk to the girl that was ignoring you." "What? No, but nothing. If you back down now then that means you were wrong to save Tonks." "We weren't wrong. We were right. We saved Tonks." "Harry," Ron brought him back to reality by shaking his shoulder. "Are you awake?" he asked, staring at him along with Hermione. "You sort of blanked out." "I'm fine, my brain just hasn't fully woken up yet," Harry fibbed as he waved their concerns off. "Anyway," he said to Hermione, "like I was saying, I don't mean to offend but you clearly have secrets of your own that you're keeping from us. Like how you attend more than one class at the same time." Ron nodded. "See," Harry gestured to Ron. Even Ron noticed and we all know that he doesn't care about anything not related to food and Quidditch. "Oi," Ron objected. "My point is, between the two of us, you're the one keeping secrets, I'm the one who heard important information that a person, who is more my friend than yours, was kidnapped and I needed time to process it." Harry finished with a small shrug of his shoulders. "I suppose you might have a point," Hermione quietly conceded before she started eating, making no attempt to restart any further conversation. Harry stopped himself from sighing when he saw her obviously trying to stay quiet so to reduce the risk of the conversation going back to her own secrets. She insists on keeping secrets from you yet yells at you when you keep information from her, Venom said in a thoughtful voice. Are you sure you shouldn't get a better friend? She's all right, Harry insisted. I know she's got problems and she's not perfect. Merlin knows that I'm not perfect either, but she's always been there for me. For all of 2 school years, Venom pointed out. I've known her longer than I've known you, Harry pointed out. Yep, Venom agreed, not either bothering to deny that. It was a simple fact that Harry had known Hermione for longer. But here's the difference between me and her. I will never ever abandon you no matter what. No matter what happens, you won't ever be separated from me, and even if we were, I'd try and find you, no matter what it took. She has other priorities, but you're the singular focus of my life, and no matter what happens, I will be here for you. Harry stayed silent as he ate his breakfast. He didn't respond because he didn't really know how to respond to that. He didn't know what to say to that heartfelt confession that had come out of nowhere and surprised him. Harry couldn't help but feel like Venom meant every word. It certainly sounded like it definitely felt like it. But Harry didn't know what to say, so he stayed quiet, even though a part of him couldn't help but feel a little lighter after hearing Venom's words. What the F*** does she mean that we're just friends? Harry wondered, lying down in bed, seemingly unable to be claimed by sleep. It just sounds so weird, just friends, like, what is that supposed to mean? Were you hoping for you both to be something more? Venom asked. What? No, Harry quickly answered. You do realize that I can access your head and know your every thought, right? Venom asked but continued to speak. Don't worry, we'll win her over. What the hell do you mean to win her over? Harry frowned. You're in love with her. Venom stated simply. No, I'm not, Harry denied. Then why does it bother you if you're just friends? Venom asked patiently. Harry paused as he really couldn't think of a good answer to that question, mostly because he well and truly did not know why it bothered him. I don't know. Just blame the Dursleys, Venom suggested. The bastards stunted your mental and emotional growth. That's a bit offensive, Harry thought, though he also realized that Venom may have had a point. Between his aunt and uncle, heck, even his cousin at school, Harry's interaction with people had been very limited until he had reached Hogwarts. By that point he considered the fact that he was even able to have one friend to be nothing short of an actual miracle. Not to mention that the Dursleys had never really parented him. Their interactions were mostly just making him do chores and hating his existence. But you might be right, who knows how I would have ended up like if not for them. Harry added, never really one to miss the opportunity to blame something on the Dursleys. After all, they do the same to him. Don't worry, we can win her over, Venom told him in a comforting tone. I'm not going to try and win her over, Harry said, sighing as he did so. There's no way Tonks will be interested in someone like me. But you're a catch, Venom protested, causing Harry to blush slightly. Leave it, Venom, Harry told him, sounding quite tired. Fine, Venom grumbled. He would do as Harry requested and leave it, for now at least. Truthfully, Venom had no intention of leaving it. Harry, due to a lack of emotional education and his own stubbornness, was not willing to admit to his interest in Tonks, but Venom detected his emotions and they were far stronger when Tonks was around, much tastier as well. So, if Harry was going to be stubborn, then that meant that Venom was going to help him out, just like a good friend would do, which is why that night Harry barely got any sleep since Venom kept shoving memories of Tonks into the forefront of Harry's mind. Damn it, Harry softly hissed under his breath as he sat down in potions class, waiting for Snape to show up. Harry was not in the best of moods thanks to a lack of sleep, the weird feelings that he had no experience with and the fact that Hermione was still acting weird around him, so naturally, he was not happy to be in a classroom with a teacher who had hated his guts since before Harry had even met the man. As far as Harry knew, Snape hated him because he thought that Harry was a spoiled celebrity and because he had a grudge against Harry's father, something that Harry thought to be incredibly stupid. Harry didn't get much more time to think about his situation since a second later, Snape walked into the room. Harry barely stopped himself from scoffing as the door slammed shut behind him as the man's cape billowed behind him as he walked to the front. Such dramatics might have seemed impressive, but when you saw it nearly every day, it got boring quickly, especially when you hated the guy doing it. The man took the register, sneering and drawling when he got to Harry's name, looking like he smelt something foul. F*** you too, Snape. Harry thought to himself, earning a chuckle from Venom. Today, we will be learning to make the Wide-Eye Potion, Snape began, speaking slowly, stretching out his words. He loves to hear the sound of his own voice, Venom commented. Potter, Snape said suddenly. Perhaps you can tell us something about this potion. What do you know about it? He asked, the corners of his lips curving up slightly. Wants to embarrass me in front of the class, prick. Harry thought, well aware of Snape's often used tactic of asking questions and mocking people when they didn't know the answers. He had done it enough times to Harry over the years. It's a potion, Harry answered, in an over-enthusiastic voice, earning laughter from most of his Gryffindor classmates with the exception of Hermione and Neville, the former looking disapproving while the other was far too terrified of Snape to dare laugh in the man's classroom in front of him. Quiet, Snape barked at the Gryffindors who immediately quietened down. He glared at Harry who was staring back at him innocently. It's good to see that your time at Hogwarts is not completely wasted on you. That'll be 10 points from Gryffindor, Snape sniffed before turning to speak to the rest of the classroom. This potion prevents the user from falling asleep and may also be used to awaken someone from who has been drugged or suffering from a concussion. It is also used as an antidote for the draft of living death. Snape flicked his wand at the board and the recipe for the potion appeared. Now, I think it might be time to mix up the seating arrangements. Snape stared at Harry with a look that promised the boy would not like what was about to come. And Harry did not. The students were paired up in a seemingly random fashion even if the Gryffindors and Slytherins were kept separate, but eventually, Snape paired Harry with Neville. Now, Harry had no problem with Neville at all, except the boy couldn't make a potion to save his life. Harry doubted it was because the boy was completely incompetent. He felt it was more likely that the boy just messed up because Snape intimidated him so much that he couldn't think properly when making the potion. But that doesn't change the fact that Neville was pretty much hopeless at potions and everyone knew it. I'm sorry, Neville apologized when Harry sat next to him, the chubby boy looking embarrassed and apologetic. I know that you don't want to be paired with me and... It's fine, Harry cut him off. Just be careful and try and relax. Easy for you to say. Neville scoffed. Look, I'll set the workplace up, you get the ingredients and get them ready, Harry told him. Okay. Neville gave Harry a small nod before he walked off to get the ingredients. Venom, Harry mentally communicated with his alien companion. Yes, Venom asked. I don't normally ask for help like this, but can you please keep an eye out so that Neville doesn't accidentally blow us up? Harry asked. Gladly, Venom replied, not wanting to risk the chance of them being burnt. I already have the recipe memorized. You're brilliant, I know. A few minutes later the workplace was set up and all the ingredients were ready. The two of them started working together. Harry was finding potions to be a lot easier than before for a good few reasons, mostly because of Venom. The alien symbiote was able to stop him from making a few minor mistakes and had helped him prevent Neville from making any major ones like adding more ingredients than necessary. It ended up being a lot harder when Snape came behind them and started breathing down their necks. Harry ended up with an urge to elbow the man in the neck while Neville froze up before forcing himself to continue to make the potion. He took a deep breath and was about to start stirring when Harry spoke up. Neville, it's 3 turns clockwise, Harry told him. Neville still looked incredibly nervous, so Harry decided to make a circle with his finger to show Neville what direction he needed. Neville gave him a grateful look and was about to start stirring when Snape spoke up. Potter, Longbottom should be more than capable of following simple instructions. He does not need your handholding. Snape sniped. Yeah, but I don't see anything wrong in helping him, Harry replied, rolling his eyes without fear since Snape was still staring at the back of his head. Especially when we are in a potions class with something that could easily blow up. But if you're sure that it's not such a big deal, then how about you stand next to him in this cauldron and stay completely silent and let him do his thing? Harry added, Harry was kind of hoping that Snape would say yes, mostly because he wanted to see a cauldron blow up in Snape's face. "Quiet, Potter," Snape growled, grabbing Harry roughly by the shoulder and spinning him around so that they were facing each other. "Prick," Venom growled. "Get your hand off me." Harry shoved Snape's hand away. Snape's glare grew worse and he stepped closer to Harry so that he was now staring down at him with his nose barely not touching Harry's own. Harry stared back, unafraid. Apparently when you have an alien symbiote on your side and have ripped apart a large acromantula, then you weren't easily intimidated, who knew? Harry would admit that there was once a point where Snape would be quite terrifying, but Harry had since then dealt with trolls, three-headed dogs, Voldemort, spiders big enough to eat people and a basilisk plus a younger version of Voldemort, and that was all before Harry had gained Venom as an ally. "Don't speak to me like that, Potter," Snape hissed. "I don't know what makes you think you can get away with such behavior, but I would heavily recommend you banish those thoughts before they get you into more trouble than you already are." "Banish me? I'll banish you, asshole," Venom roared. "I didn't even do anything," Harry hissed back. "You're the one who can't leave me alone. I am your teacher and you will speak to me with the respect I deserve." Snape yelled at Harry, spit flying out of his mouth and landing on Harry's face. Harry quickly wiped it off with his sleeve, acting as if it would cause his death if he didn't. Snape didn't care and continued speaking. "Though I doubt that you would know anything about respect, strutting around this castle, like you own the place, thinking yourself better than those around you. Where do you even get this information?" Harry interrupted before Snape could say more. "Who the F*** has ever seen me strut? Besides, you of all people can't talk about thinking you're better than everyone else. The highlight of your bloody week is making yourself look superior to school children." "Silence," Snape shouted, being louder than anybody in the classroom had ever heard him be. Everyone in the classroom flinched, except Harry who was glaring heatedly at Snape. "Shout at us, shout at us," Venom roared angrily in Harry's mind. "Who does he think he is? He doesn't get to shout at us." "You stupid brat," Snape snarled, grabbing Harry harshly by the arm, hard enough to hurt. "You dare to speak to me like that? You think you're so special, Potter? Well, you're not. You're not better than that degenerate waste of space that further ruined this world when he sired you. The two of you are nothing more than spoilt, pampered imbeciles that don't deserve to be here." "Spoilt, pampered," Harry repeated the words in his head, growing angrier and angrier as he did so. "He insulted our father," Venom's voice boomed in Harry's head. "He insulted Dad." Harry's rage grew, listening to Snape insult the man that had loved him enough to die for him. "He insulted Dad. How dare he? How dare he?" Harry repeated Venom's words. "He can't talk about Dad like that. He can't." Venom yelled out his agreement. "You don't talk about my dad like that," Harry shouted back. "I'll talk about him however I wish," Snape hissed, his hatred-filled black eyes boring into Harry's emerald green ones as he tightened his grip on Harry's arm. "You can't let go of this *********ing stupid grudge," Harry roared in frustration and no small amount of anger. "Well, guess what? He's dead. It may have escaped your notice but it didn't escape the notice of the rest of the wizarding world. He's dead now. He was dead yesterday. He was dead last week, last month, last year and the year before that. He was dead 5 years ago. He's been dead for more than 10 years. Get over it," Harry snapped at him, stunning Snape and the classroom into silence. For a moment it looked like Snape was not going to say anything, but a second later the man's eyes were reignited with rage. "If you ever speak to me like that again, Potter, then I will cut you up and use you as potion ingredients," Snape threatened, looking like he very much meant every word. His grip on Harry's arm had grown even tighter, like he wanted to make Harry pop. Harry stopped when he felt something in his head, something different from Venom. "What's that? He's trying to read your mind," Venom blurted out upon realizing what Snape was doing. "What? Get off of me." Harry shoved Snape away, though he may have put a bit too much force into his push as Snape fell over and ended up having his shoulder crash into Draco Malfoy's legs, causing him to fall over and land on top of Snape. The whole class stared, too shocked to laugh, not that they would due to how tense the atmosphere was. "Move," Snape shoved Malfoy off before he quickly stood up and stared at Harry like he wanted nothing less than to kill him on the spot. Snape's hand snaked towards his wand, but he stopped when Harry had quickly brought out his own wand and was pointing at Snape, the tip of the wand glowing a bright red. "No, go on, you were about to do something." Harry gestured for him to continue. "Go and reach for that wand, Snape. I've got 3 years of reasons and I won't mind another." Harry stared at him in a way that made it clear he was very ready to start blasting for the smallest of excuses. "Harry," Hermione spoke up, "stop this. You can't. He's a teacher." "But out of it, Hermione." Harry didn't remove his eyes from Snape but was well aware of the fact that the majority of the Slytherin students, namely Malfoy and his gang, pulled out their wands in defense of the head of their house. Meanwhile, a few of the Gryffindors pulled out their own wands. 50 points from Gryffindor in detention for 2 months. Snape spat angrily. "Stay in a room with him." "Not likely," Venom hissed. "Unless we can kill him," he added hopefully. "F*** your detentions, and F*** you," Harry said, his voice soft but the anger couldn't be missed. "I'm done with this class and I'm done with you. Get out of my classroom," Snape bellowed, looking mad with rage. "Gladly, dickhead." Harry grabbed his stuff with one hand while keeping his wand trained on Snape. Once he was done, he walked backwards out of the classroom, not trusting Snape, Draco or any of their supporters to not curse him as soon as his back was turned. Once Harry was out and the door was closed, he turned and stormed away, trying to get as far from the potions classroom as possible. "How did that feel?" Venom asked. "Liberating. Nice," Harry answered without thinking. It had been nice to finally stand up to Snape properly. A big part of Harry was in full-blown panic mode over what Harry had done, but that part of him was slowly being drowned out by the rising anger that Harry was experiencing as he thought about what had happened and how Snape had been treating him, not just in that class, but over the last 3 years. "I hate him," Harry said, imagining himself hitting Snape with a variety of spells. "He calls me spoilt. He's the one that defends Draco Malfoy," Venom growled. "Exactly. He's the one that thinks he is better than everybody." "Yeah," Harry growled as he made his way to the hospital wing, feeling his arm hurt slightly. He was positive that Snape had grabbed him hard enough to bruise him. "I can heal it," Venom told him, sounding confused about why Harry would go to the hospital wing. "No," Harry shook his head. "I'm telling Pomfrey. I want proof of what he's done." "Nice," Venom sounded very much like he approved. "Let's kill him," he suggested. "I'll think about it," Harry answered honestly. He could almost feel Venom smile at his answer. "I'm not going back to his classroom." "Then don't." Venom talked as if it was something as trivial as deciding what socks to wear today. "They'll make me go." "They will try," Venom corrected him. "We won't let them." "We won't go back there." "You sure?" "Yes, and if they do force us, then they'll change their mind when they find Snape with no head." Venom laughed, causing a smile to grow on Harry's face. "I still cannot believe that Professor Snape did this to you," Madame Pomfrey exclaimed as she looked at the rather noticeable bruise on Harry's arm. "Can you tell the other teachers, please?" Harry asked. "I think they'll believe it if it came from you." Madame Pomfrey stared at him for a moment before she began speaking in a determined voice. "Oh, don't you worry, I will." A flick of her wand caused a camera to be summoned from her office. "Hold still," she told him before taking a picture. "Now." She waved her wand over his arm and Harry immediately felt the pain lessen. "Drink this potion, wait here 2 minutes, I'll come back and see your arm, and if it's fine then you can leave." "Yes, ma'am." Harry dutifully drank the potion she handed him, grimacing slightly at the taste before she took the vial back. She nodded in satisfaction before turning around and heading to her office. "He has no right to talk about my dad." Harry seethed once he was sure that there was nobody else watching. "Yes," Venom agreed. "I don't know much about your father, but I know he definitely loved you." "Really?" Harry asked, unable to keep the interest out of his voice. "Yes, I remember telling you that I would show you memories of your parents. We never got around to that, did we?" "No," Harry confirmed. "We didn't." "Would you like to see one now?" Venom offered. "Yes, please," Harry said quickly. "Okay." Harry's eyes slowly opened. He winced as the sunlight seemed like it wanted to blind him, his whole face scrunched up in discomfort. After a short while, his eyes got used to the sunlight enough for him to be able to see what was around him. He felt warm, he was covered in a blanket, and he was also being held up by something. He blinked and stared up at the woman who was holding him with one arm, having him tucked against her while the other hand was holding up a book that she was reading with great interest. He stared up at her. Her red hair flowed down to her shoulders like a waterfall of fire. Her emerald green eyes captivatingly danced as they followed the words of the page she was reading. The corner of her pink lips tugged up and down as she continued reading. Harry smiled before reaching up with his little hand and grabbing onto her pretty hair and pulling it. The woman blinked before she stopped staring at the book and stared down at Harry, realizing that he was awake. Her eyes seemed to twinkle as her smile grew. She stared down at him with sunlight from the window shining in from behind her, giving her the appearance of a red-headed angel. She slowly closed the book without looking at it and placed it down. "Hello, little man," she smiled brightly at him. "How are you? Did you enjoy your nap?" Harry's answer was a series of happy-sounding noises, but not a single word. Still, she seemed to have understood as she lowered her head and kissed him on the forehead. "That's good. Any good dreams?" she asked, sounding as if she genuinely believed that he could answer. "Lily," a voice said just before a man walked into the room. His hair was black and looked like the definition of untamable. His brown eyes were hidden behind a pair of glasses that were near identical to the ones that Harry would use for most of his life. "I fixed the pipes," he told her proudly with a grin on his face, his brown eyes twinkling in a way that would rival Dumbledore. "Good," Lily said with a relieved sigh. "What happened to them?" "Padfoot messed with them," he told her with a small chuckle. "Oh, sweet Merlin," Lily sighed, rolling her eyes. "James, you and your friends are not nearly worth all of the trouble you give me." "Shut up," James laughed as he walked towards her. "You love us, really." "Yes, though I am still trying to work out why," Lily said in a dry voice. "Oh, simple," James told her as he stopped in front of her and kissed her on the forehead. "You couldn't resist my natural charm." He smirked. "Personally, I think love potions would be a more likely explanation." James began but trailed off, a thoughtful look on his face. Why didn't I think of that?" he joked. "James," she slapped him on the arm. "Ow, I was just kidding," he said, rubbing his arm but still grinning at her. "Hey buddy," he said to Harry. "How are you doing today?" he asked, leaning down so his face was right next to Harry's. Harry let out a small laugh before reaching up and trying to grab at James. "You want to come to Dada?" he cooed before reaching forwards and grabbing Harry, gently taking him away from Lily before holding him close enough that James could key his head. "How are you doing, Lady Killer?" James said. It seemed like he had a near-permanent grin on his face. "Lady Killer," Lily repeated with amusement. "Of course, look at him, he's a catch." James sounded like it was ridiculous for him to have to explain that to her. "I mean, my looks and your eyes, the girls will be tripping over themselves for him." "Won't they, buddy?" he asked Harry as he leaned forward and rubbed his nose against Harry's nose, but he stopped when Harry reached out and grabbed his glasses. "Oi!" James blinked before Harry tried to put the glasses in his mouth, though James quickly stopped him and took the glasses away from him. "Sorry, Harry, but that's mine," he told Harry in an apologetic voice. For a moment it looked like Harry was about to cry, but suddenly he reached out and grabbed James by the hair and started tugging. "Ow!" James exclaimed dramatically. "Good boy, Harry," Lily smiled. "Hurt the naughty man." "No, don't hurt the naughty man." James chuckled as he pulled Harry off his head. "Little fighter, aren't you?" he laughed. "Mr. Potter," a voice spoke, causing Harry to shake awake from his memory and see Madame Pomfrey staring at him with concern. "Are you okay?" she asked. "What?" Harry blinked before realizing that there were tears dripping down his face. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about something." "Mr. Potter, I wouldn't worry about Mr. Snape, No, not that," Harry cut her off as he wiped the tears off of his face. "Snape, he insulted my dad and I was thinking about him." "Oh, Madame Pomfrey paused. Hello, a voice said. The pair turned to see a house elf standing by the bed. Headmaster Dumbles wants Harry Potter to go to his office. Very well, thank you. Madame Pomfrey nodded to the elf who popped away. Well, Mr. Potter, you're healthy enough to go. Password B, chocolate frogs. Thank you. Harry gave her a stiff nod before standing up. As he stood up, she handed him a copy of the photograph she had taken. And if you ever want to know more about your father, then I have a few stories I could tell you. She offered, causing Harry to stare and blink at her. Thank you, Harry repeated, sounding a lot more grateful. You're welcome, dear, she smiled at him before gesturing for him to leave. He smiled back at her before he turned and walked off. Venom, Harry spoke to his alien companion as he headed to the headmaster's office. Thank you, Harry said in a grateful voice, sounding as if he was thanking Venom for giving him immortality. That is the best gift that anybody has ever given me. There's plenty more to come, Venom purred. I will let you see as many of those memories as you want. Thanks. A smile appeared on Harry's face as he rubbed his face in an effort to stop more tears from coming out of his face. Dumbledore's probably going to tell me off. Don't let him, Venom replied. Remember, you did nothing wrong. Snape was the one that targeted you, he was the one that was insulting your father. Harry's eyes narrowed slightly as an image of James Potter smiling alongside Lily Potter passed through his mind. Harry's head rose up slightly and his walk was suddenly a lot more determined. Harry couldn't help but agree with Venom. He had done nothing wrong in that classroom besides exist apparently. Snape was the one that was bullying him and Neville. Not to mention that Snape was the one who insisted on insulting Harry and his father. It wasn't that long before Harry arrived outside of the headmaster's office. Chocolate frogs. Harry told the gargoyle the password he was given and the gargoyle moved out of the way, allowing him to go up to Dumbledore's office. Enter. Harry heard Dumbledore's voice call for him before he could knock. Show off. Venom commented as Harry entered the office to find Dumbledore sitting at his desk with Professor McGonagall standing next to him. Mr. Potter, take a seat, Dumbledore said as warmly as ever, gesturing to the seat opposite himself. Sir, ma'am, Harry greeted Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall before sitting down in the chair. Now, Mr. Potter, we've heard some concerning things about you from Professor Snape. Professor McGonagall began. Of course, Harry snorted. Let me guess, he's told you both about how I'm a disruptive menace and he made it out like I'm the one who did everything wrong. That is what we are here to discuss, Professor Dumbledore began. Now, we would like you in your own words to tell us what had happened. Fine, Harry sighed. When the class started, Snape suddenly asked me a question about a potion I didn't know about and I gave him a sarcastic response. Why would you do that? Professor McGonagall asked with a small frown on her face. Because if I don't know the answer then he'd make fun of me like he always does, Harry answered honestly. He's been doing that from my first lesson in my first year. He asks a question and if you don't know the answer then he makes fun of you and insults you. Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore exchanged looks. Mr. Potter, surely you must be exaggerating. Dumbledore began. I am aware of the meaning of exaggerating, and I assure you that I am not. Harry cut him off. He does that every lesson, every single one. If I get a question right then he asks another and another until I get one wrong. Ask Hermione, Ron or any of the other Gryffindors if you don't believe me. Anyway, after that, he paired me with Neville. I like Neville, but he's not the greatest in potions. It's because he can't concentrate since he's way too scared of Snape. Professor Snape, Harry, Dumbledore corrected him. Also, I doubt that young Mr. Longbottom is actually afraid of Professor Snape. In that case, you can do me a favor, Harry said with a humorless smirk. You go and ask Professor Lupin about his lesson with the boggart and ask him what form Neville's boggart took. Harry watched as Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore exchanged looks, the former looking a little disturbed. Anyway, then Neville and I start working but then we suddenly feel Snape breathing down our necks in a way that would probably make even most adults uncomfortable. Neville starts getting more nervous and I had to quickly stop him from making a mistake. Snape then tells me off for doing so, I point out that there's nothing wrong with helping a fellow student and that if he's sure that it's not a big deal then he can stand right next to Neville in complete silence and not stop him from making any mistakes. I don't know about you two, but I've seen my fair share of potion accidents and wanted to avoid another. Snape then grabbed me by the shoulder and made me look at him. I pushed his arm off of me and he then started yelling at me and complaining about me, saying that I was strutting around the castle like I owned the place. He said I thought I was better than everyone else. I demanded to know where he was getting this information from and I pointed out that it was hypocritical of him to do so when he regularly tries to show his superiority by making himself look superior to the students. Harry glanced toward Professor McGonagall and saw that she had been looking more disturbed than before. "Harry, you should not be speaking to Professor Snape like that." Dumbledore, looking as calm as ever, emphasized Snape's title. "Perhaps not, but Snape shouldn't be talking to me the way that he was," Harry argued, still not using Snape's title. "He insulted me straight after, you know, called me a stupid brat. But he wasn't done there, because he insulted my father as well. He called him a degenerate waste of space, and said he ruined the world even more by giving birth to me. He called us both spoiled imbeciles that don't belong in Hogwarts." "He did what?" Professor McGonagall gasped in shock. "Minerva," Dumbledore spoke up. "Stay calm. He had grabbed my arm when he was insulting me and my family," Harry continued. "He kept squeezing harder and harder as we kept talking. I snapped at him, yelled at him and told him that my father was dead and that he needed to get over it. He squeezed my arm harder and threatened to cut me up into potion ingredients. He actually damaged my arm." Harry paused to pull out the photo of his arm that Madame Pomfrey had given him. He handed it to the two teachers in front of him. "Madame Pomfrey has the original picture. She was the one who took it." "Oh my," Minerva mouthed as she stared at the picture. Dumbledore stared at it for a moment but showed no reaction beyond a slight twitch in his right eye. "You can go and ask Madame Pomfrey if you don't believe me." Harry took the photo back and stuffed it into his pockets. "While we were arguing, I felt Snape try to read my mind." "What?" Professor McGonagall blurted out while Dumbledore showed his biggest reaction so far by having his eyes widen dramatically. "I felt him try to read my mind, so I pushed him off me and I." Quote. Harry paused, not entirely sure how to phrase the next part. Thankfully, Venom came through and whispered an answer into his ear. Quote. "I accidentally sent him flying onto the floor. I didn't mean to. I think I might have pushed too hard or used accidental magic." Harry hoped they brought that. It was better than explaining his enhanced strength thanks to the alien living in his body. Besides, he had already exhibited accidental magic earlier this year, so it wasn't too much of a stretch. "Mr. Potter, are you sure that Professor Snape was trying to read your mind?" Professor McGonagall asked in a serious voice. "Positive," Harry nodded. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore spoke up. "Forgive me, but I find your tale unlikely to be true." "Albus." Professor McGonagall looked at him with disbelief, as did Harry. "I mean no offense to you, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore continued, "but the ability to defend one's mind from intrusions or to even detect them is not an easy thing to achieve, especially for one so young." Harry was about to respond but stopped when he heard Venom speak into his head again. Harry, after a moment, decided to go with Venom's response instead of the one that he had originally been planning to use. "Perhaps, but you forgot one very important thing," Harry said with a small smirk. "And what is that?" Dumbledore asked, raising a single, bushy eyebrow, causing Harry to gesture to himself. "I'm Harry Potter," Harry said simply. "I've literally stopped the biggest threat to the wizarding world twice, 3 times if you count the diary, and I killed a basilisk all before I even reached my 3rd year of schooling. Let's not mention that I am famously known for surviving a situation that nobody could live through when I was a year old. By all logic, being able to defend my mind is quite tame in comparison, no?" Harry asked, tilting his head slightly. Dumbledore frowned and stared at him calculatingly, a stare that Harry did not like or appreciate. "In that case, you would not mind if I tested your mental defenses?" Dumbledore inquired. "Albus." The shock and disbelief were evident in her voice. "You know that it is illegal to look through another person's mind. Especially a student." It is only illegal if done without permission, Dumbledore corrected her. However, that was as far as he got before Harry spoke up. I'm not letting you or anyone enter my mind, Harry spoke in a firm voice, resisting the urge to glare at Dumbledore. I don't care if it's you, Snape or my best friends, my mind is off limits. Unless you're me, Venom said proudly. Anyway, Harry continued, Snape was about to draw his wand on me but I pulled mine out first and aimed it at him. You aimed your wand at Professor Snape? Dumbledore asked in a disapproving voice. He looked like he was going to try and kill me, Harry said defensively. He told me I had detention, I swore at him and refused. He told me to go away and I did. I'm done with that class and I'm done with Snape. Mr. Potter, potions is a required class until you have completed your OWL exams, Dumbledore informed him. I'm afraid that you will have to continue to attend the class. Do not worry about Professor Snape, I will investigate and speak to him about his behavior towards you. Harry stared at Dumbledore with disbelief. I just say that the guy bullies me, insults me and my dead father, hurts my arm and tries to read my mind and all that happens to Snape is a talking to. He asked Venom with disbelief. That's some bullshit. Venom accurately summed up Harry's thoughts. Unfortunately, for you, Professor Snape's punishment still stands. Dumbledore interrupted Harry's mental conversation. I understand how you feel towards Professor Snape but you are still a student and are not allowed to insult or even push a teacher. Now, why don't you head back to your common room? I'm sure you have plenty of homework left to do. Dumbledore finished with a twinkle in his eye. Harry stared at Dumbledore for a few moments before he spoke. What would come out of Harry's mouth was something that he would never expect himself to be saying to Dumbledore. Last year he wouldn't have even been able to imagine saying this to Dumbledore. But now, the word escaped his mouth before he could even register himself saying it. No, and just like that, a deathly silence filled the room. No, Dumbledore asked in a confused voice. I'm not doing that detention and I'm not going back to that class, Harry spoke up. He took a deep breath before he continued. I don't care if I have to hire a private tutor or self-study, I am not going back to that class as long as Snape is teaching it. And I am not doing that detention, I am not being punished for defending myself and my father, nor am I willing to spend another moment of my life alone with Snape. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said, the twinkle in his eye had dimmed. Professor McGonagall stared at Harry in a way that made it look like she had never seen him before. I was not requesting. I'm sorry, but I'm still refusing. Harry soldiered on despite the fact that a great part of him was warning him to stop. He wasn't sure if it was the alien symbiote inside of him, his stupid Gryffindor courage or the fact that he felt like he was on a roll, but either way, he ignored the first part of himself and continued. I am not going anywhere near Snape again. No detentions and no class. Mr. Potter, if you're not willing to listen to my instructions and are refusing detentions then I may have to resort to a more harsh punishment, Dumbledore warned. What punishment? Harry asked, feeling his heart beat faster. If you do not attend Professor Snape's class and detentions then I'm afraid I will have to suspend you for 2 weeks. If Harry's heart had been beating fast before then it was practically racing now. They're going to suspend me. He mentally screamed. I don't want to leave Hogwarts. Calm down, Venom told him. Don't tell me to calm down. Harry snapped. He's going to suspend me. Calm down, Venom repeated loudly. They're not going to suspend you. Dumbledore won't make you leave the school when he knows that Sirius Black is out and looking for you. Besides, even if he goes through with it then it's just 2 weeks. We can survive that long, we could even have fun outside of school if we wanted. But stand your ground, Venom encouraged him, forcing a picture of a smiling James and Lily Potter into Harry's head. It seemed to work a treat as all of a sudden Harry's resolve was reinforced to the point that it could hold up a building. Fine, Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. Good, Dumbledore smiled, the twinkle in his eye coming back in full force. I'm glad you've seen reason. I understand that this is difficult for you but I'll go and pack my things. Harry cut Dumbledore off as he stood up. Excuse me, Dumbledore blinked, staring at him along with Professor McGonagall who was still too shocked to say anything. You want me to go back to Snape's class and attend detention? I don't want to do that, so I guess one of us has to be disappointed then. Harry shrugged. I'll leave Hogwarts first thing tomorrow morning. I can leave on my own. You won't need somebody to escort me. Professor. He nodded to Professor McGonagall and then offered Dumbledore a stiff nod before he turned and began leaving. His hand had barely touched the door handle when Dumbledore called out for him. Mr. Potter, where are you going? Dumbledore asked. Harry turned back around and saw genuine confusion on the old man's face. You said you'd suspend me if I refuse. I'm refusing, therefore I'm suspended, right? Harry asked. Harry, did you forget that there's a killer on the loose? Dumbledore asked. I'm not the one who said I'd kick someone out of the school, Harry reminded him. You're the one who brought up suspension. I might have been a bit harsh, Dumbledore said without a hint of his signature twinkle in his eyes. Please, Mr. Potter, sit down, let's talk about this. Harry grunted. There's nothing to discuss. I don't accept your punishments and I'm not going to be forced into suffering through them because of Snape. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall spoke up, finally regaining her voice. You will not be punished or suspended today, but we may talk to you again about this later. For now, go back to your common room. I have a lot to discuss with the headmaster. She aimed a harsh glare at Dumbledore. Now, Minerva, Dumbledore had barely begun protesting before Harry had left the room as quick as possible. He rushed down the stairs and quickly headed back to his common room. Told you that you'd be fine. Venom's voice filled Harry's head. Yeah, you were right, Harry admitted. I did good, right? You did great. So, Potter, Harry heard Malfoy drawl when he ended up being unfortunate enough to walk into a hallway where he found Malfoy along with his two bodyguards, Crabbe and Goyle, leaning against a wall. Harry honestly wouldn't be surprised if the three idiots had been waiting for him here, nor would he have been surprised if they honestly had just leaned against the wall because they thought it looked cool. Have you been expelled yet? Malfoy chortled. Or did the great Albus Dumbledore sweep in to save his pet mental project? Shut up, Malfoy, you overly expensive bi-curious disaster, Harry said in a bored and tired voice as he walked past the trio, barely acknowledging their existence since he really was not in the mood for any of their usual antics. What? Malfoy blinked before registering what Harry had just said. Oi, Potter, get back here, he demanded just before Harry turned the corner. Malfoy growled and drew his wand along with Crabbe and Goyle. You stupid half-blood brat, Malfoy yelled as the trio ran after him. They turned the corner and stopped dead in their tracks when they saw Tonks standing there with one hand on her hip and the other holding her wand while Harry stood behind her and was giving the trio the finger while moving it left to right with exaggerated slowness to properly make sure he got all of them. So, is there a problem here? Tonks asked in a casual voice as she stared down the trio, looking quite unimpressed. No, Malfoy managed to get out through gritted teeth as Harry continued to wave at the three with his middle finger while Tonks appeared to be blissfully unaware of what was happening behind her. Really? Tonks drawled out. That's why you're running through the hallway, shouting out insults. She raised one perfect pink eyebrow to express her incredulity. Malfoy glared at the two of them before performing a passable imitation of Snape by turning on his feet and storming away while Crabbe and Goyle rushed off after him. Put your hand down now. Tonks rolled her eyes before turning to Harry to find him standing there innocently with his hands behind his back. So, thanks for that, Tonks, Harry said appreciatively. I really wasn't in the mood to deal with him today. No sweat, boy wonder, Tonks waved him off. And from what I've heard, you've already had a pretty hectic morning. The rumor mill around here is so strong that even us patrolling Aurors are hearing about it. I heard about what apparently happened from another Auror who apparently overheard it from a couple of Gryffindor girls in your year. Did you really insult Snape, knock him down, point a wand at him, refuse his detention and leave? Tonks asked, staring at him with disbelief. Well, when you put it like that it sounds ridiculous, Harry sighed. But yeah, pretty much. Wow, and you thought I was cool. Tonks grinned. What happened after that anyway? She asked. I had been called to Professor Dumbledore's office. He tried to make me accept Snape's punishment but I refused. Harry let out a deep sigh as he ran a hand through his hair. I told him I'm not going to any detention with Snape and I'm not taking any more classes with him. Wow, Tonks blinked repeatedly before looking at Harry, starting from his toes and going up and finishing at his face. Gryffindor indeed. Thanks, Harry snorted. Dumbledore then threatened to suspend me if I didn't fall back in line. He what? Tonks blurted out. Yep, Harry nodded. He actually said that. Yep, Harry nodded. Is he insane? Yep, Harry nodded. Do you have any words left in your vocabulary besides, yep? Tonks asked in an exasperated voice. Yep, Harry nodded, grinning slightly. Harry, there is an actual, infamous mass murderer on the loose, Tonks spoke in a serious voice. And according to the information available, you're the one he is after. Sending you out of the school is basically a massive gamble on your life. He was trying to scare me, Harry explained with a sigh. I wasn't about to fall in line, so I said that I'd start packing my things. Funnily enough, that's when he remembered that Sirius Black is on the loose and I was told that I wouldn't be suspended. He was hoping I'd be scared enough to do what he wants. So what happened after that? Tonks asked, looking less than pleased about the fact that Dumbledore thought to even threaten Harry with suspension while Sirius Black was out and about. I was told to leave. I think McGonagall and him are currently arguing about me and Snape. I guess I'll find out what their decision about me will be tomorrow, Harry explained before an angry expression appeared on his face. I bet it won't be worse than whatever Snape's punishment will be. You should tell Tonks, Venom suggested. Tell her everything Snape did. Why? She's law enforcement, Venom pointed out. Just try and see what she says. Fine. Tonks, Harry began. I'd like to ask you something. Mind reading is illegal, right? Yeah. Why do you ask? Tonks stared at Harry with narrowed eyes. I heard it from Professor McGonagall when I told her and Dumbledore that Snape tried to read my mind. He what? Tonks blurted out, her eyes and hair turning a very villainously vivid and angry shade of red. That's definitely illegal. I told Dumbledore and he thinks I'm lying, Harry growled. The old headmaster always seemed to believe him unless it came to Snape or the Dursleys. After everything I accused Snape of, he basically said that he would give Snape nothing more than a talking to. I want more than that. I want to press charges against him. Tonks's hair slowly changed from red to a soft brown, her eyes changed to a similar color. Harry, you do realize that Snape has Dumbledore's backing and that means that Snape will be defended by him in a court of law. Tonks asked in a soft voice. Dumbledore has a lot of power. He's chief warlock and supreme mugwump, not to mention the amount of goodwill he still has from defeating Grindelwald and running Hogwarts, not to mention his pretty squeaky clean public reputation. So what? You're saying you won't do anything? Harry blurted out with disbelief. Of course, I'm not saying that. Tonks looked offended for a moment before her hair and eyes turned back to the usual pink and violet color she liked. But I am warning you that it won't be easy and I can't offer you any guarantees about what happens. Also, if you want my opinion, I think at this point you won't be able to do more than harm some reputations, but if that's what you're sure you want to do then just let me know and I'll send in a report right away. It is. Harry nodded after a very brief mental conference with Venom. If you're sure, Tonks nodded before pulling out a notepad and quill. We'll start with your statement and then we can go from there, is that all right with you? She asked. It's perfect, honestly, Thank you, Tonks, Harry said, his voice softening slightly. I don't know if I've said it before but I am really appreciative of the way you've been treating me. Everyone around here always acts like I'm some dense kid who doesn't know how the world works or some spoilt celebrity. I'm glad you're not like that. Judge with your own eyes, Tonks recited with a small shrug of her shoulders. It's a lesson that my parents and my Auror mentor taught me. You haven't acted dense or spoilt around me so I won't treat you that way. Besides, as the female metamorph, trust me when I say that I don't like expectations and preformed beliefs any more than you do. Thanks, Harry smiled at her. And for what it's worth, just let me know if someone gives you grief over the shape-shifting thing, and I'll deck them for you. He added, earning a small laugh from Tonks. That's it, Harry, Venom purred. Keep going, make her like you until we're finally able to obliterate that friendship wall that is stopping our relationship from progressing to its natural conclusion. Venom, be quiet, please, Harry told Venom without breaking his concentration on the conversation he was having with Tonks, something that was pretty easy given that he had plenty of experience in dealing with the symbiote. The hero of Gryffindor. Harry heard the Weasley twins yell out those particular words the very second he entered the common room. He was barely aware of the common room entrance closing behind him as he was a bit distracted by all the balloons, party poppers, the banner with his name on it and the Gryffindors that were all cheering for him. Defeater of Dark Lords, savior of damsels and destroyer of greasy dungeon bats, Harry Potter. The twins said as they walked over and patted him proudly on the back before hoisting him up on their shoulders and walking around a lap of the common room before dropping him back down just as the Gryffindor chasers took turns keying him on the cheek. What happened after that would be an hour-long event of cheering, celebrations, questions and hero worshipping from the majority of the Gryffindors. By the end of it, Harry had a bit of a headache from all of the social interaction but was overall pretty happy, unlike a certain bushy-haired Gryffindor. "Why doesn't she shut up?" Venom complained. The trio were currently sitting outside on a bench in the Hogwarts courtyard. Ron was speed rushing through some homework that would be due in their class which was in 20 minutes. Harry, on the other hand, had a book open in one hand and his wand in the other. Meanwhile, Hermione was sitting in between the two, naturally with a book in her hands, except this time she was ignoring the book in favor of participating in what Harry believed to be her other lifelong love, lecturing him. Quote, "It doesn't matter if Professor Snape was insulting you, that's not a good reason to be so rude to a teacher," Hermione continued, showing no signs that she was ready to end her rant which was now nearing the 5-minute mark. "I know you said he tried to read your mind, Harry, but Dumbledore clearly doesn't think that he would do that so Harry, Venom spoke into his head. "Please, for the love of Merlin, heck, even just to show appreciation to me for all I've done, shut her up. Or else I will eat her head, right now." "Hermione," Harry interrupted her in a tired voice. "If you don't stop lecturing me then I promise I will straighten your hair," he warned. "What?" Hermione blinked. "What happened with Snape has happened. Stop lecturing me about it and let me concentrate on this spell." Harry rolled his eyes before he tried to cast his spell again. Expecto Patronum. Harry softly intoned the incantation for the spell he was working on. A second later a white and small misty shield poured out of the tip. It was about the size of a knight's shield and only lasted a couple of seconds, earning the attention of many passing students. "Not good enough," Venom told Harry, who mentally grunted in agreement. "What was that?" Ron asked, having looked up from his homework in time to see the spell. "Patronus Charm," Harry sighed, the Patronus Charm being an extremely difficult charm designed to primarily fight against Dementors along with a few other dark creatures. It used the caster's emotion to create a shield that would protect them against the Dementors, though if one had truly mastered the spell then their shield would take the form of an animal guardian. "Harry, that's a Newt-level charm," Hermione pointed out. "Why on earth are you learning a spell that's for 7th-year students?" Ron stared at Harry as if the boy had just gone mad and demanded to only be fed hazelnuts for the rest of the year. "I have to agree with Ronald, you shouldn't be focusing on that spell yet," Hermione spoke up. "You're just a 3rd year." "Yeah," Ron agreed. "I don't like Dementors but I do like magic, so the natural conclusion is to learn magic to defend myself against Dementors, thank you." Harry rolled his eyes before he decided to put his attention back to the spell while ignoring whatever Hermione and Ron were saying. "The spell wants a powerful emotion," Harry said to Venom. "I've tried the first time by thinking about the time I rode a broom, then the time I came to Hogwarts. How about we just skip to your best memory?" Venom suggested. "Are you going to show me a new memory?" Harry asked excitedly. "No, we have class soon. You don't have time for new memories, I'll show you a new one later, use the last one I gave you." Harry was a little disappointed in not being given a new memory right now but was modified by the fact that he'd get some more later. Harry took in a deep breath before thinking about his memory of waking up in his mother's lap, his mother loving spending time with him along with his father. James Potter, according to Snape, was an arrogant, strutting toe rag, but to Harry, he would always be the man who stared at him as if he was the most precious thing in the world. Expecto Patronum, Harry whispered the incantation. A second later Hermione, Ron and everyone else in the courtyard stopped talking. Everyone apart from Harry had to cover their eyes when a bright white light eclipsed all. The light slowly died down until visibility was once again an option, and standing in front of Harry was a glowing, misty, white stag that towered over him. Harry gulped before standing up. He still wasn't taller than the stag. Amazing. Harry breathed out before reaching a hand up to touch it. The stag lowered its head for Harry. A part of Harry knew that he shouldn't be able to touch the stag and that his hand would go right through it, and that was right since Harry's fingers had barely not gone into the stag's skull, but Harry felt like he could still feel it. He felt like this was not a piece of magic, but a real and very beautiful animal. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, but eventually, the stag started fading away, much to Harry's disappointment. After it was gone, Harry let out a deep sigh before realizing that the whole courtyard was staring at him. He also couldn't help but notice that Professor Flitwick was part of the crowd and was staring at him with a dropped jaw. "My, aren't we the popular ones?" Venom asked. "Merlin's beard. Sweet Merlin's beard," Professor Flitwick squeaked as he rushed forwards and stopped in front of Harry while the crowd around them began whispering to each other. "A fully fledged corporeal Patronus," he gasped as he stared up at Harry. "I'm very impressed with you, Mr. Potter. Excellent work. Take 50 points for Gryffindor," he said with a bright smile on his face. "Oh, thank you, sir." Harry blushed slightly, running a hand through the back of his hair as the whispers continued to grow louder. "It's absolutely marvelous. Who taught you that spell?" Professor Flitwick asked curiously, staring at Harry like he was a difficult puzzle. Nobody, sir. I learned it myself," Harry answered. "I'm not a fan of the Dementors around here and I wanted to learn how to do it." "Amazing." Professor Flitwick smiled wider than Harry had ever seen the man smile. "Take another 20 points. Thanks." Harry smiled at him, not really knowing what else to say. "Oh goodness, your mother would be proud," Professor Flitwick continued, a wide grin on his face. "She was the best student I had ever taught when it comes to charms, and even she wasn't able to accomplish what you had just done. How would you feel about attending a few extra lessons with me?" he asked hopefully. Harry blinked and stared at him, not noticing the gaping look from Ron or the jealous one from Hermione. The next morning Harry rolled his eyes as he sat down at breakfast. The Hogwarts school rumor mill had been running overtime in its attempt to make sure that everyone knew everything about what had happened recently with Harry. By now, Harry was sure that the whole school knew about his confrontation with Snape and that everyone had heard about him being able to cast a Patronus. Harry was able to hear whispers from all 4 tables as his breakfast appeared in front of him. "You know," he began, speaking to Ron and Hermione who had sat opposite him. "I'd like it if just once I was able to last a whole week without being talked about." "Not likely to happen," Ron grunted, a hint of irritation in his voice. "You fought with Snape and then made a big show in front of everyone with that spell." Harry wasn't sure if it was just his imagination that had picked up on the jealousy in Ron's voice or if it was actually there, but either way, he decided to try and cut it off before it could get worse. "I didn't mean to do that," Harry defended. "I thought that I'd practice the spell. I never figured that it'd create a massive stag that'd cause everyone to look at me." Harry ran a hand through his hair, which for some reason caused several nearby girls to let out dreamy sighs, something which caused Harry to quickly stop and lower his hand. "It doesn't matter if you like it or not, you're going to be fairly popular for the next few weeks," Hermione commented, sounding less than pleased as she ate breakfast with one hand while her other hand held a book that she was reading. "I think that." Harry paused when he noticed the book was a charms book, one that was very familiar to Harry as it was the one that he had learnt the Patronus charm from. "Hermione, isn't that the book I checked out from the library?" he asked with a frown. "Yes." Hermione didn't even bother looking at him as she continued reading the book. "Well, why do you have it?" Harry's frown grew bigger. "I wanted to try and learn the Patronus charm," Hermione absently explained as she continued to read through the book. "I had left that book on my bed, didn't I?" Harry asked Venom. Yes, you did," Venom growled. "Meaning she took it. You really know how to choose your friends." Ignoring Venom's last remark, Harry reached forwards and snatched the book out of Hermione's hands. The bushy-haired girl blinked and stared at Harry with disbelief, as was Ron, who thought that getting between Hermione and a book was a lot like getting in between a dog and its dinner. "What are you doing?" Hermione asked in an irritated voice. Hermione, I had left this in my room on my bed, why is it in your hands? Harry asked, sounding just as irritated. Because I wanted to read it in. That is not a good excuse, Harry cut her off. Harry James Potter, Hermione Jean Granger. Harry cut her off before she could start on what would likely be a long rant. You've constantly since we've met harped on Ron and me about our manners, the way we conduct ourselves, dress, eat, our language and so much more. Therefore, I am sure that you'll understand why I find it more than irritating and quite hypocritical for you to think that it is in any way acceptable for you, a girl, to walk up into the boys' dorm and then take something from your friend without permission. Harry wasn't entirely sure if it was just his words or also the chiding tone that he was using, but either way, he seemed to be getting to Hermione based on how the girl was turning red. I had only gone up when you were having a shower to see how long you were taking, Hermione began, though her voice was much quieter than before. I wanted to see what was taking so long and then I saw your book and... I don't care, Harry interrupted. I'm the one that checked this out of the library, so if anything happens to this book then it'll be me who gets in trouble. Either way, you shouldn't have taken something from me without permission. Now, in the civilized world if we want something then we ask for it. Now, do you want this book? Harry asked, holding up the book. Why? Yes please. Hermione's voice was barely above a whisper. Then ask for it, politely and nicely, Harry told her. Hermione stared at him for a few moments before she opened her mouth. Harry, may I please borrow that book? She asked. See, that wasn't so hard. Harry rolled his eyes before he handed her the book. Thank you. Hermione gave him a brief nod before deciding to continue eating breakfast and reading in the hopes that the awkwardness of the situation would die down. Harry held back a snort before he also started eating. Ron blinked for a few seconds before joining them, leaving the whole trio to eat in awkward silence. Harry had barely finished his food when all of a sudden a group of people walked into the Great Hall. Harry noted that Tonks was one of them. He also saw a man that he remembered as Orr Shacklebolt. There were also a couple of other Orrs that Harry didn't recognize. He watched as the group walked up to the teacher's table, Tonks making sure to wink at Harry and give him a small smile as she passed. What's going on? Hermione frowned, looking up from her book to see what was happening. Something very good, hopefully, Harry whispered to himself. Good morning. Dumbledore stood up as the Orrs stopped in front of the table. How may I help you? He asked curiously. Forgive me, Professor Dumbledore, but we are here on official business, Orr Shacklebolt said before turning his attention to Snape, who was glaring at the Orrs for interrupting his breakfast. Professor Snape, I am placing you under arrest on suspicion of illegal legilimency on a minor. His words quickly caused the majority of the students to start talking to each other about what they had just heard. What? Snape snapped as he quickly stood up, causing everyone to become silent. Snape glared at the Orrs before turning his attention to Harry, who was watching with a lazy smile. Potter, Snape barked. Yo. Harry gave him a small wave. You arrogant little brat, you dare to. That's enough, Tonks said in a firm voice, interrupting Snape. Don't speak to me like that. Snape hissed at Tonks. Don't forget that only a few years ago you were just a pink-haired menace here. That might be true, but right now I am standing here in my full capacity as an Orr. Tonks cut Snape off, glaring at him as her hair turned red. And I feel like it's my duty as an Orr and a person with common sense to tell you that when you're accused of a crime as horrible as mind reading, then the last thing you should do is start insulting the Orrs and the one that claims to be a victim, especially in a hall full of witnesses. For somebody so smart, you seem to be unable to think things through. Tonks was very tempted to smile as she saw Snape grow increasingly red at her words. The potions teacher began, but was quickly interrupted by Dumbledore. Enough, Severus, he said in a firm voice before turning to Shacklebolt and speaking in a softer voice. Now, is this really necessary? I'm sure that this is all a big misunderstanding. Perhaps, but orders are orders and we have to follow procedure, Shacklebolt said in an apologetic voice as he pulled out a pair of magical impression handcuffs, causing Snape to blanch as he not only saw the handcuffs but also the group of Orrs that looked more than ready to attack him if he resisted arrest. It probably didn't help his situation that most of them were former students of his. We probably shouldn't laugh at this, but I really want to. Harry mentally told Venom. Let's find somewhere private, then we can laugh our asses off. Good idea. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Harry blurted out in sync with Venom. It had been 3 days since Snape had been taken away by the Aurors, and a lot had happened within that time. Firstly, Harry was once again held as a hero by everyone who hated Snape, the majority of the school, though Hermione was incredibly annoyed with him over it, unsurprisingly. Dumbledore had also been called to meet with the Aurors since he could potentially be charged with assisting Snape since he didn't report the incident. Harry himself had been called in once to give a statement before being allowed to return to school. While Snape was gone, Harry had continued practicing spells and had been taking extra lessons with Professor Flitwick, who was beyond happy with the progress that Harry was making. Harry had also noticed that Hermione was trying desperately to get the Patronus charm to work but wasn't really able to get more than a bit of mist. Harry had offered to help, but the stubborn girl seemed intent on doing it by herself. Right now, Harry was in the Ollery, having gone up to visit Hedwig, who was now currently perched on Harry's shoulder. Venom had also decided to greet her, which was why a black tentacle with Venom's head on the end of it had emerged out of Harry's back. All seemed nice until Harry and Venom, plus Hedwig, had looked down and saw Professor Dumbledore and Snape arrive on the grounds. The bastard got off, Harry growled, remembering Tonks's warning that this might happen. Dumbledore saved him, Venom growled alongside Harry before turning to Hedwig. Do you see the bullshit that we have to deal with? Hedwig gave an affirmative and sympathetic hoot as she nodded her head before letting out another hoot. You're right, we deserve better than this. Harry wasn't sure if Venom honestly could understand Hedwig, but decided he didn't really want to think about it at the moment. I hate him. Harry glared down to where Snape was talking with Dumbledore. Same. Venom agreed. Hoot. Hedwig hooted before letting out a chirping noise. That's illegal, Venom told her. He's going to be a nightmare now, Harry whispered. No matter what Dumbledore says, I'm not going back to his class. He didn't teach much anyway, Venom pointed out. We'll learn a lot better on our own. Yeah, Harry nodded. Snape's teaching method honestly seemed to be limited to writing the instructions and then insulting anyone who doesn't get them right, so Harry wouldn't exactly argue with Venom's last comment. Let's get out of here. Fine, Venom nodded before turning to Hedwig just as another black tentacle popped out of Harry's back. By Hedwig. The second tentacle waved at her before both tentacles retreated into Harry. I'm glad you two are getting along. Harry gave Hedwig a small smile before he gently and carefully picked her up and placed her back on a perch. Take care of yourself, girl. He earned an affectionate nip of his fingers with that comment, causing him to laugh and give Hedwig one last owl treat before walking off. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.